We, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, in recognition of the constant involvement of technology, in uplifting the quality of life, and in accepting a personal obligation and dedication to our profession, its members, and the communities we serve, do hereby pledge and commit ourselves to the highest ethical and professional conduct, and agree to accept responsibility in making sound engineering decisions consistent with the safety, health, and welfare of the public, and to disclose promptly the factors that might endanger lives and the environment. Avoid real or perceived conflict of interest, or disclose existence of such to affected parties. Be honest, objective, impartial and realistic in stating claims or estimates based on available facts. Avoid at all cost graft and corruption in all its forms. Improve the ethical understanding of technology and its appropriate application. Continuously improve practitioners' technical competence. Disclose full pertinent professional and technical limitations. Seek, accept, and offer constructive criticism of technical work, acknowledge and mitigate errors, and give credit where it is due. Equally treat all persons regardless of race, gender, physical condition, age, or national origin. Protect and avoid injury to others' life, property, reputation, or livelihood by false or malicious actions. Observe utmost transparency, responsibility, due diligence and fairness, and accordingly, not manufacture, spread, or disseminate false, incorrect, unverified or misleading information or data against any co-member, or the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents, in any form whatsoever, whether verbally, in writing or published or whether through electronic means or otherwise, especially if such tends to discredit, besmirch the honor or integrity or impute a wrongdoing on the part of a co-member of the IAE, its officers, employees and representatives or agents. Support colleagues and co-workers in their professional and technical development, and assist them in complying with this code of ethics. Timely and fully comply and abide with any and all of his obligations to a co-member of the IAE itself or any third party. does not engage in or commit anti-competitive, fraudulent, and deceitful practices in any form, and uphold free and fair competition.
Welcome back to our 47th Annual National Convention. Good morning to the people in this room today in SMX, as well as our participants in the Zoom call. We'll now start by me introducing the speaker. For today, your MCs will be me, Maria Stella Gatchalian, and Engineer Moises Male II. Our first speaker for today is an assistant professor at the School of Engineering at the University of San Carlos, and currently the program head of BSEE. He obtained his MS in Electrical Engineering degree from UP Diliman in 2004 and is currently pursuing a Doctor of Engineering degree at USC. Besides doing academic administration work and teaching, he is also a researcher at the USC Center for Research in Energy Systems and Technologies. He led a Newton Fund project on energy access and energy efficiency, funded by the Commission on Higher Education and the British Council in collaboration with the University of Southampton in UK. He's a member of the CHED Technical Committee in Electrical Engineering and a BSEE Program Evaluator for the Philippine Technological Council. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer Isabella Rabuya.
Good morning po sa lahat sa atin. Thank you IIEE for this opportunity to share. Check ko lang po, is my presentation already visible? Okay, maraming salamat po. Let me start this day with a topic na common to all of us, because at one time or another, we went through our educational system to get to where we are now. Whether we are now engineers, electricians, technologists, dumaan po tayo doon sa ating educational system. And then the question might be, if I am now in industry, is it still relevant to for me to be listening to this presentation on engineering and technology education? The answer po dyan is yes, because there is a lot that the industry practitioners among us can help towards the improvement of our educational system in order that we will meet the global standards. Let me start with a quick review of the current Philippine standards for electrical engineering education. So we have a minimum requirements set forth in the Commission on Higher Education Memorandum Order, or CMO number 88. This was issued in 2017. So this is a new set of guidelines for students, especially for those students na nag-graduate ng K-12. So we can see here the title of the CMO, Policy Standards and Guidelines for the Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering Program, effective 2018 to 2019. Kasi ito na nga yung start ng mga graduates natin from K-12. Unfortunately, until now, we have, meron din kasi tayong technology education, but mostly it is Bachelor of Science or Bachelor in Industrial Technology, major in Electrical Engineering Technology. So this is popular, especially sa ating mga state universities and colleges. Pero until now, hindi pa po lumabas officially yung PSG natin for technology education. Now, as defined in this CMO 88, electrical engineering is a profession that involves the conceptualization, development, design, and application of safe, healthy, ethical, economical, and sustainable. Tapos dyan na ang sumunod no, na composition ng ating electric power industry, generation, transmission, distribution, and utilization of electrical energy. Para saan? For the benefit of society and the environment through the knowledge of, ito po, yung kailangan natin na ma-develop among our graduates, mathematics, physical sciences, information technology, and other allied sciences gained by study, research, and practice. So, BSE is now a 4-year program. Siguro more than 90% of us here have gone through a 5-year electrical engineering program. But that is now a 4-year program with a K-12 implementation. And yung very important na requirement is that it is required that our electrical engineering programs and even also the technology programs, kailangan po outcomes-based education yung framework. What does outcomes-based education mean? It means that we define a set of program outcomes for the BSEE program. So lahat po ng BSEE program sa Pilipinas, kailangan by the time na yung estudyante natin ay mag-graduate na, they shall have developed the following abilities. So quickly, let's just go over. Apply knowledge of mathematics and sciences to solve, take note of this, balik-balikan natin to during this presentation, complex engineering problems. Then develop and conduct appropriate experimentation, analyze and interpret data. Third, design a system, component, or process to meet desired needs within realistic constraints such as economic, environmental, social, political, ethical, health and safety, manufacturability, and sustainability in accordance with standards. Then, function effectively on multidisciplinary and multicultural teams that establish goals, plan tasks, and meet deadlines. Identify, formulate, and solve complex problems in electrical engineering. Recognize ethical and professional responsibilities in engineering practice. Communicate effectively with a range of audiences. Next, understand the impact of engineering solutions in a global economic, environmental, and societal context. Next, recognize the need for additional knowledge and engage in lifelong learning. Then, articulate and discuss the latest developments in the field of electrical engineering. Apply techniques, skills, and modern engineering tools necessary for electrical engineering practice. And finally, demonstrate knowledge and understanding of engineering and management principles as a member and or leader in a team to manage projects in multidisciplinary environments. If we can take note, ito po yung requirements. No? Lahat ng graduates natin of electrical engineering programs, they should be able to demonstrate by the time of graduation that they have these capabilities. And we take note that these are not just the hard skills. So yung ability to solve complex engineering problems, that is very important. Pero we know that we practice our profession within our society, and in order that we will be able to develop products and deliver services that are really relevant, we have to we need to have our electrical engineers also have other capabilities. Like for example, functioning in multidisciplinary or multicultural teams. Hindi lang tayo nasa ating luklok as practitioners dito sa electrical engineering field. And this is what we need to be able to develop in our students. Lahat po dyan, communication skills, um, understanding the impact of electrical engineering solutions, not just to our um, technical performance of our system, but also to our society, including global, economic, environmental context. No? So napaka-broad po ang requirements in terms of the program outcomes that our BACE graduates have to attain. So also in the memorandum order of CHED, we have here the minimum requirements. So we have a total of 168 units for both technical and non-technical courses. So yan po ang currently what is in effect in terms of electrical engineering education in our country. Now, how about yung state ng ating electrical engineering education? So in the Philippines, there are currently more than 550 engineering schools offering various types of engineering programs. Now, around 200 of these engineering schools offer the electrical engineering program. And we can say that basically there is an adequate supply of EE practitioners in the country. We cannot hear na merong company that are not able to hire electrical engineers or RMEs because nagkulang. That does not happen currently. So we have a good supply of EE practitioners, and our registered practitioners, PEs, REs, and RMEs, have made great contributions to national development and the economy. Just listening in to the technical presentations, all the presentations that we've had for since the beginning of the week, makikita natin na ang laki ng contribution ng electrical engineering and technology community to national development. And on top of that, we know that our graduates get employed in other countries and contribute to the world economy. So kahit ngayon, I'm sure that we have here participants who are listening in to our presentations, and you are outside of the country because your practice of electrical engineering has brought you outside of the Philippines. So the question is, do we remain in our comfort zone? Okay lang naman, no? So, if we look at our electrical engineering profession, we are comfortable with our educational system, we are comfortable, or do we strive to level up? One of the issues why we will or we should answer the previous question in the affirmative is the issue of degree equivalence and recognition. Because as we know, Philippine engineering degrees are generally not recognized abroad. So, matagal na rin ako sa academe, and as an administrator, from time to time, I receive requests from our graduates that
I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as the guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, for their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's 3E Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world.
Hello,
It is
sorry
with
po,
great
I got disconnected.
honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022.
Okay na po ba? Okay, sorry po, I got disconnected. Let me share my screen again. Okay, maraming salamat po. Sorry, sorry, there was a technical problem on my end. Okay, so let us continue. So, yan po, no? That's the issue. Philippine engineering degrees are generally not recognized abroad. And then the question is, how about yung Pilipinas? Does the Philippines recognize engineering degrees earned outside of the country? Yes, this is based on my experience as a member of the Technical Committee for Electrical Engineering in CHED. We do recognize on a case-to-case basis degree programs earned from outside of the country, specifically for Filipinos, for the purpose of taking the board examination. So, even in other countries also, there are actually also facilities in order that to a certain extent, the degrees that we earn here are evaluated and recognized, pero case-to-case basis. Specifically, one case that I know is with a graduate of ours na nagpa-accredit siya sa Australia, but he went through a very difficult process, ang daming requirements. Now, for professional practice, the stipulations are in RA 7920, Section 4F, with the Board of Electrical Engineering given the power to issue special permits. So yung pinag-usapan lang po natin dito is yung academic qualifications. Now, how do other countries go about recognizing engineering degrees earned outside of their jurisdiction? There is what we call as mutual recognition agreements or accords. So for engineering, the organization that is um, siguro yung pinaka-authoritative when it comes to mutual recognition agreements, if not the only one, is yung International Engineering Alliance or IEA. So ano po yung IEA? IEA is an umbrella organization for 7 multilateral agreements or accords, which establish and enforce among their members internationally benchmarked standards for engineering education and what is termed entry-level competence to practice engineering. So the basis of mutual recognition is substantial equivalence. This means that the accreditation systems have comparable standards, outcomes, and processes, even though they may not be identical. So for example, yung electrical engineering program in one country will not have the same courses, requirements, number of units with the electrical engineering program of another country. But if they have they are under an agreement of mutual recognition, then there is that process that has been put in place that the programs have been evaluated and declared that it is substantially equivalent to the programs of the other country. So that is because of the realization na the education and training, the formation of the practicing engineer, it goes through a process. So the first step is by having acquired a degree in an accredited program. So in an accredited program, under the mutual recognition agreements, we have defined graduate attributes that indicate the program objectives that have been satisfied for a particular graduate. So the 7 international agreements of the IAA are as follows. First are the educational accords, which is the coverage of our discussion for this morning. So siguro for most of us, we have heard about the Washington Accord, that is for mutual recognition of engineering programs. And then for technology programs, there's the Sydney Accord and the Dublin Accord for mutual recognition of engineering technician programs. For many who are here right now, you are also familiar with the competence agreements, especially for the Philippines. So under the IAA, there's the APEC agreement. So some of you here who are right now in this Zoom virtual room, or even those who may be on site, are APEC engineers. So listed also are the other competence agreements. So yung competence agreements comes, that is for competencies that are evaluated after graduation. So the accords look at the engineering programs. So that is before graduation of an electrical engineer or technology student, whereas the competence agreements looks at the time frame after graduation and before registration for individual practice of electrical engineering. So let us take a look at the Washington Accord. No? So yung magiging focus natin. It is a multilateral, meaning hindi lang between one or two parties. No? several parties. Um, Actually, nandyan, no? 23 signatories or members. So it is an agreement between bodies responsible for accreditation or recognition of tertiary level engineering qualifications within their jurisdictions. So meron pong boundary, no? Which is the jurisdiction, who have chosen to work collectively to assist the mobility of professional engineers. So, yung Washington Accord, it outlines the mutual recognition between the participating bodies of accredited engineering degree programs, establishes and benchmarks the standards for professional engineering education across those bodies. So the Washington Accord was originally signed in 1989. Started with the 6 signatories, but currently there are now 23 signatories or members. So ito po yung mga signatories ng Washington Accord. The founding members are Australia, Canada, Ireland, New Zealand, UK, and the US. Take note that these countries are represented by the accrediting body for in that particular country. Like in Australia, it's Engineers Australia. For US, it's ABET, Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology. So the membership is through the accrediting bodies. In 1995, Hong Kong, China was added. So kaya tinatawag yung boundary kung saan if may effect yung agreement, the term used is jurisdiction. It's not country because we know that Hong Kong is part of China, but in this case, in 1995, only for the degree programs in Hong Kong, no? Yung nag-join as signatory ng Washington Accord. So these are the additional members throughout the years: 1999, South Africa, Japan in 2005, Singapore in 2006, Chinese Taipei in 2007, Korea also, in 2009, Malaysia. So the first naging members from ASEAN, so we have Singapore and then Malaysia. So in 2011, Turkey, 2012, Russia, 2014, India, and also in that year, Sri Lanka, 2016, China as a whole, 2017, Pakistan, 2018, Peru, 2020, Costa Rica, and just this year, 2022, Mexico, and our neighbor country, Indonesia. So their signatory status was approved. The International Engineering Alliance meetings occur for the acceptance of signatories, approval of signatories occur in the month of June of a particular year. So the new members are Mexico and Indonesia. Now, there are also Washington Accord provisional signatories, and nandito po tayo. So, these bodies are recognized as having appropriate systems and processes in place to develop towards becoming a full signatory. Provisional, pero provisional pa tayo, no? Hindi tayo full signatory. So, kabatch natin ang Bangladesh since 2016. So the Philippines is represented by the Philippine Technological Council. And then also with provisional status, Chile, Myanmar, Thailand, and Saudi Arabia. So makikita po natin na based on those jurisdictions that are already members of the Washington Accord and those who have provisionary status, siguro we can say to ourselves, bakit hindi pa tayo naging member? World-class naman yung mga Filipino electrical engineers. So according to the president of PTC, the Engineer Fred Monsada, yung naging issues po natin dyan ay dalawa. First, yung K-12 education program hindi pa in place at that time. So that's why it was very important for our engineering practitioners na dapat ma-in place na yung K-12. And last year, we had our first graduate of those who went through the K-12 program. So basically, the Philippines can say that the K-12 program is already established. So of course, we hear in the news that there are a lot of issues, pero we are sure, no? Siguro they just need to evaluate again the implementation. They have to improve our K-12 program, but that is already in place, and that is important for us to gain recognition for our engineering degrees in mutual recognition agreements. The other issue that was mentioned is that we have a lot of engineering, we have so many engineering institutions offering engineering degree programs, and it cannot be ascertained kung which among these institutions are really graduating students na nag-undergo ng quality education. So maybe we can say that all have met the minimum requirements, but there is that concern. That is why the PTC has established a tiering system, so tier. So there is right now being established a tier system. So mayroong tier 1 institution, tier 2 institution, just like what has been implemented in other countries, like I believe in India, kasi napakarami din no, ng kanilang mga educational institutions offering engineering. Now, what is the Philippine Technological Council? It is an umbrella organization of the 13 professional engineering organizations in the Philippines, each representing specific engineering field of practice. So, nakalist po dyan yung 13 professional engineering organizations, and of course, one of the members is IIEE. So, PTC was admitted to Washington Accord as a provisional member in June 2013. So being a provisional status member, so yung mga na-accredit ng PTC, Washington Accord does not confer recognition on the accredited engineering programs. But also, the other way is that PTC, being a provisional body, is not required to recognize the programs of other accord signatories, because we have to think that this is a two-way agreement. No? If we become a member of the Washington Accord, our accredited programs, the programs accredited by PTC, will be considered as substantially equivalent to the electrical engineering programs of the other Washington Accord member countries. But we also have to recognize that the graduates of the other Washington Accord countries substantially equivalent din yung engineering degree nila. That means that it will be also recognized in the Philippines as a degree. Although ibang usapan yung registration, yung sa PRC registration, that is outside of the MRA. So yung each jurisdiction, each country meron silang registration system for their engineers, and it is still up to the registering body like PRC in our case, whether to consider the substantially equivalent programs, to consider it to qualify for registration. So that is also a different matter when it comes to registration. So PTC has an accreditation and certification board for engineering and technology, or ACBET, which accredits engineering programs in accordance with the policies, processes, and procedures and authorities as specified sa tinatawag na CASE, Certification and Accreditation System for Engineering Education. So currently, yung BSE programs with current full PTC accreditation, there are 6 all over the Philippines. And with partial PTC accreditation, that means yung full is 6 years, partial is 2 years. So there are institutions with partial PTC accreditation, 4. So I will not name these institutions, but you can take a look at the information given in that link if you want to see ano yung mga degree programs natin, no? From which universities are accredited by PTC. There are other Philippine higher educational institution initiatives geared towards the Washington Accord. Specifically, itong the accreditation with ABET. So I believe that we have heard that some of our universities have programs that are accredited by ABET. ABET is the accrediting body for engineering degrees in the US. So although hindi lang for engineering, no, they also accredit programs in natural sciences, computing, but in the Philippines, practically, ABET is associated with engineering program accreditation. So it is a US accreditor. However, it also accredits programs from other countries. So 40 countries, no? Accredited as of now, 4,564 programs. If we take a look at Philippine universities that have ABET accreditation, yung may BSE program, there are 5. So nandyan din yung link for the 5 accredited BSE programs. However, merong caveat, no, when it comes to ABET accreditation. So because there might be a question that if my program is ABET accredited, kailangan ko pa ba magpa-accredit ng with PTC? The Washington Accord, ito, kinuha ko talaga ito. I got this from the website of ABET para word for word talaga, no? So yung makikita natin. So the Washington Accord only recognizes engineering programs accredited within the signatories' own jurisdictions. So, yung ABET accredited programs sa US, kasi yun ang jurisdiction ng ABET, yun lang ang nire-recognize ng Washington Accord. Although, pwedeng mag-accredit outside their jurisdiction, pero yung recognized ng Washington Accord are only those within the accreditor's jurisdiction. So, but nevertheless, an ABET accreditation in the Philippines is a seal of quality. So, kahit hindi siya automatic na magiging accredited din with Washington Accord, but I believe it will be easier for a graduate from an ABET accredited program to have his qualification evaluated in other countries. Pero hindi po siya automatic. And ABET accreditation is costly, and we are actually thankful for these universities who have really gone through the ABET accreditation, spending for it, because um, at least this shows that uh, we have engineering degree programs in the Philippines that are of international standard, and then the experience of ABET accreditation of these universities actually also trickle down to the other universities. Um, Learnings are shared because many of them also act as program evaluators for PTC. So, pero yung pinaka hinahangad talaga natin is that eventually PTC will be a full member of the Washington Accord. And PTC is gearing up for that because next year there will be visits from Washington Accord countries to evaluate our accreditation system, and hopefully, okay, so there's still that hope. There's that hope that uh, maybe by 2023, if not by 2023, or maybe later, that finally we will be able to get that coveted Washington Accord membership for the good of our engineering graduates, but of course for the accredited programs. Now, ano yung kailangan? So how should our engineering programs, specifically electrical engineering programs, level up? There's a very important document for us to refer to, and this is the IAA Graduate Attributes and Professional Competencies document that was first drafted in June 2001. It has gone through several revisions, and the latest version was issued just recently. No, matagal kasi, like it will take 3 years, for 3 or more years for a revision. So, as defined by the IAA GAPC, Graduate Attributes and Professional Competencies, so engineering is an activity that is essential to meeting the needs of people, economic development, and the provision of services to society. And then, because of that, it needs the purposeful application of mathematical and natural sciences and a body of engineering knowledge, because it seeks to provide solutions of which the effects are predicted to the greatest degree possible. Hindi pwede na uh, uh, tignan lang natin, no? Like, let's see if this will work. Hindi po pwede when we produce engineering solutions. So while bringing benefits, engineering activity also has potential adverse consequences. So therefore, it must be carried out responsibly and ethically, use available resources efficiently, be economic, safeguard health and safety, be environmentally sound and sustainable, and generally manage risks throughout the entire life cycle of a system. So, ito yung stages of development of an engineering professional. First, the attainment of accredited educational qualification, then professional registration, and then siguro yung apex na is being included in an international register like APEC, ASEAN Engineer, ACPER. So, pero yung focus po natin dito lang sa base ng pyramid, yung attainment of accredited educational qualification. So, focus of this presentation. So, this is the graduate attribute profiles. Medyo kailangan to ng several readings in order that we can really internalize it. Pero yung differentiating characteristics of accredited programs, kailangan engineering knowledge, problem analysis, design, development of solutions, and then we have here descriptors. No? So for the engineer graduate, for the Washington Accord programs, ito yung requirements for our graduates. For engineering technologies, ito naman. So what differs here practically is that for the engineer graduate, yung capability to develop solutions to complex engineering problems. So pabalik-balik po yan, no? Complex engineering problems. Whereas for engineering technologists, it's broadly defined engineering problems. And then for engineering technicians, well-defined engineering problems or well-defined technical problems. So we take note that there is also specification on the knowledge attributes. Naka-box dito in yellow, WK1 to WK4. So that is defined in the document. What is a complex engineering problem? So a complex engineering problem must have this first attribute and then one or more of the others. For example, no, that it cannot be resolved without in-depth engineering knowledge at the level of one or more of the following knowledge profiles, WK3, and so on until WK8, which allows a fundamentals-based first principles analytical approach. So ito yung requirement na uh, characteristic of what we call a complex engineering problem, which our graduates must be able to solve. And then there are other requirements, one or more of the others, like involving wide-ranging or conflicting technical, non-technical issues such as ethical, sustainability, legal, political, economic, societal, and consideration of future requirements. So have no obvious solution, requires abstract thinking, creativity, and originality, involve and frequently encountered issues or problems, address problems not encompassed by standards, involve collaboration across engineering disciplines, so multidisciplinary, and address high-level problems with many components or sub-problems. So ito yung kailangan i-prove ng isang accredited programs that their graduates are able to solve these types of complex, these what we call as complex engineering problems. So ito naman yung knowledge and attitude profiles, yung na-mention kanina, WK1, WK2. So I know na medyo mahirap siya basahin, no, and how much more to internalize it, but for those, no, for especially for engineering educators, and we want to level up the standards of the engineering education that we offer to the country, then these are the things that we need to review, and not just review but implement in our programs, and not just implement but also demonstrate that we have attained in our programs for our students. So our students have attained the following attributes. So continuing with the graduate attribute profiles, actually nakita na natin to previously. So ito yung basis actually of the program outcomes that we have shown in the beginning of this presentation that was adopted by the CHED CMO. But with the June 2021 revision of the graduate attribute profiles, there are a lot here actually that are not yet reflected in the CHED CMO, but for programs, no, yung mga BSA programs that we aspire for accreditation under PTC, so that when eventually PTC becomes a member of Washington Accord, then our programs are mutually recognized by the other Washington Accord countries, then ito yung kailangan natin na masatisfy. Take note, one of the new requirements is analysis and evaluation of sustainable development impacts. Okay, so it is now an important consideration in our engineering degree programs, the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So in one of the presentations this week, nakita to, or not just one, but actually more, no? That mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals. These are the targets of the United Nations for 2030, and engineers are vital contributors for making progress towards these goals. So ito yung list ng Sustainable Development Goals. How about for electrical engineering? Where do we play a key role? Siguro yung key role natin is doon sa SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy. It states that by 2030, we must ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. Why? Because energy electrical energy specifically, no, is not just being used in the electric power industry, but yung industry natin produces electricity in order that that will be used by society as a whole, and then all the other SDGs are practically not attainable unless we have energy access. So napaka-importante ng role natin sa attainment ng Sustainable Development Goals. So if we look at the specific targets of SDG 7, so ito yung makikita natin. So mentioned here, increase yung share of renewable energy in the global energy mix, double the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency, and siguro as we have seen sa mga topics ng different rooms in this national convention, we have separate session for renewable energy, separate for energy efficiency, and then not just that, no, but also involvement in research. So we had a very good day for the presentations, research na facilitated by IIEE. And also, in ating mga academic and research institutions are very crucial yung role nila in order that we can contribute to the targets of SDG 7, especially in the Philippines. On electricity access in the Philippines, alam natin that we have still a lot of areas in the countries that are not yet connected to the grid. And siguro yung pinaka-immediate na kailangan talaga is we still have like maybe around 800,000 households in the country that are not yet having electricity access that we in the urban centers enjoy. Although meron din actually in urban Philippines na walang electricity access, especially in yung mga informal settlements, no? So maraming walang electrical connection. So the electrification it looks like eventually it will look like an S-curve, no? Yung target ng Philippine government is 100% electrification by 2022, but being involved in projects that are implemented in remote islands, in off-grid areas, I can say that this target cannot be met. And meeting the target becomes more and more difficult as we go to the remote areas of the country. But ito, no, yung kailangan na incorporate natin in our curriculum. Sustainable Development Goals, not just SDG 7 actually, but also the other Sustainable Development Goals, wherein electrical engineering and electrical technology education is relevant. So on our end, what are the initiatives that we have done, especially on demonstrating that our graduates are capable to solve complex engineering problems, and also that our students are not just aware, but also work towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically in this case, SDG 7. So we have a course, Fundamentals of Power Plant Engineering Design Laboratory. And in the curriculum map, this is a demonstrative course. That means that our students, upon finishing this course, must be able to demonstrate the course outcomes that has been identified, na dito i-demonstrate yung capability ng students. So for example, the course outcomes in this particular course, in our case, is design a hybrid power plant for an off-grid community considering technical, economic, social, and environmental constraints. And then assess the technical, economic, social, and environmental issues that are relevant to the sustainability of a community power plant in an off-grid area. The student performance assessment method is through a case study, which is actually not a popular method in our engineering education in the country. Mostly yung mga business schools, no? Yung gumagawa ng mga case study. But in this case, since it's not just giving our student a mathematical problem to solve, but they have to consider the issues, no, that has been mentioned in the course outcomes. Otherwise, it will not be a complex engineering problem. But of course, there are also the other attributes of a complex engineering problem that we can consider. But in this case, ito yung pinaka-applicable. So we provided our students case study input information, like off-grid island information for a specific island, community information, and survey data useful for load profiling coming from a research project. In this case, all are real-world data because we have been to this particular off-grid island to do an implementation of funded research. First, it was a Newton Fund from UK, and then later on, European Union, EU, ASEP grant, we were able to put up a 11 household microgrid for actually just a small percentage of the community because of budget limitations. But nevertheless, we were able to acquire real-world data that we gave to our students in order that they will be using this data to fulfill the course outcomes. So ano yung case study requirements? The students have to produce in their case study at the end of the semester. So they do load profile estimation. And for those who have done load profile estimation, there is no single way to do it. So there is no single solution. The student has to present and defend the load profile that he or she has created. So dyan pa lang, no? Yung students natin is they are really forced to consider many factors even in just load profile estimation. Then local energy resource assessment and community resource assessment. Analysis of technical, economic, social, and environmental constraints. Specification of power plant architecture options. Maliit lang yung hybrid na power plant. It's for a community for almost 400 households, but nevertheless, it is a good real-world practice for our students. System modeling using a modern engineering tool, in this case, Homer Pro software. System simulation and optimization and analysis of results. Technical system design, and system specification and simulation using components available in the market. Kasi yung software, binibigay niya capacity as computed na magiging optimal. But it might not be the equipment or component that is available in the market. So our students get online information and even sometimes ask for quotations from suppliers. So meron naman tayong mga suppliers na supportive, even though alam nila na estudyante, binibigyan nila, pero meron ding mga suppliers na siguro busy lang talaga and hindi binibigyan yung mga estudyante natin. But I hope an appeal to those in the industry na for cases like this, it is actually a very good contribution for you na can make to our engineering education. So, analysis of technical and economic performance from simulation results, and sustainability analysis considering technical, economic, social, and environmental aspects. So, ito yung ginagawa ng mga estudyante as an example, load profiling, and then resource assessment, community resource, ano yung pwedeng paglagyan. In this case, mayroong diesel generator yung system, mayroon ding solar PV with battery energy storage. So in the implementation, in the simulation tool, and then analysis of results. So the purpose is for our students to demonstrate that in fact, they have that ability to provide solutions to complex engineering problems. Ito, yung first requirement, WP1, ito yung kailangan na characteristic sa problem na pinapagawa natin with our students, and then one or more of the others. So, using the knowledge that they gain, na we develop in them as they went through the program, which is required for a Washington Accord program, mga WK1 up to WK9. Hard skills, soft skills, and lahat na nakalista dito, ang dami na kailangan na i-provide natin, na kailangan ma-attain ng ating mga estudyante. So this is my final slide. These are just some of the insights that we have gained, specifically on the implementation of the case study that we have done, and also seeking to make our program at a level of the programs that are recognized under the Washington Accord. First, the breadth required of engineering education has been widened to emphasize digital literacy, data analysis, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, knowledge of relevant social sciences. Ito yung mga requirement na nasa GAPC, yung Graduate Attribute and Professional Competencies Document ng IAA. Global education is holistic education. So it's not just the technical aspect. In fact, if we look at the outcomes, a lot of the outcomes are di natin masasabi na technical, but we know, especially for those who are already practicing the profession, that we need to develop in order that we have a successful career. Next is integration of sustainable development goals in the curriculum, and Philippine engineering education in general. We need to level up to global standards. During the pandemic, I have been with CHED virtually doing visits in our higher educational institutions, private or state universities and colleges. And we have seen that although most, hindi ko masasabi na lahat, no? Because there are programs na may problema talaga. Most of our institutions meet the minimum requirements as set forth by CHED, but we have a lot of work to do in order that our programs level up to global standards. And finally, as a start, so yung nakikita ko that we can do, that we need to develop real-life cases from industry for materials, real-life cases, no? And with materials from industry to develop case studies where students are able to demonstrate that they can solve complex engineering problems. So I hope that we can work on this one. As we have seen in the presentations this week, there is a very rich resource of experience and knowledge from our industry practitioners that we can translate into case studies that we can give to our engineering students, especially those graduating students, wherein we need to demonstrate that they have attained the graduate attributes as specified in the document of the International Engineering Alliance. So we hope that IIEE will play a role in this, bringing together industry practitioners and the academe in order that we can develop materials na mag-level up yung ating engineering education, not just for some universities, but as many as possible. So, of course, there is always that option for our industry practitioners to teach in our degree programs. We know that you are very busy, but you can teach part-time in specific courses. And then, siguro, like in our case, actually, it's institutionally, it's possible for us to team teach. Yung team teaching is yung particular course, is not handled by just one instructor or professor. Pwedeng dalawa, pwedeng tatlo, hati-hatiin nila in order that meron din kasing mga requirements in terms of educational requirements, definition, the course outcomes, medyo matrabaho din yun, no? And mostly it's academic work. So, so that each of us with our different competencies will be able to contribute to the leveling up of our electrical engineering, electrical technology education. That is all for my presentation for this morning. Thank you very much for listening and considering the thoughts that I have shared.
Okay, so thank you so much, Engineer Isabelo Rabuya, for updating our IIE members for in the topic of the electrical engineering education updates. Okay, so to award the certificate of appreciation. By the way, so for those who wants to have a question, no? So you can email Sir Abuya, no? So ando naman yung email niya kanina naka-flash, no? So to award the certificate of appreciation, let me read the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, IIEE, accredited professional organization, certificate number IAPO 016, PRC accredited CPD provider, number OEE 2020-007. This certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Engineer Isabelo A. Rabuya for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic leveling up trend in standards of electrical engineering and technology education during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership, Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 7 to 12, 2022 in Manila, Philippines, via Zoom conferencing, given this 12th day of November 2022, signed Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IIEE Vice President for External Affairs, signed Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IIEE Vice President for Internal Affairs, signed Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIEE National President, and signed Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIEE National Secretary. Thank you so much, Engineer Isabelo Rabuya. And now, at this point, we will be having a sponsored technical presentation from our sponsors, the Westco, with the topic Developing New Managers and Supervisors. Let us have the Vice President for Operations and HR of Westco, Ms. Carmina Rosel P. Bergonia.
Okay, good morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning. So I'm excited today. I am from Westco. My name is Carmina Rosel Peñalosa Bergonia, but please just call me by my nickname, Michelle. It is only my mother who is angry. She calls me by Carmina. So I'm so happy to be here with you today. Our talk is about developing leaders. Now, so let me share my screen because I know we have some friends on Zoom. So mag-hi lang ako dun sa ating friends on Zoom. Hello, everyone. How is everyone? Thumbs up. Heart, if you're great. No? So good morning again to everyone on Zoom. First of all, I want to congratulate IIEE for a successful annual conference. Palakpakan natin silang lahat. And after all the effects of the pandemic, you made it here. Congratulations to all the officers, to the organizers, the technical team. Congratulations. And thank you again for having Westco back. Okay. So for those in Zoom, hello. I have here a big plenary room. So I see a few people here in the middle. Our talk today will only be 30 minutes, but I want to have your energy with me. So if I can ask some of our friends here on the side to just put a little more steps so that we can go to the center. Okay lang ba? Yan. Lagyan natin ng konting energetic music, tech team. So everyone, let's stand, face to your right, and move a little steps. So, okay, everyone, let's stand. All of us together with me, standing on stage. Move a few steps to the right. Move, done. Okay, everyone here, move to the right, move here. Yan, para makita ko yung friends natin dito. Move, come on. May prize ang best dancer. Sige po. Usog. Yan, mas magandang magkita-kita, no? I like the music, tech. Yan, okay, great. I'm seeing more people come in. Thank you so much. Okay, so my talk is coming from an engineer to a leader. Tamang-tama sa ating annual conference theme, it is all about leadership. Now, we'll talk about that idea later on. Doon din kanina sa sinabi ni Engineer Rabuya, may sinabi siya, sinulat ko nga kasi napakaganda. Do we remain in our comfort zone? Or do we level up? Narinig niyo ba yon kanina, sinabi niya? Yes, thank you. So, ang ganda nung tinanong niyang yun, no? Napaisip din ako doon. At ito din yung magiging idea natin for today. How do we leader shift? How do we shift up? So in the next 30 minutes of this talk, it's only 30 minutes. I know it's not enough to talk about the leadership or the leader shift in 30 minutes. But what I will give to you are actionable points and maybe spark your curiosity, spark some inspiration to think about your own leadership development and the leadership development of your colleagues if you're already a leader. So 3 things I will need from you today: energy, curiosity, and interaction. So those of you in Zoom, again, and those of you here in the plenary, how is your energy level today? On a scale of 1 to 10. Can you show your hands in the plenary? Anong energy level? In Zoom, type in the chat box. Can I see anong mga energy level nyo on a scale of 1 to 10? Let me see the show of hands. Ayan ang gusto ko sa mga IIE. Tingnan mo yung mga pen, no? Woohoo! Dito, sa Zoom, 8, 7, 10, 9, 9.5. Naku, may kulang pang kape. Hindi pa naubos ang kape. 88. Naku, biglang kulang na ako. Awesome. Okay. Thanks for your energy. Let's keep it up. 30 minutes lang naman to. 12, si Julius sa Zoom. Okay, next. Curiosity. Now, how about curiosity? Who here wants to be a leader? Raise your hand. Tingnan niyo yung katabi niyo. Nag-raise ba siyang hand? Baka nag-iisip pa siya. Wag bayaan niyo siya mag-isip mo. Gusto maging leader. Who here wants to improve their career? Career advancement. Sinong gusto? Mas madami, no? Kaya sure tayo dyan kasi ibig sabihin mas magandang buhay, no? Now, here's the third question. Part of curiosity. How many are wondering, paano nga ba maging isang leader or magkaroon ng career advancement? How many of you are wondering? Meron ba nagtataka? Meron ilan-ilan. No? Baka some of you already have an idea. Yan, I see on Zoom. Me, raising hands. Everyone, me also. And now the last one, the last requirement for this topic is interaction. So I see already the interaction. Everyone here, wave your hands. And on Zoom, can I see the interaction, the thumbs up on Zoom? Woo! Yan, okay. Great. And part of the interaction is we will have a Menti meter. So yung mga nasa Zoom and here in the plenary, you can just access your phone later on for some of our activities. For some of our activities, we will also have, I think Jetro helped me out, bring out some scratch paper at the edge of your row. So you can access that in case you don't have internet access on your phone. So let me start. First, let me introduce myself. Talagang niliitan ko yung picture kasi I don't want to embarrass myself with all these pictures. What makes me so interested about this topic? Leadership development, leadership coaching, human resource, and why in this industry, no? Looking back, I grew up actually with engineers. My father is an engineer who is very active in your organization. He's also my boss. Also, I grew up with uncles and relatives that are engineers. Siyempre, nung bata ako, hindi ko naisip na engineer pala sila. So, growing up, I was watching them work, hearing them talk about projects. Because back in those days when I was a child, our office was in our backyard. And para magkaroon ako ng allowance, bebentahan ko sila ng homemade yema na ginagawa namin. So I would hear them talk, no? So I grew up with them. I heard them about talking about projects, challenges, problems, and then I've seen them, no, grow their own business, grown their own profession, not knowing what it really was all about. And then growing up further as a elementary high school, I started to join student organizations and clubs and groups. And I saw my higher level friends who are also students become leaders. I saw them lead our school projects. Eventually, in my high school and in my college, I also became my own version of a leader. Kayo din ba naging active sa inyong mga college and student organizations? Thumbs up if you did. On Zoom and here in the, hindi ba, na-experience nyo din, no? Yung ganong feeling of leading a group. Yan, I see a lot of you doing a thumbs up on Zoom. And then after that, in college, I got interested with dancing and theater. I saw a different side of leadership. It's not the technical side, but it was more the creative. It was more creating a team harmony, a teamwork, so that we can create this wonderful presentation on stage. So I saw that kind of different type of leadership. And so further on, I still got involved in my high school and college days. After that, I entered a sales job, actually, after college. And then I transferred to HR. And this is where I found my passion for people development and training and sharing ideas and helping people tap potential. And so because of this, we also have our sister company, PAMAF Training Institute. We have set up Icon Learning, who is a soft skills development expert. If you've heard Professor Rabuya earlier, isa sa mga goals ng improvement of engineers is the soft skills development. And we are happy to share, since the pandemic effects, we have partnered with several schools that want to improve their engineering students. And what we do is we give leadership development courses for these students. Moreover, we also do training programs for various companies and government agencies, of course, engineering companies like those of you that have here. Plus, we do this not only because this is our work, but this is something we love to do. Okay, so this is just a little background, and I wanted to share this because this is really something I'm passionate about. On top of all those things, I have been in human resource of Westco for the last 15 years. And in the last 15 years, what I have seen are the growth of our own engineers. And I have seen them become better leaders, better experts, servicing our customers in the industry. Also, I just want to know those small font sizes there. That's just a description of my strengths-based personality and my Briars-Miggs personality. Now, I also wanted to share this because I wanted to introduce myself and give you a background of why I love this topic. But I also wanted to show you that this kind of journey is something I want you to also think about. Here's the thing. Isipin nyo din, bakit kayo nahilig sa ganitong industry? What made you decide to enter this industry? Okay? So I want you to think about that. Maybe write it in a piece of paper. Maybe type some notes on your phone. Maybe those in Zoom, kung may maisip kayo, type it in the chat box. What makes you passionate about this industry? What is it in your journey? What is it in your life that triggers that inspiration? Okay? So later on, I'll talk about all of these further. What is this personality? What are these strengths finders? What is this journey? Why is it so important in leadership development? Okay? So let me proceed. 3 things we'll go through in the next few minutes together. We'll talk about struggles, we'll talk about skills, and we'll talk about success for the future. So first of all, let's talk about ano-ano nga ba yung struggle. Here's a eye-catching quotation from Elon Musk. Thumbs up if you know Elon Musk. If you don't know Elon Musk, buksan nyo lang yung Twitter. He's all over. No? Ayan, in Zoom, nagta-thumbs up din sila. There was a book I was reading preparing for this presentation, and he was quoted by the author. Elon Musk said, and you can see it on screen, no? He said, when Henry Ford made cheap, reliable cars, people said, nah, what's wrong with the horse? That was a huge bet he made, and it worked. So if you look back, if you Google search, ano ba yung mode of transportation in 1896? It was this, what you see on screen, cars and carriages. And then in the same year, Henry Ford, if you see on the screen, he had his first engine, his first automobile. And that was revolutionary. And now we see, no, those hybrid cars, even flying cars, no? So this is the idea that I want to give to you today. What is this huge bet we want to create in ourselves? What is this huge spark? Okay, so let me proceed. What are the struggles? So in my first item, struggles. Ano yung struggles? Struggles to be a leader. Some would say, I am not confident. Hindi ako confident. Parang I like to work alone. Pwede na akong, in my own small team. Or it's not my personality kasi I'm an introvert. No? Surprisingly, I'm also an introvert. No? So I can relate to a lot of you. And they will say, managing people is difficult. Is this something similar to your thoughts? Thumbs up? Yes, yung iba. How about on Zoom? Merong mga nagta-thumbs up. Merong similar, no? So let me ask you, just quickly, go to Menti, and let me ask you this question. What is a personal struggle for you in developing leadership? Your own leadership. So click on menti.com on Google, your browser, menti.com, then enter the number 76193437, and then let's interact together. For those in Zoom and here in the plenary, scan the QR code you are seeing. Okay? I'll give you a few seconds to do that. Great. Yan. So nakikita ko kayo sa Zoom, ha? You're doing great. Ayan. Okay, now we see people on Zoom. And you can see my screen, correct? Yan. So what are the struggles? Professionalism, leadership, handling people, problem solving, discipline, technical skills, of course, which is the core of your industry. A lot of it, no? Confidence. So if you're seeing the huge word, confidence is one of the biggest factors. Handling people, experience. Of course, you have to get out there, go to the field, go to your plant, get that experience. So what I'm seeing, no, and there's so many words that we're seeing here. Please keep it coming. If you're having a hard time with Menti, go to the chat box. I will still see it. 3 words: experience, confidence, leadership. When you look at these three words, guess what? Are they technical skills or are they soft skills? Maybe you will think, yes, merong technical aspect, but take a look at the two huge words, leadership and confidence. These are actually soft skills. And we will talk about why soft skills is so important. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to those in Zoom as well. Let me go back to my slides. So when we talked about soft skills and experience and technical skills, there's a struggle, no? Lalo na sa engineering professionals. What do we actually manage? If you look at this slide, what do we actually manage as an engineering professional? Is it the fixed asset or is it the people asset? Can you type in the chat box or you can shout it out here in the plenary? Anong minamanage ninyo? Who says fixed? Wala. Who says people? May nag-raise. Who says both? Ayan, mas madaming nag-raise ng hand ng both. Now in the chat box, let me see. A lot of them are saying both. So again, no, this is an eye-opener, a brain expander that I want you to think about when you think about leadership development, when you think about managerial and supervisorial development. It's not only the fixed asset that you are thinking about, right? Hindi lang yung technical aspect ng inyong trabaho, but you're also looking at the people asset. This is really your team, your technical team, the other departments that you work with. So this is now how I want you to expand your mind shift, your attitude towards leadership development. And as you can see, there is a critical demand in the development of soft skills all over in different industries. Why? You've probably heard of the concept Industry 4.0. Those in Zoom, thumbs up if you've heard the Industry 4.0 here in the plenary. Raise your hand if you've heard of this concept. Yes. Yan, merong mga ilan-ilan. So for those who are hearing this concept for the first time, Industry 4.0 was introduced by Klaus Schwab. So merong mga sa Zoom, mga nakarinig na. There's a concept introduced by Klaus Schwab. It was in an essay and it was in a book. It was introduced a few years back. And he mentioned that there's 4 categorical industries that the world has gone through. In Industry 1, it was introduced yung mechanization, the steam power, the weaving loom. No? And you see some technology using this. A few century later, you see the Industry 2.0. And here in the 1800s, what was critical here, what events? There was the war, revolutions, and even sickness. And you will see, no, mass production, the assembly line, and the electrical energy was established. Now, it was invented. Okay? And then in Industry 3, in the 1960s, this was all post-war. Now you see the baby boom generation, and now you see the hippie power. They're starting to use automation, computers, and electronics. And because of this, they were able to expand their organizations, their businesses to companies globally. No? If not locally, nag-regional, nag-global. Okay? And it was in this era that the internet was also introduced, okay? Which allowed more businesses to enter different countries. And now we are in the Industry 4.0. What is so shocking about Industry 4.0? What's shocking is we now live and breathe and interact with technology. We work and live and breathe. Think about your children, no? Lalo na yung the younger ones. They were born with technology. While we were growing up with it, we were introduced to it, they were born with it. And what's so shocking is kung tayo, yung skills natin dati was to learn how to type using the manual typewriter. Do you know what the children's skills now are doing? They are learning how to code. No? My son, who is 9, is coding his own game. So that's how advanced they are, no? That's how different it is. How is this affecting our lives? This is affecting our lives as soon as we wake up. What do you do the first thing you wake up? Look at your phone. My brother-in-law even set up Alexa around his house so he can tell Alexa to switch off the aircon, switch on the lights, turn on the coffee machine, etc. And that's how we live. How did you go here to SMX? If you drove, you maybe used what? Waze. Now Waze, no, is this big data technology. Kung ikaw ay nag-ride share, you probably used an application, correct? No? If you flew in, of course, how did you check in? Baka may application din yan. No? So everything is intertwined. Everything is intertwined with technology. Now let me share with you a quick video about this technology. Those in Zoom, hopefully you can hear the sound. Here's the video. So how did, whoops, very loud. Sorry about that. How did you feel about that video? Anong naging reaction ng pulso ninyo? Were you excited? Were you curious? Were you scared? Can I see? On the chat box, what was your initial reaction? For those here in the plenary, raise your hand if you were excited about it. Wala masyado, no? Who were curious about it? May mga ilan. And who was a little scared when they saw it? I can see more hands when they were saying scared. So when I show this video, there's really a variety of reactions, no? Some are excited, some are curious. How will I work in this kind of world? Some were scared. But we actually can see this happening already. The fourth industrial revolution is in our midst. It's happening, if not progressing. And you see this in all over the industries. big data, the Internet of Things, 3D printing, and even cobot manufacturing. You know, when you have a human and you have a robot working together to produce better quality and quicker products. No? You see this in your world also? Thumbs up if this is also happening and you feel this happening. Yan, meron nagta-thumbs up, no? So, why are we talking about this in leadership development? Because we can now see that technology can do the same things as each of one does. So natatakot yung iba, man versus machine. Dumadating sa isip nila parang yung Robocop na pelikula. Naabutan niyo ba yung Robocop? Yung mga kapanahunan ko, Robocop. No? So man versus machine. So there is a struggle, no? How do we differentiate now ourselves from the machine? And guess what? There are several answers, but one big answer is our soft skills. So what I've done just presenting was the struggle, the real world scenario. How do we differentiate it? It is now through our skills. It is now through soft skills. Now the response to the the changing world is called the business of engineering. And this is idea I got from one of the books, again, I read to prepare for this presentation. It's defined by personal attributes that enable you to interact effectively and harmoniously with other people. So these are personal attributes that you may develop. We are not born with leadership. We are not born with confidence. We are not born with communication skills that are polished. We have to develop those skills. Correct? Kasi wala naman tayong nakitang newborn baby, no? Tapos sasabihin ng nanay, ayan, may leadership na siya. No, wala, no? So we really have to develop these things. And there's another book that I read just recently. These are developed in the brain. And it is part of the mitochondria of the brain to really develop this. And some would say this can really be learned. So the soft skills on the second box are the non-technical bridge between technical knowledge and the understanding of others. Now, guess what? What if we can have one step into developing ourselves into this business of engineering? This is a framework that you can apply in your career to dramatically increase your success. And have I seen this? Thank you, I heard the bell. Have I seen this happen? Yes. I've seen this happen in our leaders in Westco, and I've also seen this in the students we partner with and in the colleges we partner with. Who have discovered this? Popular people have seen this business of engineering, and they've used the soft skills. Examples of engineers may not be electrical, but you see them on the screen. Jeff Bezos, who's the Amazon founder, he's a computer engineer. Again, Elon Musk, he is a physician in physics, no? Tesla, SpaceX, of course, Twitter. And then the first female, ayan, I want to say female, CEO of General Motors, who is an electrical engineer. Her name is Mary Barra. She's the first female CEO. And they have used this business of engineering, this soft skills development, to become a leader. So they utilize soft skills how? Technical foundation, which is probably what you already have it, plus big picture thinking, looking at the vision, problem solving skills, and relentless learning. Again, relentless learning. I think your annual conference is an avenue for that. And keep on learning. I think what I've seen with a lot of engineers, they love to learn. So keep on having that curiosity. Soft skills. How can you use this if you're a supervisor, if you're a manager? You can use this for your team harmony and productivity. How do we do this? Managing people, managing teams, and project management. Now, the words you see in the parentheses, these are subtopics that you want to start thinking about. Now, the slides I'm showing to you, it could be something like a checklist. Para siyang punch list, no? Of skills that you want to improve on to develop managers and to develop supervisors. So take a look at this slide and this screen so that you know, ano kaya dyan ang pwede kong ma-develop? Maybe this quarter or starting on January, I can start to read about it. I can start to look at webinars for this. I can ask my HR to send me to training about these things. Okay? So take a look at it. Managing people. Some of you said this in our mentee. That includes performance management and coaching. Managing teams. This is discovering your leadership style. Iba-iba ang leadership style, but it is important for you to discover what is your unique leadership attribute and your leadership style. Of course, project management and problem solving. This includes ethical decision making and ethics in our work. Okay? What's another one? Soft skills for connecting. So first we started with ourselves. Then we create the team harmony and productivity. Then we start to connect to each other. What's part of this? Communication skills. Now, a lot of us are silent workers. We work and we show the output, we show the savings, we show the productivity, we show the efficiency. But pag presentation na, ikaw na. No, siya na lang. Now, challenge yourself. Step out of your box. Tear out the box. No? Start to develop your own communication style. So look at developing yourself in public speaking, in presentation skills, in business writing, or even in technical writing. Because the more you can connect to others through your communication skills, the faster, the more effective you can do that, the more influence you can create. And the more influence you can create, the more trust and credibility you can have. And of course, being accountable, no? Leading by example, taking big action, changing your environment. What does this mean? Create that innovation. Create that, sabi nga ng Toyota, yung Kaizen. No? Create that Kaizen. Create things that are better. It doesn't have to be a major project, but look at the way you do things and make it better. Of course, changing our mindset, no, is very practical. Soft skills for personal development, there is executive presence. Do you even wonder sometimes when a person walks into the room, meron sila nung X factor? Nagtataka ba kayo minsan, ano ba yung X factor na yan? They have this charisma. They have this magnifying factor about them. They have this magnetic factor. And this is called executive presence. That can be learned. That is a skill. No? People actually practice this. And as a trainer, I have been giving executive presence training. This is confidence building, networking, getting active in the industry, just like this. Look at your strengths finder. Now I'm going to the second bullet. Look at your strengths finder. This is a book. This is also a free test that you can do on the internet. Try to discover your strength and highlight that strength when you work on it. And of course, to our dear engineers and technical professional, work and life balance. Sometimes we forget about this balance. No? You are so into the operations. No? So take care of your own health. If you want to take care of others, you have to take care of yourself first. Okay? So maintain your mental and physical health, rest and work time. Now, here's the third one. This is my last one. Success for the future. Here are some final reminders and golden nuggets. What I've gone through is our struggle. The second one is the skills that you can develop. And we have developed this also in our own leaders, in the students we work with, and the colleges we partner with for our talk. Here's the last few things we want to share with you to develop yourself as a leader. One, we don't need to know everything. Sometimes we feel pressured when we come to our room, kailangan alam natin lahat. But sometimes we can collaborate, no? We can say, oh, I'm not familiar with this, I need to study more about it. Act on the strengths of other colleagues, okay? And you don't need to work alone. Again, work with your departments, work with the different teams to create innovation and collaborate. Last two, know your why. Now, I go back to your leadership journey. I go back to my first question. What is inspiring you to be an engineer today in the fourth industrial revolution where you are forming the future? What is your why? What is inspiring you? And finally, define your vision. What is the impact you want to create? Now, when we develop our managers, our leaders, when you develop your own managers and leaders, ask them, what is the vision? Why do you really want this? Then all the skills will follow. Okay? So this is a research by McKinsey, a popular research company. And they stated, what is the energy sector looking like? And in this research of McKinsey, they said, these are the items that a lot of energy companies are looking into because we are in the middle of an energy transition. Now, I know in this organization, you have experts to talk about this, so I won't talk about them. But we are in the midst. Nasa gitna tayo ng energy transition. Now, the question is for you, as an engineer to your journey to become a leader, to developing, to becoming a leader, what's your future going to look like? Okay. What's your future going to look like? So, as I close this presentation, I have shared with you our struggles, the skills checklist that you can develop for yourself and for your company, and what success in the future could look like. So in my last activity, I've shared a lot, and I'm a little bit over time. Please go back to Menti and share with me, what are 3 things you can do to develop yourself from an engineer to a leader? So again, go to Menti, use the code, scan the QR code if you're here in the plenary or on Zoom. Okay, I'll give you a few seconds to do that. Okay, now I switch my screen back to Menti. Three things you can start doing. There you go. So if you're having problems with Menti, please just type it on the chat box. I can still see it. What are 3 things you can start doing as a leader? Great. I'm seeing Aurelio, Virgilio, Nancy on Zoom, Enimar. Thank you so much. So again, this is really the 30 minutes, a little more. It's really just an eye-opener. And I've provided you with some actionable things that you can start to do. So please enter your thoughts. 3 things you can start to do to develop yourself as or your team from an engineer to a leader. Okay? So let me punch back to my screen, to my PowerPoint. And as I close my talk, so as we talk about the future and we talk about leaders, I want to end this talk with another popular leader, not in the engineering industry, but a leader in different industries. And he said, some people want it to happen, some wish it would happen, others make it happen. This is from Michael Jordan. So I hope everyone here, everyone on Zoom, and all the engineers listening in, I wish you make it happen. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice day. Please get in touch with us. These are our information. Jetro will help me distribute our contact information, maybe at the door. No, you can just wave your hand. Jetro's there. Wave your hand, and then he will get in touch with. You can get in touch with us, Westco or Icon Learning. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Michelle. And I also wish next year we have you again. That was very engaging with not only the people here in our room, but also in the Zoom. So thank you very much. And the IIEE awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Westco for imparting valuable insights as sponsored technical presenter during the simultaneous technical sessions in the 4th Annual National Convention. Thank you again, Michelle. And to the people in the Zoom and present in the room, thank you for your active participation. Our next technical speaker is an experienced engineer in diverse roles. He has 15 years of industrial and academic experiences. He is a graduate of Master of Business Administration from Heriot-Watt University, Edinburgh Business School, Master of Science in Electrical Engineering cum laude from the Mapua Institute of Technology, Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering gold medalist from University of Cebu, and Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering cum laude from Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Maynila. He has 4 ISO 17024 professional certifications in project management, maintenance, and sustainability engineering. He is currently head of his business corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, Engineer John Placente.
Hello, good morning to everyone. I wish I was with you in the convention today. However, I am now online. No? Okay, so let me share with you first my PowerPoint presentation. Okay. Do you see it now? Ma'am, nakikita na po ba? Okay, so thank you for that introduction. My topic for this session is globalizing the Filipino electrical engineers international certifications. Aside from being an electrical engineer myself, I um, studied the several factors why engineers around the globe had their success. No? So when I was just a young engineer, siguro around 25 years old to um, around 27 years old, I always thought of the question, how do these foreigners become more successful than we are? How do they get opportunities from the Philippines and also from the other countries? No? And then I got acquainted myself with the certifications that they had and the education that they had. And I am sort of had um, a big observation that these foreigners they acquire international knowledge and they acquire also international certifications. We all know that if you are in the Philippines, having licenses like the PE and the RE will guide you to better opportunities. However, if you move to outside organizations, such as in the other countries, that could not be the case. No? There could be another rule of the game, and so um, I would like to present it to you so that I'll be exposing some of the further opportunities that you can take as a global engineer. Okay. Um, my agenda would be number one. I'm going to share about workforce certifications as a key to having more success in your profession. And then I'll also explain about, okay, hindi pa siya full screen. No? Let me share in full screen. Okay, however, okay, this is now in full screen, ma'am. Okay, let me here. Okay, am I now sharing it at full screen? Okay, sorry. All right, hold on. Say it. Okay, I hope you're seeing now in the full screen. Okay, the second topic would be the certification models for local and the international models. And then I'll be discussing about the ISO IEC 17024 personal certification and the international certification for engineers and managers. As we all know, if you are a new engineer, you will be on the technical path, but sooner or later you'll find yourself on the managerial job, which would entail handling both technical and management tasks. Okay, so let's start with the first one. Okay, if you are an engineer or part of the workforce, the competency of the workforce can be subdivided into four. The first one is your technical acumen. Second is the leadership acumen, and the third one is the business acumen. And with all these three, we all know that as professionals, we should be able to promote ethics and behavior in the workplace and the way you do business with everyone. So when we say technical, it's about you as a knowledgeable, okay, you as a knowledgeable person on your trade or your trades. Second is you'll be able to lead people, influence people to do things for the organization, and you'll be able to run business, work with the government, work with the other business in promoting your business and running your business. Okay, so typically, okay, swap. No? Okay, hold on. I'm just experiencing some issues. Hold on na po. Display settings, swap. So, ma'am, is this now okay? Okay. Am I now on full screen? Yan, okay na? Okay, I hope this is now okay, no? Okay. So I hope you are now seeing the full screen.
Excuse me, Sir John Placente. Can you switch your screens?
Sige,
In Zoom, we are seeing the presenter view.
okay, I'll swap.
The one with notes.
Okay. Swap. This one should be okay. Ay, teka, wait Baligtad data, okay.
Okay na?
Wait. Ito na okay na. Yeah, I see it
Yan.
now. All right, so I
Sir,
see
yan.
now.
Okay na po.
Okay.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so apologies for that. Okay. Now, what is the management basis for this competency certification? So, if you I know that you're aware of the ISO 9001-2015, and in the clause 7.1.6, no, it talks about the organizational knowledge. So it says there that the organization shall determine the knowledge necessary for the operation of its processes and to achieve conformity of products and services. No? So this knowledge should be maintained and made available to the extent necessary. The reason why we train our people and why we educate our people is that they should be able to do the task that they have to, and they should be able to serve the customers well. No? So, parang how do we expect people to do things if that they are not properly trained? We all know that there should be a very good integration from the college to the industry. But then again, there are a lot of things that the colleges and universities still have to do. And same thing, even if you are in the industry, you still have to continuously learn because because we talk about a lot of things, a lot of equipment, a lot of trade practices. And so for us to ensure that we serve the customers well, we should be able to continuously educate and train ourselves to several equipments, no? Several ways of doing businesses, and several ways of doing customer services. So yun. So sabi ng ISO 901, it is necessary for the organization, okay, to provide knowledge and to ensure that this achieves conformity of products and services. Okay. So parang sinasabi niya na if you don't have knowledge, okay, may malaking chance ka para magkamali ka when you do your products and your services. Okay. Now, also in ISO, sabi doon, specific to the organization and is generally gained by experience. So part of the competency, of course, is yung experience ng tao. No? And this can be based daw on internal sources such as intellectual property, lessons learned from projects, and results of improvements. So we recognize that the experiences of people on top of their training, classroom training, on top of their education in the universities, no? On top of their education from trade schools, no? Experience is one of the major factors how people really learn so that they can serve the customers and produce the products that they are intending to. No? Okay. Tapos sabi doon, the organization knowledge can be obtained through external sources like this, no? Yung academia, conferences, reading the standards of engineering bodies, no? Engineering organizations, and knowledge from customers and external providers such as suppliers. So I remember myself when I am with my younger years before, no, I always learn from the suppliers myself. I take a look at the manuals, no, I go to the suppliers' factories, no, and significantly I really learn from those experiences. Okay. Now, so what does it mean? No? If you own a company and or you are a manager of a company, you may want to get your people exposed to a lot of experiences on top of what they're doing right now. No? Kasi ang competency is it consists of training and development. So people would ask me, sir, ano po bang difference ng training and development? I always say to them that for me, training is learning the things that you need to learn, okay, on your current job, that is needed on your current job. When you say development, this could be the training or the workshops or the skills and the knowledge that you would need in the future. Okay, maybe the near future, but mostly for the years to come. No? Kaya tatawag doon is training and development. Okay. Now, also, sa ISO 9001, clause 7.2, the ISO 9001 talks about competence. Okay? Ang sabi doon, the organization shall determine the necessary competence of persons doing work under its control. Ensure that these persons are competent on the basis of appropriate education, training experience, and take actions to acquire necessary competence and evaluate the effectiveness of the action taken, and retain appropriate documented information as evidence of competence. No? So for example, in my case, I'm a member of the Project Management Institute. Before in the PMI kasi, we become members, but they also provide yung international certification called the project management professional. And the project management professional kasi, before you get certified to it, meron siya mga requirements. Like for example, you need to pass the necessary education. You need to be trained on the standard of the PMI, which is the PMBOK, the Project Management Body of Knowledge. That's currently in version 7. And then they will have to evaluate your experience. And then you have to take the certification exam. If you pass the certification exam, you become a PMP. No? So exactly what the ISO is telling us, that for the person to be assessed as competent, he has to go through the evaluation process. No? But more than that, the reason why we have this is because we have to remember that um, being certified internationally by this organization means that you have acquired knowledge, you have been to exposed, you have been exposed to a level of experience necessary for them to say that you are competent, and you have passed the necessary certification exam for them to officially state you as a project management professional. No? Okay. Ako personally, I benefited from this clause, and I educated myself with the help of the organization. Um, and I have been exposed to international practices. There were several instances in the past that I belong to a certain organization. Ano? Tapos, the manager namin na British, suddenly, no, naggalit sa akin. Sabi niya, bakit mo ginawa yan? No? Parang, syempre English na. So, why did you do that? So, in my amazement, I was thinking, teka, saan ako nagkamali? No? I just did my job. I followed the CEO while you were away in UK watching football. No? And then I said to myself na ako yung tama kasi sinunod ko lang yung utos sa akin. No? And then my project manager suddenly screamed at me, and then because he was shocked of what I did. No? Ang ginawa ko kasi is ni-revise ko yung bill of estimates namin upon the instruction of our boss. Okay, and I did it because I just followed the instruction of the CEO, which is the higher person. But then, sabi ko tama ako. But when I took the international training, I just said to myself, I did the wrong thing. And even the CEO did the wrong thing also. No? So at that point, I had the realization that even if I had practices in the past several years, no, those practices which you deem as correct could be wrong in the international perspective. Until now, I say to myself that I was really wrong into that situation. No? So people will say that you are wrong in yourself, in your own wisdom, you are correct. Pero if you're going to study the international standard, okay, you will see that you are really wrong. Okay, so that's a big benefit that I had, and that's the reason why I still continue to examine, deliberate, study, no, on the international standards, because for me, I get a lot of um, new knowledge and the correct practices from the international perspective. Okay, so this is the meaning of competence. Okay, in ISO 2015 clause 7.2, there's also discussion about applicable actions to acquire necessary competence. Okay, number one, I think organizations and companies are really doing this right now. They are very good in providing training to their employees. They send people to training internally and externally. No? Last 2 weeks, I was with one company, a property management office company. They provide boot camp trainings, I think for 6 months for new engineers. Okay, they on a facility management. So really say this group of people are really blessed to have those formal trainings. Saka sa napapakawalan after the 6 months to be a part of their property management offices. But they had undergone the boot camp of 6 months. So sabi ko, ang galing ng company na to. No? And then they also provide mentoring of their employees. So even after the boot camp, a professional body, a senior professional will be their body in the office. So they really provide mentoring, and then they form groups, okay, where they can ask questions on facility management. So that is still a very good display of teamwork, ensuring that a successful environment is being created in the organization. So despite of having a lot of problems in facility management, if you have teams like that, no, it would ensure say 70% of your success kasi people are gathering together to solve the problems. You can ask them questions. You can even borrow spare parts from one company to the other, no? In hope that syempre ba papalitan natin yan immediately while there is a spare that's coming to replace that. Yan. Next is reassignment of currently employed persons. So I have seen organizations that um, even if they are electrical engineers, they get exposed still to mechanical engineering works. No? Not really to perform it, kasi bawal naman yan sa practice natin, but to be very knowledgeable, okay, and to acquire experiences also, okay, on that field. No? Okay, and then hiring or contracting of competent persons also. No? So those companies also hire consultants, which these consultants and competent people share their knowledge to the workforce in their organization. Okay. Okay, what are the benefits of applying this ISO 901 clauses to your organization? So, number one is you bring about productivity, respect, no? Continuity of leadership in business. So, dati meron ako mga companies na parang parang I work in a few months lang or few weeks in a company that did not offer parang a very good structure for new employees. So I've been also to some organization that they don't take care of their engineers, especially the new ones. No? Okay, maybe because of the busy nature of their business, they forgot this part. But in most organizations that I've been to, there's really a structure where their people get um, trained to be successful on their job. Okay, so productivity, respect, continuity of leadership and business. Next is promotion of your great brand. So if you are having technical and competent people and they serve their customers, you are actually building your great brand. Okay. Next is professionalism of your workforce. Okay, so aside from technical things, we um, expose our people to leadership and business trainings. Okay, as to para similar to the earlier presentation na sila ma'am and sila sir. Okay, and when you have competent people and professional people, people will care for your company and for your customers also. And having a very good training structure or development structure and professional structure for your employees will ensure um, a level of safety for everyone. Kasi, syempre, your practices, as according to the standard, you get trained regularly. And of course, elimination of ambiguity. Okay, there are several models of certifications. Um, yung first model is companies certify their people according to internal company certification. I remember when I was working with Intel, hindi ka pa pwedeng magsolo sa trabaho mo if you are not certified by the HR, no, certified by the technical person, that you know the process and the procedure for a certain process or a certain maintenance procedure or maintenance spec. No? So ginagawa, tinatrain mo na yung tao sa classroom internally through the HR or through the technical people that is certified to train on that process or maintenance specification. And then the employee to take internal and assess practical exam. So merong written exams and then meron ding assess practical exam. So yung technical trainer mo will be looking at you when you're working. Along with that, meron siyang parang OJT period na 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Okay? After the examination. And then sabi dito, count weeks or months of supervised experiences. You have a body, even if you pass the written examination and you pass the practical exam, still, kailangan pa rin ng years of experience on that machine or that specs or that process. And then finally, after passing or completing the weeks of experience, ang ginagawa is nagkakaroon tayo ng competency certification interview, and then they will award you with a certification on that process or equipment or maintenance specification. Okay, so this builds upon the confidence of that person that he has or she has undergone the process of as the process and experience of doing the job himself. Yan. So internal company certification. So honestly, some people, they have the internal company certification. Some of the companies that I know, they don't have this internal company certification. Ang ginagawa lang nila, minsan, pinapabody lang sa engineers. And then, okay na yun. Ano? They do not have a written certification or written exam, structured exam. Body lang, okay na. Okay. Which ends up, unfortunately, the people has felt less of what they have done, unlike if they have the certification. Okay. Kasi ako, I personally experienced myself, na-body lang ako, and then yan, I learned by myself, but there's no certification, so I really do not know if tama ba talaga exactly yung ginagawa ko. Okay. Now, model number 2, internal and external company certification. So, yung ibang ginagawa, they train or retrain the employee internally, and then they will have the experience, and then they will take an external assessment, okay, to see whether they are really doing it correctly. And then afterwards, the professional will have the company certification interview and external award. Okay, so I think for this, I have also experienced this part. So meron internal certification body, but they will take a look at your internal training in the company, and then they will examine your number of years of being in a company, and then they will use that for your certification. Yeah. So internal plus external company certification. Okay, a third model of certification, this is a typical. No? They count weeks and months of supervised experience. So meron ka ng years of experience, and then you will be trained by an external party or external training provider. And then you will take the assessment, and then you will get the competency certification. Hindi ka makakapag-train or say, actually parang plus siya, no? Parallel. Pero I have an experience din na hindi ka makakapasok sa training na yon kapag hindi mo na years yung number of, if you didn't reach the years of experience required by that training. So parang before you can take that training, you should have like 3 years of experience muna. Okay? And then after that, you can take the assessment. So ito parang baliktad naman, no? Kasi normally we train first and then we experience. Ito, you need experience first, then you get trained, and then you get the assessment, and then you get the certification if you pass the assessment. Okay, now this model number 4, this is based on ISO 17024 personal certification. Okay, but before I discuss this, let me first say my views on the certifications. So, kasi people would ask us, and professionals would ask us, no? Normally they would ask like, is the certification recognized around the world? Parang ganyan sabi na, is the certification recognized around the world? No? The usual answer for that is like this. No? If you have been certified by your company, it means that you are passing the requirements of the standards or the policies of the company. So, for example, you are a part of company ABC, you have been certified on a specific equipment, no? It means that you pass the certifying organization's requirements. Okay, to say that it is recognized around the world, I think that's inconsistent with the certification definition of that training. However, meron tayo kasi tayo tinatawag na ISO 17024 personnel certification, which is actually a global certification. So like I said, example, the Project Management Institute. No? The Project Management Institute passed the ISO requirement for the certification, being a accredited body. And then what they do is they produce a standard that is recognized by the ISO, a standard called PMBOK, which is the Project Management Book, Body of Knowledge. And then this is recognized as an ISO standard and is being used also by the ISO. And then the PMI, okay, manages the certifications for the PMP, which is the golden standard for project management. There are lots of standards pa, not only that PMP or PMI. Okay, so what's happening here is that if you are going to the track of ISO 024, what normally happens is that you take an external training by accredited or non-accredited training companies, depending on the company in the requirement casino examination. Okay, so you take external training from accredited or non-accredited company. And then you are going to, after the training, you're going to submit your exam and you're going to submit your information and apply for exam eligibility, certification exam eligibility, which means that you are to declare your experience, declare your academic background or studies, declare your training certificate, and you will have to pay your fees after passing the exam eligibility. Some organization, nauuna yung payment. In the case of the Project Management Institute, nauna muna yung assessment before you can pay. Okay. So, i-assess nila yon. And one of the requirements is, of course, the training on the standard that you are being certified. And then the employee or the personnel will take the examination online or on a testing center. Typically sa testing center, the normal testing center, I think mga Pearson VUE, Prometric. And then, there are lots of cameras when you're taking the exam. So this is a supervised, recorded, evidence-based exam. And they will see, they will record what you are doing during the examination. And then you will be awarded with an ISO 17024 recognized certification, which is now the international recognized certification, recognized by different states and countries, immigration offices, and these certifications are being counted as with points on your assessment. So kapag magbabasa ka, for example, pupunta ka ng Canada, and then magbabasa ka ng mga forum, no? The people who went to to Canada, those countries, they would often suggest that you take certifications that are being sought by companies abroad, and those certifications are really recognized to be international certification. So this is really more than the certification that we take on the offices, more than the certifications or the training certificates that we take from the training organizations which are helping us. No? This is an extraordinary internationally recognized certification that even governments really recognize this. Simply because they are recognized also by the ISO. So malaking advantage niya, no. Ako syempre I'm really promoting this because I had my experience as well on this. I'm also an ISO 17024 certification. And one of the reasons why I'm presenting this is because I want to share to you that there is this certification that you may want to take apart from your PE license, no, RE licenses, and other certifications, so that you will be at par also with the professionals around the world. No? And syempre, we want the Filipino engineers to be global, professional, and really very competent. No? Not only here in the Philippines, but also in abroad. I think you can also do your own researches and research. The managers from different organization, design companies, they require certifications like this in their organization. So I've been talking to a lot of my students in Singapore. No, I've been talking to a lot of clients in the Middle East, no, and based on my studies, based on my research and based on my experience, these companies really provide ample budget for the international certification. So I had a student, he is now in Singapore. Ang ginawa sa kanya ng company niya is sinabihan siya na you're required to take the PMP examination. Here's your budget. You have to take it in 1 year. So binigyan siya ng ultimatum na 1 year dapat. Okay. So it is really a requirement for him to finish within 1 year. Otherwise, it would be against his assessment in the company. I really do not know what happened afterwards, but I think he moved to another company also. So lumipat siya. Ganun din ginawa sa kanya. No? You should get your own certification for the PMP. Now, we have also clients from other countries that are inquiring about this certification. They ask, what is the benefit of getting it? No? Ang sabi ko sa nila, if you are working outside of the Philippines, it is really a big advantage because practically your license is very much recognized in the Philippines. However, you cannot force really people to accept your license outside of the Philippines kasi magkaiba ng jurisdiction yan. So different companies, they recognize PMP as certification for project managers in other countries. So which means that if you're a project manager, you would like to take roles in project management, it's really advantage if you have this PMP certification. But again, that is not only the certification that you can take. There are lots of certification which you can benefit from by knowledge, skills, and by the opportunities that brings you. Okay, most especially when you are in abroad. Here in the Philippines naman, is it an advantage? The best thing that I can offer is you go to a job search company, or maybe you can go to LinkedIn, and then you take a look at the jobs of senior project director, the vice presidents of companies, the senior vice president, the president. You look at the requirements of Amazon, and then you would always see there the terms like preferably, this certification, preferably with this, and you will be amazed that these companies really require this international certification. Sabihin nila, Prince2, PMP, CMRP, CRISC, those certifications are internationally recognized certification that international companies also require for recruitment. And the good thing about this is you can get big packages if you are certified with this kind of certifications. Siguro I could say in the case of Amazon, kasi I'm studying how Amazon hires people. You will really see that there is a requirement in like this ISO 17024. Okay. Okay, why do we discuss international certifications? Practically, I have two reasons. In the Philippines kasi, konti pa lang yung nasa-certify sa ISO 17024. In my experience, normally, the people that are certified in ISO 17024, these are the people in IT. Yung may mga Cisco, may mga CCNA, CSNP, most of the PMPs are also in the IT world. I know a lot in ECE, but in electrical engineering, parang parang my research is limited. So parang kaunti lang sila, Okay, but if you go to other countries, if you search on LinkedIn, the electrical engineers who act as project manager in several countries, they are really PMP. Now, I say here, why discuss international certification as part of development of engineers? Number one, if you are an engineer and you want to level up your knowledge, skills, and obtain the ISO 17024 certification, which is internationally recognized, it will really help you as a professional. Okay, you may not have the same mistake that I had in the past, that all I know that I was correct, and then when I studied this standard, I said to myself, "Oy, mali pala ako, I'm really wrong pala." Yun, So that experience is an eye opener for me that I should not make a mistake on that, because that's a bad practice in the international standard. I do not want to appear as wrong again in the future. Number two, if you own a company, so kasi ito, if you are an engineer or if you are a professional, no? If you own a company or a part of the company who has training programs, I encourage you to apply for accreditation or partnership with ISO 17024 certification bodies. So in the Philippines, we have a lot of organization offering training. So you yourself, you can have your training program certified under the ISO. The only thing that I could say is, of course, the ISO will ask you for payments, no, for the accreditation. Okay, so we know that the also require the services of professionals to assess you. They will also have to visit your offices, and of course, you have to prepare for the fees associated with international accreditation. I don't think that in the Philippines we have this accredited ISO certifying body. Mostly nasa Amerika siya saka sa ibang bansa. Yung mga accredited body certifying for personnel. Okay. Number three, if you own a training company in the Philippines, apply as a ISO 17020 certification body and level up with the world. And number four, expose Filipino engineers and also businesses to globally recognized credentials and to cross-pollinate learnings from international practices. Okay. I saw here no SGS Philippines po, sir. SGS Philippines, yes, they are certifying for ISO 9001. Pero I'm not really sure for ISO 17024. Yung 9001 kasi, that is Quality Management Systems, QMS yan. Normally company. Pero yung ano kasi, yung certification that is specific to the personnel, that is by a certain organization really. So for example, Project Management Institute, ang may certification sila PMP. Halimbawa, yung SMRP, no, yung Society of parang Society of Maintenance and Reliability Professionals. They have the CMRP, yung IFMA, no, yung parang for Facility Managers Association. They have the Certified Facility Manager. Okay. So each organization, they have a certification na yun talaga yung kinikater nila. For SGS, I have to verify that. No? I have not known that, but I will, of course, research later on that if they have a certification that's really recognized. Oh, yes. No? QMS daw, EMS, o HSMS, EN. Yeah, sige, tama. So kasi meron siyang environmental saka occupational health and safety. Okay. So stand corrected, no? Tama pala meron, no? Okay. Aside from that, I think you have also other companies like TUV, no, that doing the same. Okay, very good. Tama. So I stand corrected. Okay. Expose Filipino engineers and also businesses to globally recognized credentials and to cross-pollinate learnings from international practices. And also pala, no, those certifications as yung ENMS auditor, OHS auditor, no, lead auditor, QMS lead auditor, yan. These are very important certifications, especially for engineers who are into the management systems. And so these standards are really helping you how to manage companies or your companies in a very structured manner. No? It's a lot better than having none at all. And so I also suggest that you take those certifications. Okay. So that's the reason. No? One, sabi ko nga, the knowledge that you will gain from the standards are really recognized around the world. And it will help you manage yourself and manage your company as well and other people's companies. Number two, if you are a training company, you can also apply for a certification body. If you're an employer, you can let your people take it also, sponsor them, so that you will have greater advantage when you bid. No? So I saw a bidding document before, ang required nila for project managers, PMP. So ginawa nila, no, kumuha sila ng PMP, nag-hire sila specifically for that bidding requirement. Okay? This is not just no? This is not just here in the Philippines, but also in abroad. requirement sa bid document na dapat yung engineer mo certificated ng ganito. Ini-specify talaga nila, no, as a requirement. Okay. And that will really help you gain advantage on your business. Now, I am to show you some of the certification that you can take that is known internationally. Okay. The first one is the Certified Commissioning Authority or CXA program. This CXA program, if you are commissioning projects, no, you're testing and commissioning projects, this is the certification that you could take. And this is recognized specifically in the US. Okay. But I have seen an American company here in a bidding document, they stated that you should have at least a CXA certification for you to participate in the testing and commissioning. So anong ginawa ng company na yun? They hired CXA from the US. They brought a person from the US and brought it here because it's a requirement in the contract. So yan, they manage commissioning projects. No? They commission projects, they prepare documentation, they conduct commissioning activities, they operate training activities also. They participate in commissioning activities and they also participate in contracts. Yan, ito. So, Certified Commissioning Authority Program. Next is, ayan, I just have here the experiences required. No? So, example for this commissioning authority, ang requirement nila, dapat a licensed architect ka or professional engineer recognized in the area of jurisdiction. Tapos, yung meron kang, it could be also a bachelor's degree. Dapat may bachelor's degree ka on building sciences. Tapos meron kang, or related fields. So, then you could also have a 2-year degree, pero meron kang greater years of experience. Or you could also be a high school diploma, or could be a parang general skill diploma, but it requires more years of experience. Okay. By the way pala, there are international certifications that are recognized around the world that you do not require specifically training, say education na really exactly on that. No? So for example, I know this certification called Certified Management Accountant. They have a criteria, but even if you are not a BS accountancy graduate, you could still take the examination. No? You just have to fulfill the requirements of them. I think may mga longer years of experience siya. Tapos merong examination na 2 parts. Okay. So, example in my case, I'm preparing for that. Even if I'm an engineer, I could take the CMA and hopefully to be at par in the discussion when I am in the business. So, pag nasa boardroom ka kasi, hindi lang naman yan projects technical ang pinag-uusapan. Pinag-uusapan din natin yung mga finances natin, mga NPB, mga IRR, no, mga ROI, tapos pati yung mga financial statements, mga balance statement, mga cash flow. We really discuss that on the boardroom. No? And if you are an engineer who are really well-versed about this, no? Well-versed on risk management also, and even certified, no? It is really a great advantage for you whenever you sit in a boardroom that you really understand what the accountants are telling you or the finance people that are presenting. No? Okay, nagiging at par ka doon sa discussion nila. Okay. Next, no, if you are a constructor, okay, or a project manager doing construction, we have this American Institute of Constructors or Constructor Certification Commission natin. No. In the US pala. This is by the American Institute of Constructor, and they offer 2 certifications, specifically associate constructor saka certified professional constructor. Okay, I am seeing yung sa webinar chat, no, na ano na they say that the topic is very nice kasi if the discussion here is about licenses natin, no, when you go to the other countries, ang discussion nila ito, yung getting certified by these organizations. Okay? And if you have both, you have the PE license here, the RE license here, no, and the other licenses of the Philippines, and then you match it with the licenses na ISO 17024, there's a great picture of a Filipino professional really that is very competent, not only in the Philippines, but also in abroad. So it levels up the Filipino engineers to be at par of the other nationalities having the same certification. Kasi naman purpose ng standardization, di ba? When you say standardization, the practices that you have and the practices that you're certified of, when you have the certification, it means that you are applying the same knowledge, skill, tools, and techniques on those practices as according to the standard. So kung meron ka nito, naintindihan mo sila and naintindihan ka rin nila. Yan. So, yan, you can have your associate constructor or certified professional constructor. For you to be certified, I think you have to submit an exam eligibility. Just like in PRC, you're going to file your request for exam, and then they will take a look at your college experience. If you are not a graduate of college, meron din sila for high school diploma. No? And then you can take their paid trainings itong American Institute of Constructor, and you can take the examination. If you pass examination, then you are certified as AIC. But also you have to be reminded that you are not certified forever. No? So for example, in the case of the PMI, we have to take additional trainings with points every year. And we will have to lodge those trainings and activities, including organizational activities in the system of PMI. And we have to count like 60 points every 3 years, okay, to be certified again as a PMP. So, kumbaga parang makaano ka, maging PMP ka, meron kang 3 years na i-share, and then if you acquire the right points, you will be certified again. Ang system nila madali lang kasi ikaw mismo yung magpa-file sa system, and then minsan automatically ina-approve, sometimes ino-audit, no? But you will see your points right away, no? Siguro ba 1 to 2 days lang. You don't have to go to US to file for your competency development and continuing education. Yan. Saka medyo madali lang yung proseso nila. Similar to AIC also. Okay, you're not certified forever. Meron siyang CPD. Okay. Another one is with the ASHRAE. No? So, sir, I am an electrical engineer. Can I be certified in the ASHRAE certification? Yes, you can. No? So, you don't have to be a mechanical engineer to be certified by ASHRAE. Yan, no? Pero of course, regarding practices sa mechanical, wag mong pasukan yun dito. But if you are in the US or you are in the other countries, and that the requirement is that you are an ASHRAE certified professional, yeah, you can do your task or you can do your job. No? Yeah. So meron silang building commissioning professional, energy assessment professional, HVAC designer, building energy modeling professional, no? Healthcare facility design professional also, and then high performance building professional and operations performance management professional. You'll take the training, you file for examination, you take the exam, and then you get certified. Okay. Then you become an ISO 17024 certified professional. Okay. Yan. Each of the certification, they have their own works. Okay. And they own have scope and limitations then. So if you have budget and you're really looking at working in Canada, working in US, or working in other countries, I think you should plan for this also. Okay, Association of Energy Engineers, as we all know, no, they certify for 50 ISO 50,001. They also have the EMS. They have the energy auditor, a certified energy manager, lead auditor, saka performance verifier. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. And then, if you are into safety professionals, no? In the Philippines, we have our safety level 1. We have our consultants of safety, no, which is recognized by DOLE. If you go naman in the other countries, in Hong Kong, they require this, no? Saka in UK and US. There are certifications for safety. They have the Associate Safety Professional, yan, Certified Safety Professional, yung CSP. Okay, and other certifications on safety. Sa Pilipinas, parang konting-konti pa lang ito, no? Okay, but probably the Filipinos in the other countries, they already have this certification. Okay, NABCEP. Ito, I saw this in the requirements. Say, for example, an Spanish company is planning to explore Philippines as a company of parang a country of promise on renewable energies. So naghahanap sila they're looking for a director. Okay, ang requirement nila, I think it's either foreigner or Filipino, but even if you're a foreigner, you have to be a NABCEP certified professional. Okay, yung isa parang designer siya yung requirement ng NABCEP. Ito naman, PV installation professional. Yun. So, even if it's a Spanish company, kasi NABCEP, I think it's in the US. Pero even if it's a Spanish company, kailangan nila ng PV installation professional. Okay. The process in NABCEP is you take the training. I think the training is like 25,000. 25 to 6, parang 25,000 pesos to parang 30,000 pesos sa dollars. Parang 550 to 650 US dollars ata. Magte-training ka muna, and then after you acquired your hours of training, I think it's like, yan, ito. Kailangan mo ng 10 hours OSHA training ng US to, not Philippines. And then 58 hours of advanced training. I think more than this. Okay, and then it encompasses PV design, installation, operations, commissioning, and maintenance. And then you take the examination, then you will be certified. Yan. So I specifically noted that company kasi nakita ko talaga yung NABCEP dun sa requirement nila. And probably the reason for that is because the boss of that company is a NABCEP certified person. So ang ginagawa kasi minsan, the heads of the organization are ISO 17024 certified din. So parang nagiging fraternity na kung PMP ka, ang kukunin mo rin mas probably PMP or hoping to take PMP na kailangan PMP ka din. No? So because they are, this is an organization, so they prepare their own. No? They would like to choose their own, or they hire another person, okay, in hope that that person will be part of their organization also. So we know that, no? Parang mas gusto natin yung parang kauri natin or magiging kauri natin in the certification. No? Oh, I don't think that as really discrimination kasi pwede ka pa rin namang ma-hire. Tapos bibigyan ka ng program para maging certified ka. No? So that's how it is. No? But on some requirements, because the companies really require the skills and knowledge of the NABCEP, so even if you get into the organization, dapat NABCEP ka. Certified. Okay. You try to look at monster.com in the Canada, US. No? You will see all of this. Preferably must be certified as this in the job requisitions online. Okay, Project Management Institute, we have a chapter here in the Philippines. Actually, very strong ang PMI here in the Philippines. In my case, I'm not very active in PMI, but I teach project management kasi. So in the university, graduate school, and in the company. So the PMI requires you to have 35 hours of instructor-led project management training provided by registered education providers, non-accredited training organizations. Pero hopefully dapat PMP yung nagturo. No? Universities, then pwede. Okay. And your training will be submitted to the PMI for examination. You must also have 36 months of project management experience that you will declare during the application. So self-declare siya, honesty, but subject to audit if ma-audit ka. and then you will have to pass the examination. You must also have college degree, but not required. So for example, hindi ka college graduate, you want to become a PMP, I think kailangan mo ng 12 times 5, 60 months of project management experience. So kahit hindi ka college graduate, pwede ka maging PMP. Because in the US, that's the case. No? Some people, they don't really go to the college, but they have enormous experience. So the PMI recognizes that also as a qualification or a parang possible qualification to become a PMP. So kahit hindi ka college graduate, pwede. Okay, ito SMRP, I took this I think last year. Certification for maintenance and reliability professional. Okay. Last few months, I saw a job opening in the Philippines. I think the position is like the director for maintenance ng isang big company pero confidential siya. Parang vice president or director. The requirement is you should be certified as CMRP. Okay, yung certification for maintenance and reliability professionals or parang certified maintenance and reliability professional. Kailangan CMRP ka, no? And I learned that company also sends their people to CMRP training. Yan. So parang on my mind I said, should I apply here? And sabi ko na hindi ako mag-apply na. I just dedicate myself to training people na lang. So doon na lang ako. Yan. But initially on my assessment, I passed the requirement because the things that they listed there are based on the standard of SMRP. No? Okay, kasi meron din silang training, meron silang manual that you will use and you will study before you can take the examination. Here, there's no requirement for training. Kailangan lang ng examination. So, exam ka, tapos take mo exam, pag pumasa ka, you become a CMRP. No? Is the exam hard? Yes. In my case, I almost thought during the examination that I failed the exam. Mahirap talaga exam. But then I was surprised that my scores are really okay. Okay naman yung scores ko. Yan. So, ang haba rin ng exam nito. No? Ang napakahaba ng exam niya. Okay, but this one I suggest, especially you're working with facilities and equipment. Yan. And power plants also. So I think for power plants, marami ka makikitang ganitong requirement. Okay, NFPA. Okay, National Fire Protection Specialist. This one I also suggest to everyone. You don't have to become a mechanical engineer. No? Okay, even if you are an electrical engineer, you can be an NFPA also. Okay, it requires Bachelor of Science or Master's degree in fire protection or related engineering such as mechanical electrical engineering. If you're civil engineering, pwede pa rin. No? 2 years of verifiable work, you will declare that. And then you pass the CFPS examination and then you will take the multiple choice exam. Okay. Open book yung exam pero yung libro na dapat dala mo, yung libro kasi parang nasa 15,000. Dalawang book yung dalawang volume. Volume 1 and volume 2. No? You can bring that. Pero I do not think that it will be of good use to you because the book is too thick and then the words are really very small. No? Napakalit ng words niya. Yung mga letters pala no, ng book. Yeah. So better yet, before you go to the examination, you're very well versed with the practices already. But of course, if you don't know, you can take a look at the book in the examination room. Okay. Ito, LEED. Okay, LEED, no? So this is my personal campaign this year for myself. Kasi I set a goal that I put some money for my personal development every year. No? Yeah. So LEED, you start with LEED Green Associate. So it's a requirement that you have to be a LEED Green Associate first. And then after that 100 item examination, ng passing rate is 85 questions out of 100. You can take the next certification, which is the accredited professional. Yeah. In my case, in my experience, not only did I benefit from the certification on lead, I also have a parang life-changing and mind-changing views on energy, sustainability, and conservation, no, on lead. Yan. So on lead because I took the certification. So honestly, I personally benefited from taking the certification. Nag-iba yung takbo ng utak ko, no? And then I get acquainted with the environment. I had greater value for environment because of taking the certification. So I suggest that you also take the certification and become a lead accredited professional. Many company ito kasi normally tinitignan ng mga architects, especially in the other countries. Here in the Philippines, the big design firms, they have the lead AP, especially those taking on projects that are into lead. So there are several categories. If you're into facility management, you may take yung operations and maintenance, and lead AP operations and maintenance. If you are into building construction, if you are an architect, okay, pwede itong building design and construction. If you construct small homes, like the architect that I've known in Cebu, yan, ano siya, AP home siya. Also interior design, they have lead AP interior design. Is there a limitation on how much you can take or how many can you take? I don't think so, no? You can take every certification. A typical price ito, I think, parang $200 to $500 or $400. Okay. If you are a facility manager, I hope that you would be interested in taking the CFM or the Certified Facility Manager. In Singapore, if you try to search for a job in Singapore, no, you just type the facility manager, you will see requirements for CFM. Okay, I personally know also one engineer, nag-work siya sa Singapore, PE siya, no, doon. Tapos, he is also a CFM, Certified Facility Manager din siya. So, the CFM is not only for the technical, they also answer questions on management also and leadership. So, the way that they craft the Certified Facility Manager is not only a technical person that is well versed with electrical, mechanical, no, safety, okay, operations and maintenance. They also model the facility manager as a person who knows accounting, knows money, knows leadership, knows controlling and planning for the organization, CFM. Ito probably, it was on my personal development, but I deprioritize this over a lead kasi we really like lead and the environment. Okay, lead, okay na yan. Building Performance Institute, no, Energy Auditor Certification. Okay, this is also under ISO 17024. We have equivalents here in the Philippines na mga certifications, particularly sponsored by the Department of Energy. It is also my suggestion or recommendation to take those also. Yun. Ako, inuuna ko lang yung mga ISO 17024 muna. But then later on, I'll take the Certified Energy Manager na sponsored by the DOE. Kasi I think here in our organization, we have friends who are promoting their, parang who are sacrificing their time, no? And they are really dedicated and really promoting yung energy management. We should really listen to them and be part of the training certification that they offer. Yan. Kasi maganda naman talaga yung topic ng energy, engineering and management, and conservation. Okay, also Energy Management Association. So a lot of organization, they devote their time on energy management and energy engineering. Okay, and it's my hope that you'll take also one of these certifications in the future. Okay, so key takeaways. Why did I not? Why do I have to take international certification? I think the best answer to that is, what is your future plans. If your future plans is to become part of the global workforce, to get acquainted with international practices, and to promote yourself as not only as a Filipino engineer, but also as an engineer that is knowledgeable in international practices, standards, okay, and is certified by international organization, then take the certification. Now, if you are an educator right now, if you are a teacher, it is my hope that your universities will be sponsoring trainings. I know one organization, um, I think parang ano yan eh. And you, no? I have a friend na binigyan sila ng training for project management professional. So the the university gave them budget for that. So for those universities, I really suggest that you take a look at this. Take a look at the trainings that are aligned with ISO 17024 and cascade those learnings to future engineers of the nation. So maganda yun kasi if yung teachers natin, they are educated with, especially the teachers, no, the what the learnings that they are sharing with the students are really of international grade na siya. So hindi lang sa mga books na alam naman natin kasi currently rate ng konti na lang nagsusulat ng mga libro, no. Medyo outdated na yung mga libro natin ngayon. Okay, iba-iba ng kulay, no. Better yet, find a certification that you are teaching, no, and base your teachings from those certifications. So if you're teaching contract management, merong another organization in the US, get their manual and then use that as a reference for your teaching. Yeah. Okay. So I think then I think third, no, for everyone's companies to support their engineers on this certification. I hope you could provide budget from them and make it a part of their plan, no? Apart from the training internally in the organization. So yung mga company owners natin dito and company heads, no, at least you have people inside that could be certified, and then they could start the program. I know another one company, they sponsored for the certification program of one manager, and then the ROI of that, parang the return of that manager is that that manager should be able to produce more PMPs in the organization. So ang ganda ng plano nila, strategy nila, isa lang yung pinadala nila, pero ang objective nila is the company should be able to be certified as well. No? And it becomes a community inside the organization, tulong-tulong sila para maging PMP yung lahat. No? Okay, I hope that I have brought you ideas on how you're going to implement this international certification. I don't think that there are lots of options. No? If, for example, you have limited resources in the company, okay, there are certain strategies. If in case you wanted to learn more about the strategies, no, kung paano gagawin para maging international certified yung lahat, the organization IAE can help on that, I think. And also the companies, no? And you could just email us and then we could give you ideas paano i-run yung strategy for your companies. Okay, so thank you very much for IAE for giving me the time to share about this international certification opportunities. Okay, so thank you rin sa mga nasa online. Okay, if you have questions, I think you could ask questions na. I'm turning over to Dano na.
Sir, let's do the Q&A via chat since we have a delay in our schedule already.
Okay,
So
chat.
if you have
Okay.
questions to Engineer Placente, please ask via chat. And the IIEE would like to award this certificate of appreciation to Engineer John Placente for imparting valuable insights as technical presenter on the topic Globalizing the Filipino Electrical Engineers International Certifications during the simultaneous technical sessions in conjunction with the 47th Annual National Convention. So
Thank you very
after
much po.
three speakers, we've discussed everything about leveling up our soft skills, certifications. So even though ang dami nating assignments from our speakers, let's really invest time in ourselves and skill up both our soft skills and technical skills, and let's get our certifications. Up next, our we have a product sponsored technical presentation from Engineer Kevin Carlos of Switch Industrial Sales.
Good morning. Are you still with me? Yes, okay. So again, magandang umaga po sa lahat. Quick lang naman din ang presentation namin. So bago kayo kumain, tapusin na lang po natin yung presentation namin. Again, we are Switch Industrial. Probably this will be the last presentation for IIE for this year. We've been around the regional chapters of IIEE. We've been sponsoring so many regional conventions already. And rest assured by next year, magiging continuous pa rin ang pag-support namin sa mga regional chapters. So again, let me start our presentation. So as for my profile, I am also an electrical engineer. So kung makikita nyo sa picture, parang sino ba ako dyan? Ako yung nasa taas. So we've been partner of 3M for quite some time. So whenever there are emergency situations na kailangan namin mag-provide ng service sa mga clients namin to do terminations, ako po mismo yung nag-lead ng team namin to conduct yung actual installation. Part of my experience as well was with various cable manufacturers. I've been with cable design, process engineering, marketing and technical, and also business development. So yun po yung mga naging background ko. So basically sa kable talaga. And lastly, I work with 3M. I basically deal with yung electrical markets division ng 3M, handling yung Luzon market, basically for ECMRO. So engineering, construction, maintenance, repair, operations products ni 3M. About us, si Switch Industrial po is located in the heart of Manila. So we are in Binondo. So kung meron pong gusto magpunta, pwede lang siyang i-Waze, pwede siyang i-Google Maps, or pwede nyo rin po kaming kontakin para matuntun po yung office namin. If you are somehow located in Visayas and in Mindanao, we also have manpower as well situated in Mindanao. And kung kailangan naman na emergency yung supply, kaya namin ipadala yan kaagad-agad. So, paano nyo ba matatandaan si Switch? Basically, ang company namin, we started with yung sa name talaga ng on-off na switch. Yun po yung pangalan ng company namin. So, madali lang siyang tandaan. Pangalawa, we have been a partner of 3M for the longest time. We have been their distributor since 1992 for the reason na kapag kasi accessories ang binebenta mo, ito yung mga typical na products na hindi na consider sa mga projects. And most of the time, ang mga nagiging clients namin is may mga emergency repair sila na kailangan gawin. So kailangan si Switch po, palaging merong inventaryo. So that is why, again, we make it to a point na meron kaming ready inventory at any time, at any place kapag kailangan ni customer. So we do know si 3M, napakaganda ng products niyan. Pero again, they would still rely on partners like Switch Industrial for the availability of their products. So kung may mga kailangan kayo sa amin, regardless kung anong kable man ang gagawin ninyo, rest assured, kaya po namin i-customize yung mga kits para po makapa-repair sa mga different situations po ninyo sa planta. Okay. As discussed po a while ago, we've been a long-time partner of 3M. So with that, na-task na rin po kami to carry yung different divisions nila. So for one, si Electrical Markets Division. So ito po yung mga various tapes, termination kits, lugs and connectors. Pangalawa po would be the Personal Safety Division, mga PPEs, yung mga cleaning pads na ginagamit ng mga maintenance groups natin, metalworking products, abrasives, as well as yung mga tapes and adhesives. So ito po yung mga double adhesive tapes na usually ginagamit na instead of screws and nails. So ang tawag po dito is mga very high band tapes. why do we need to splice? So dito na po mapupunta yung pinaka-technical session natin. I would probably share 3 of the main issues bakit tayo nag-i-splice. Kasi we do know sa different projects naman or sa different requirements, iniiwasan talaga yung splice kasi dahil yan yung isa sa mga considerations as weak points ng kable. Pero at any rate, minsan talaga kung hindi maiwasan, kailangan natin. Ito yung 3 probable reasons. First reason would be yung haba ng kable. Kadalasan na naging restrictions natin kung mahaba masyadong ilalatag na kable sa site is yung capacity ng mga spools or yung mga reels. Minsan si manufacturer meron lang siyang limitations up to hanggang ano yung kaya nilang i-manufacture, or minsan naman sa site yung mga boom truck natin hindi na kaya yung capacity ng spool. Kaya there are times na limited lang dun sa length yung kayang i-supply ni manufacturer. Kaya at any rate, nagdudugtong tayo dyan. Pero syempre sa mga itong situations, nape-predict na ni electrical engineer kung ilang splicing ba ang gagamitin niya sa site. Pangalawa naman, branch splicing. So more likely kapag sinabi mong branch, ito yung mga T-splice or Y-splice na tinatawag in which meron kang main conductor at kailangan mo mag-branch ng isang kable. Normally makikita nyo yan sa mga train projects natin dito sa Manila, in which yung DC cable nila, kailangan nila mag-branch splice para makapag-tap sila doon sa supply na yon. And lastly, which is lahat yan yung nagiging problema ng mga end users natin, is kapag nadadamage yung kable. Ito kasi yung pinaka may malaking impact sa isang typical na company kapag natamaan yung kable nila or naputol. Kasi nga maraming nagiging effect yan sa isang company. Typical na nangyayari kapag nadadamage ang kable is kapag nababakho, natatamaan kapag naguhukay. So ito yung mga typical na issues dyan. Kung nakapag-attend kayo ng presentation ng 3M, I think 2 days ago, they did presented yung locating and marking products nila. In which kapag ibabaw na yung kable, may mga markers na ilalagay doon. In a way na kapag maglo-locate kayo, masesense nila yung kable kung gaano kalalim at kung anong identifications nun. Pero since these cables are already existing at madalas merong mga series of expansion sa isang typical na company, hindi na nila nako-consider yung mga locations ng kable and madalas natatamaan. Okay? And doon naman na po pumapasok si Switch Industrial as a 3M partner. Secondly, which is very seldom naman mangyari, there are times na merong mga manufacturing defects ang cables. Probably pumapasala sila sa mga unang testing pero katagalan kasi minsan may mga air packets siya mga kable na nag-create ng partial discharge or parang isolated insulation failure. Kaya minsan nadadamage yung kable at a certain point kaya kailangan nilang i-repair. So these are probably 2 of the, I would say na problema ng isang company kapag nasisira yung kable nila. And ano ba yung pwedeng maging impact niyan kapag nasira yung kable or na-damage? For one, definitely pwedeng masira ang mga equipments natin. Damages to equipment, which is mas malaki ng effect ito sa isang typical na company. Secondly would be syempre yung financial impact din sa company. Lalo na kung manufacturer ka, meron kang dapat na tina-target per day sa production mo. So once na nagkaroon ka ng issue sa mga kable mo, yung supply ng mga equipments mo, definitely maapektuhan yung performance mo for a day and thereby would also impact yung financials ng company. So very no-no talaga yon sa isang typical na company. And sad to say, ito yung pinaka-worst would be yung loss of life. So kung meron tayong mga electricians na hindi naman naka-properly equipped na mga PPEs kapag naghuhukay ng kable, there are times na pwede silang ma-electrocute, lalo na if you're dealing with medium voltage cables, meaning 5 kV hanggang 35 kV na kable. Pag yan po ang tinamaan nila, sigurado magkakos siya ng injury sa tao. Okay? Now, I'll be sharing yung 3 probably na mga typical na repair for cables from low voltage to medium voltage. So, we can start with yung the typical na building wire natin na THHN, yung mga multi-core cables natin like Royal Courts or submersible cables. And lastly would be the medium voltage. Ang concept po kasi ng splice is basically kung ano yung itinanggal mo sa kable or kung anong component niya, kailangan mo siyang ibalik ulit. Okay? Parang kung nabali yung mga parts natin sa katawan, syempre dapat ibalik mo rin ng tama. So ganun din naman sa kable kasi hindi siya mag-perform as it is kung hindi mo na ibalik lahat. So let's start with the pinaka-basic. Ang pinaka-basic natin na wire would be yung typical na THHN natin. So kung mapapansin nyo, ang component ng isang typical na building wire is conductor and the insulation. So for the conductor, you have two options. You have the compression type connectors, which are the standard or long barrel connectors. These are compression type. That is if yung dudugtong mong kable is same size na wire. Madalas kasi kapag emergency, kailangan mo na ng immediate solution. So ang nangyayari is kung ano yung meron ng size na available sa planta or sa supplier. And minsan mas malaki yung kinukuha nila para lang again yung ampacity ng wire is tama pa rin. Kaya lang nung wala pa kasing shear bolt connector, which is yun yung nasa picture ngayon, nagbabawas tayo ng strand pansamantagal. Okay? So alam natin sa electrical practice hindi proper yon. So that is why na-introduce ang shear bolt connector, in which ang shear bolt kasi kaya niya magdugtong ng dalawang size na magkaiba ang wire, magkaiba ng metal. So it can connect also copper to aluminum conductors. So with that, na-connect mo na yung conductor. So the next stage would be to re-insulate. Ang normal practice na ginagawa natin is after mong makonect yung wire natin, electrical tape na ginagamit ninyo. Okay? Kaya lang, please do note, electrical tape or yung plastic tape natin is made of PVC. It will not fuse to itself. So habang katagalan, yung mga overlayers mo ng tape na yon, ganun pa rin siya hanggang sa magtagal. So pwede pa rin pasukan yun ng tubig. So the rule of thumb is to apply first a rubber tape. So yun si Scotch 130C. The purpose of the Scotch 130C is to moisture seal yung mga splices natin. And doon mo i-apply si Scotch 33. Okay? Nawala. Okay, so doon mo i-apply si Scotch 33 kasi ang purpose naman ni Scotch 33 will serve as your mechanical protection sa mga splices natin. So whenever you're gonna do outdoor splices, lalo na kung nasa labas at pwedeng mabasa, rubber tape po muna and then plastic electrical tape. Okay. So ito yung kanina. Okay, so that's for the single conductor. The next wire naman that we're gonna repair is a typical multi-core cable. Royal cord, submersible cable, or control cables. So kapag sinabi mo kasing multi-core, 2 conductor, 3 conductor, 4 conductor, 5, 6, 7, depende kung gaano karami. Okay? Obviously, ang magiging process mo ng pag-splice ng ganyang klaseng kable is you have to first connect the individual strands of the individual conductor, I should say, re-insulate the individual cables, and then you apply the jacket. So again, the first process is you connect the conductors using the proper connector. You insulate the singles of the cable using the Scotch 130C, and you apply the jacket. So dito po sa slide na to, we have shown you one of the options on how you can be able to repair your cables using a resin type na splicing kit. So kapag sinabi mong resin, normally ginagamit yan ng mga water utilities natin for their submersible cables, if direct boreal lang applications at kung gusto mo talagang sintigas ng bato yung splice mo. With this type of splicing kit din as well, kahit hindi ka na gumamit ng rubber tape, as long as you provide an ample amount of spacing in between the conductors, the resin of the splicing kit is already enough to insulate the cable as well as to rejacket the cable. So itong mga resin na to is also a stocking inventory of Switch Industrial. Next. So dito na tayo sa power cable. So medium voltage na. Si medium voltage power cable kasi, it's quite a complicated cable because meron siyang, probably yung pinaka-basic would be the 6 basic components ng kable natin. And each component serves different purpose sa isang power cable. So lahat yan meron silang purpose dyan. So hindi siya ginawa para lang for aesthetics or whatever. So each component serves an electrical purpose sa kable natin. And bawat isa dyan, i-explain namin kung ano ba yung mga kailangan ninyong components para makapag-repair ng power cable. So first and foremost, you will have the conductor. So yun pa rin naman ang pinakauna. So dito, gagamit ka ng compression type connectors and you can also use the shear bolt connector. Kadalasan kasi, mas malaki ang problema ng end user kapag power cable na hindi dinudugtong kasi hindi naman ito yung kable na katulad ng building wire na anytime may stock si distributor. Sa power cable madalas kung anong meron, basta mas mataas ang voltahe, mas mataas ang wire, obra na. Kaya dito madalas ginagamit si shear bolt. So para magka-idea kayo paano siya ginagamit, i-connect natin, hihigpitan lang po yung bolt. Gagamit lang kayo ng Allen wrench. So once na na-reach niya na po yung breaking point niya, kusa siya mapuputol. So para magka-idea kayo, ang finish pa rin ng shear bolt connector natin is cylindrical pa rin siya in nature. So it can connect copper to aluminum, copper to copper, different size of wire. So kung emergency ang gagawin nating repair, yan po ang normally ginagamit namin. Next component, okay? So kung mapapansin nyo yung kable natin, merong maitim na manipis na layer na in between the conductor and the XLPE. So ang tawag po doon is transshield. It's a semiconductive material. Okay? Semiconductive meaning pwede siyang daluyan ng kuryente. Bakit ba siya ginawa or bakit ba siya nilagay sa gitna ng conductor at ng XLPE? Bakit ba hindi na lang diniretso yung XLPE after the conductor? The purpose po kasi ng semiconductive layer na yan is to provide a smooth transition between the conductor and the XLPE. It also eliminates yung mga air pockets sa conductor para, again, maiwasan natin yung partial discharge. This is one of the few reasons bakit siya nandyan. And bakit siya semiconductive but hindi siya insulative? Kasi nga, it will also help in the conductivity of the wire. Kasi isipin nyo kung insulative din siya, so parang redundant. May insulation ka na, tapos may semiconductive ka pa na manipis ang insulation. So pwede kasing maging impact din yun sa cable breakdown kung insulative yung kulay black na material na yan sa isang power cable. Paano ba siya i-reconnect? So after mo makonect yung conductor, merong tape si 3M na Scotch 13. From the number itself, di ba, 13. So ibig sabihin, nakakakuryente siya. Semiconductive kasi siya in nature, so i-apply mo siya sa connector natin. Ibig din sabihin nito, hindi mo siya pwedeng pang-insulate sa mga splices mo ng low voltage. Kung nasa junction box man yan, or yung mga low voltage na sinisil natin. Kasi nga, dadalo yan siya ng kuryente. Okay? The next component would be the insulation. So dito sa picture natin, it's a red type ng insulation. Ang tawag po dito is EPR. Pero ang common na ginagamit sa market is XLPE. So ito po yung typical, yung kulay puti, yung kandila na tinatawag. Sa medium voltage power cables, habang tumataas po yung voltahe ng kable natin, mas kumakapal yung insulation na yan. So basically, meron tayong tape na pwedeng gamitin siyan. So sa Scotch 130C. Si Scotch 130C, it insulate up to 69,000 volts. So ang concept lang po kapag magre-repair tayo ng power cable at ang nire-repair na natin yung XLPE is bibuild upan lang natin yung thickness to a point na kailangan mas makapal siya dun sa XLPE natin. So itatanong nyo ako, ano ba yung required na thickness na yon? So si 3M po tsaka si Switch, merong ibibigay na procedure on how you would be able to build up the diameter. So kung gaano kakapal yung hahabulin at kung gaano kahaba yung ipe-prepare. So basically lahat po yan naka-provide na. So i-apply din siya sa kable para ma-insulate yung kable natin. Okay, antay lang natin, nagkakaroon lang ng technical issue. So that's the advantage of the Scotch 130C. So kung nakagamit na kayo ng Scotch 130C, ang difference niya with the typical rubber tapes is that wala na siyang liner. Ibig sabihin, hindi katulad ng mga ibang rubber tape na meron pa siyang puti na tinatanggal nyo habang ina-apply nyo sa kable. Pero si 130C kasi, wala na siyang ganon. So, diretso na yung application nyo ng tape sa kable. So, mas madali na kayong makapag-repair ng cables. For the reason na kaya nila nilalagay yung puti na yon, yung liner na yon, is para hindi mag-fuse yung tape mag-isa. Pero si Scotch 130C kasi, kahit wala siyang liner, hindi siya basta-basta mag-fuse. The next component of the cable would be the insulation shield. Okay? So yan naman po yung black na layer in between the XLPE and the metallic component. Again, its purpose is to provide a smooth transition between the XLPE and the metallic component. So kaya po siya nandyan. So kung i-connect mo siya, since semiconductive din siya, gagamit ka pa rin ng Scotch 13 to repair or to reconnect that component. And then, the next component na kailangan naman nating idugtong would be yung metallic shielding ng cable. So ito na po yung pinaka-grounding provision ng power cables natin. Marami nagtatanong bakit ba meron pang another metallic component yung power cable natin. Okay? So ito po yung metallic part nasa kable natin. Bakit ba siya nandyan? Okay? For a typical medium voltage, meron kasi silang tinatawag na induced voltage na technically voltahe pa rin yun na very minimal na lang. Okay? Imagine niyo ang kable natin is kung wala siyang metallic shield at nakapatong siya sa isang typical na metallic na cable tray or metallic na pipe. Yung induced voltage na yun would basically focus lang on one location. So pupunta siya dun sa next conduit or yung sa next na tatakbuhan niya ng kuryente. That would be the metallic na cable tray or yung metallic na pipe. With the metallic shielding na circularly naka-apply sa kanya, it provides an even distribution of that induced voltage. So basically, it also protects the cable in order for the cable to serve its purpose for underground installations. Kaya po siya nandyan. It will also serve as your parang fault current path kapag nagkaroon ng fault sa kable natin. And how will you be able to connect that? Using a tape of 3M na Scotch 24. This is a shielding tape that is also made of copper that you can basically reconnect the shielding of the cable. And again, the last component of the cable would be the jacket. 2 tapes lang din ang gagamitin natin dito. One would be the rubber tape, so for moisture sealing of the cable para hindi pasukan ng tubig. And the second tape would be the Scotch 33 for mechanical protection. So again, kailangan magka-tandem pa rin tong dalawang tape natin para again, ma-assure natin na yung mga medium voltage splice natin is hindi basta-basta mapapasukan ng tubig. Now, yung present ko kaninang splicing is normally ginagamit yun for emergency purposes. Kasi lalo na kapag immediate yung kailangan, kaya naming i-provide yun kaagad-agad. Pero right now, with the new technology of 3M, na nandyan na rin naman na for the longest time for cold shrink termination kits, meron na rin po mga cold shrink na splicing kits. The only difference is mas mabilis na siyang i-install dahil nga lahat ng tube is prefabricated na, cold shrink na po. And mas mabilis yung naiiwasan nating downtime sa isang typical na planta. So dito sa chart na to, ito po yung complete set ng splicing kit for 15 kV. Paano naman kung 5 kV yung kable ko, di ba? Paano naman kung 25 kV? Paano kung 35 kV yung kailangan kong i-repair? wag po kayong mag-alala. Lahat po ng voltage class na yan, meron pong stock si Switch Industrial. So whenever kailangan nyo to kahapon pa or agad-agad, kaya po namin mag-provide ng kit sa mga customers namin. So regardless if emergency yan or project man yan, we have the inventory for those splicing kits. And to show you the video on how you would be able to repair a typical cold shrink splice, this video was grabbed from YouTube. So meron naman pong website may mga videos, I should say, si 3M sa YouTube para i-repair po yung mga ganitong typical na, makita nyo po yung mga typical applications ng cold shrink applications ni 3M. So basically, lahat lang ng components kailangan mong ipasok sa kable. You start lahat dun sa mga pre-molded parts natin. So yung pinasok niya kanina would be yung shielding. So the first part would be connecting the connector. Okay, as discussed kanina dun sa tape method na process natin. So kung mapapansin nyo rin kanina, meron lang 4 na tapes na paulit-ulit na ginagamit sa pagre-repair ng splice. Scotch 13, Scotch 24, rubber tape, tsaka Scotch 33. Yun lang pong 4 na tapes na yon. Ang kailangan nating, kumbaga, ready stock para kapag at any time may mga problema kayo, makakapag-repair kayo ng kable. So dito po, nag-connect na siya ng conductor. Yung susunod na component po kasi na ilalagay niya dito is yung cold shrink na splice body na tinatawag namin sa 3M. So itong splice body na to, kung mapapansin nyo, medyo mataba. Kasi po, 3 na ang component niyan. You have the strand shield, the insulation, and the outer insulation shield. So 3 components in one splice body. So kung maalala nyo yung manipis na kulay black sa conductor, nasa loob na yan, yung XLPE niya kasama na rin dyan, and yung outer semicon material. So basically, one splice body, 3 components. And then, the next component would be the shielding. So meron tayong metallic shield na ina-apply din na kasama rin sa kit. So again, everything is already prefabricated. Ini-install na lang as per the procedure. Ano ba ang advantage ng cold shrink versus yung tape method? Well, definitely, as you can see dun sa cold shrink, mas simplified ang application natin. Ibig sabihin nun, lesser yung error sa installer. Lalo na kung first time kayong gagawa ng splicing kit or magre-repair ng kable, mas madaling gamitin si cold shrink. Unless alam nyo na kung paano mag-apply ng tape, it would be very tedious or very skill dependent. Kaya dapat yung installers nyo dito are well-known or very experienced na sila sa pagka-cable repair. Pero again, we do suggest din na kailangan meron kayo ng 4 na tapes na yon sa planta. So that, again, at any rate na mag-fail yung kable natin, ready tayo to repair the cable. Ang kagandaan lang din ng splice kit na to is it can also be installed underground. So meaning pwede siyang malubog sa tubig, pwede nyo siyang diretsong ibaon sa lupa, and pwede rin siyang ilagay overhead or kahit sa cable tray. Kung may expose siya sa UV, kailangan nyo lang pong i-wrap ng vinyl tape yung pinaka-jacket natin. So yun lang po yung pinapa-add dito to make it UV resistant. Pero again, everything is already cold shrink, so everything is simplified already. So ganyan po yung itsura ng isang typical na cold shrink splicing kit na as mentioned ko po kanina is palaging may stock yan kay Switch Industrial. Okay. Normally, dun sa last na issue natin sa pag-splice, kapag tinamaan ng kable ninyo, it's always an urgent requirement of the end user. There are times na tatawagan kami sa gabi kasi kailangan nila yon dahil nga ang production nila is affected na. Obviously, it's a top priority of the management as well dahil nga, again, malaki ang nawawala sa income ng isang company. And if you're looking for installers na may experience na sa ganyang klase ng repair, lalo na pag medium voltage applications ang ginagawa ninyo or kailangan i-repair, please always remember that Switch Industrial will help you sa pagre-repair ng mga kable na to. As we always say, we got this. We can make sure na lahat ng mga pangangailangan ninyo kapag magre-repair kayo ng kable, kailangan nyo lang po kaming alalahanin. So again, basta 3M, kung kailangan nyo ng inventaryo, kay Switch Industrial po. So with that, that ends my presentation. So again, in behalf of Switch Industrial, maraming salamat po for listening and for patiently attending this event. And congratulations po for IIEE for this very successful national convention. So again, malamang salamat po and more power to IIEE.
Thank you, Engineer Carlos. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines award the Certificate of Appreciation to Switch Industrial Sales Corporation for imparting valuable insights as sponsor technical presenter during the simultaneous technical sessions of the 47th Annual National Convention. Okay, so our last speaker for today before our lunch break would be SunGrow Power. It will be divided into two short topics. First will be discussed by Jeffrey Calderon of SunGrow, and next would be our climate change advocate, Sir Victor Halabad.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please bear a little more time before our lunch. Medyo madaming slides lang yung presentation namin, pero quick discussion lang. So before ma-present yung slide, I think I can start already. Again, I'm Jeffrey Calderon. So I am the representative of SunGrow here in the Philippines. So yan. The presentation will focus on two main hazards, potential hazards of solar rooftop. So I know some of you may know SunGrow more on the utility scale projects, but actually we also have rooftop solar products. So 4 parts of the presentation. Number 1, background nung hazards. Let's say like a literature about the hazards of solar rooftop. Next, yung product namin na optimizer. Then next is the inverters with AFCI. Then last is about the company. Daming wala. Okay, the first hazard is the electrocution hazard of solar rooftop. As we know, yung DC voltage ng solar rooftop can go as high as 1,000 volts. Next is yung fire hazard because of poor workmanship. So mainly nagkakaroon tayo ng hazard dahil kadalasan sa faulty connectors. So dahil dito nagkakaroon tayo ng arc or arcing sa mga cables natin. So katulad nung sinundan kong presentor, especially for the splicing or connecting two cables, sobrang halaga nung pag-splice ng mga cables natin. So first, yung electrocution hazard. According to NEC and PEC, dapat the controlled conductors shall be limited to not more than 30 volts and 240 volt amperes within 30 seconds. So ibig sabihin, yung open voltage ng system natin, kahit nakapatay siya, kailangan limited lang to 30 volts. Ano ibig sabihin nito? As we know, yung solar panels, as long as tinatamaan siya ng araw, nagpo-produce siya ng kuryente kahit hindi siya nakakonect sa system, right? So even hindi siya nakakonect, and if a person touches the cables of the solar panels, the person can be electrocuted. Okay. Next is yung arcing. Now, according to NEC and UL is a standard in the US. So NEC requires a PV system operating more than 80 volts DC shall be protected by arc fault circuit interrupter or AFCI. UL requires the device to trip within 2.5 seconds. So ito yung mga inadapt natin sa Pilipinas in installing solar rooftop. Recently, naging requirement yung RSD and AFCI. Now, what SunGrow offers to address these two potential hazards sa solar rooftop? So, optimizer. Actually, ang requirement lang ng PEC or NEC is yung tinatawag nating rapid shutdown. So, yung rapid shutdown, basically kailangang i-trip nung rapid shutdown device. So, parang from the word itself, rapid shutdown, it should shut down the system rapidly within 30 seconds. So yun yung requirement. Now for SunGrow, we have this optimizer. So optimizer provides more functions just from the rapid shutdown. So later may separate discussion tayo on that. So merong 4 na tina-target yung paggamit ng optimizer na pwedeng i-improve natin sa solar rooftop. Number 1, higher yield, flexible installation, higher safety, and better O&M. For higher yield, ang ina-address nito is yung shading or yung shielding. So because yung optimizer, it optimizes the system to module level, so nagkakaroon tayo ng mas mataas na yield kahit may konting shading yung solar rooftop natin. Next is flexible installation. Kung i-observe natin yung mga rooftop, di ba, iba-iba, naka-face siya sa different direction. So unlike solar power plants, you can set your layout, let's say south-facing lang siya, so that you can get an optimum production. Pero sa solar rooftop, limited tayo, sinusundan lang natin yung slope ng roof natin. And because of the optimizer again, kahit different orientation yung roof, na-optimize pa rin niya yung system. Next is safety. Kanina, I already cited some safety policies from the NEC, PEC, and UL. So all throughout the world, from the US, Germany, sa Germany, VDE yung ginagamit, sa China, GBT, sa Thailand also, for us, we have our PEC, and Australia. So lahat ng countries sa world nag-a-adapt dun sa mga na-encounter na potential hazards because of these new technologies. And parami ng parami yung mga rooftop installations ng mga companies, and because of the number of installations that they have, mas nagiging mahirap yung O&M. And going back, dahil yung optimizer natin, kaya niyang mag-optimize to module level, natutulungan niya yung mga O&M. So paano ba natin kinakabit tong optimizer? Para siyang typical na RSD device lang, or rapid shutdown device. So kinakabit mo lang siya sa solar panel. Then parang siya yung magiging device in between the panel and the inverters. And this optimizer is compatible to different modules. Alam naman natin, yung technology sa solar rapidly improving, di ba? And kahit yung mga bagong models ng solar panels natin, compatible yung optimizer natin. And for SunGrow, we have different inverter lineup from residential to commercial and industrial. Now, let's dig a little deep dun sa advantages ng optimizer. So number one, it gives more power generation and higher yield. So dahil kahit may shading yung solar rooftop natin, it can increase yung generation from 4% to 30%. Going back again, kasi ino-optimize na yung production to panel level. Pag nagkakaroon kasi tayo ng shading sa solar panel, drastically nagdi-decrease yung current production ng isang panel. And dahil doon, nagsasuffer yung buong string. Ang tawag kasi doon string. Yung string is the series of solar panels na kinakabit bago siya pumunta sa inverters. Kapag may kahit isang solar panel na magkaroon ng shading doon, nag-decrease drastically yung production. And this optimizer also have this shade-proof control. So, nire-reduce niya yung consumption by 1.5%. Next, advantages on the design and how easy to install these optimizers. So, kung wala kang optimizers, actually hindi ka pwedeng maglagay ng solar rooftop sa isang area ng bubong mo na medyo shaded. But because of the optimizers, you can still utilize those areas. Pwede mo pa rin siyang lagyan ng solar panels. Thus, it will increase your generation ng mga solar rooftop natin. And in terms of installation, madali lang siyang install. It has a clip na, again, compatible sa mga panels natin. It is compatible sa panels kasi you have different models. You have the low current or the normal, let's say yung mga 540, 550 watt peak na panels. Yung mga bagong labas ngayon na panels, yung mga more than 600 watt peak. So yun yung mga panels naman na nagbibigay ng mas mataas na current. And kahit alin dito sa models na ito, our optimizers are compatible to these panels. Next, in terms of safety. Ito na yung pinaka-function talaga ng rapid shutdown device. So this is only one of the function of the optimizer. So according to NEC, ang requirement kasi to shut down the whole system is within 30 seconds. But the optimizer of SunGrow, it shuts down the system within 20 seconds. So this is way, way better than the requirement set by the NEC. In terms of protection, it is IP68 and C5. So waterproof, C5 is corrosion proof. With regards to the O&M, because you can monitor your system down to panel level, mas nai-increase nung optimizers yung capability ng O&M natin to locate where fault in the system. Kasi kung wala kang optimizer, for example, malolocate mo lang siya sa isang inverter or sa isang string. So sa isang string, you have tens of solar panels na kinoconnect. So you cannot identify saan or aling panels doon yung may problema. But with the aid of optimizers, you can monitor or you can locate the fault kung saang panels nangyayari yung fault or anong panel yung may problema. We also have this IV scanning function kung saan, again, it scans the whole system, yung current and voltage ng whole system. Now, ang partner nitong optimizers na ito is you also have your inverters with AFCI. Now, this AFCI is again a requirement by NEC and UL. So from the previous models ni SunGrow, nag-release kami ng bagong models. Etong bagong models na to yung compatible dun sa optimizers na ni-release din namin. Actually, this will be available by next year. So it's a good timing that, especially for solar installation, construction companies here, that installs solar rooftop sa mga residential or commercial and industrial, you can have the knowledge dun sa product ni SunGrow na you can use sa mga installations niya. So, dun sa casing or enclosure ng inverters, we have this AC box sa gilid na the door is drop resistant. Then you have a limit rod na pag binuksan mo yung door, hindi siya, nagfa-flop. Then it has a drawer style ceiling plate at the bottom. And the new inverters has 15 ampere current per string. So tumataas na yung capacity ng mga strings natin again because dun sa pagtaas ng technology ng solar panels natin. Paglaki kasi ng capacity ng solar panel natin, pagtaas ng current na binibigay niya dun sa system. So our inverters can accommodate yung increase ng current na yun. Also, dun sa na-optimize ng inverters kung saan malocate yung maximum power doon sa system. Now again, going back dun sa AFCI, AFCI naman is on the inverter level. Pag may na-detect na arc fault yung inverter natin, i-shut down niya yung system sa inverter level. So kapag hindi na connected yung string na yon, basically the arc fault will be gone kasi hindi ka na connected. The inverters also has lightning protection. And we have a software where you can monitor your solar rooftop. Again, this is a simple one-tap IV scan. And with the use of your optimizers and the new models of inverters, you can locate easily kung saan yung may fault or anong panels yung may problema. And with regards to the historical data that you can get from the inverters, you can refine the data set or sampling size, the data sampling up down to 10 seconds. So before ako pumunta dun sa company, basically to summarize, you have the optimizers to limit the open voltage, thus addressing the open voltage or electrocution hazard, especially kung, for example, nagkaroon ng sunog yung solar rooftop natin. Kahit nakapatay yung system mo, pag umakyat ng bubong yung mga firefighters natin, live pa rin yung DC side ng solar rooftop natin. And yun yung ina-address ng mga rapid shutdown devices or nung optimizer ni SunGrow. Now, pag nagkaroon naman ng arcing, so na-prevent nung AFCI function nung inverters na mag-progress pa yung problem to fire. As we know, yung arcing sa mga conductors, it gives a very high temperature and can really cause fires. Doon nga sa first slide kanina, 70% of the fires that happened sa mga solar rooftop natin is because of poor workmanship or dun sa mga connectors. So kapag hindi natin na-address to, these accidents or hazards will still happen. And the technology is adapting to these encountered hazards. So it gives the solar rooftop better or safer installation. Now, sino ba si SunGrow? Maybe especially for rooftop hindi masyadong kilala si Sungrow, I admit that. Pero give me a couple of minutes, introduce si Sungrow. We started last 1997. Actually, we're celebrating our 25th year ngayon. We were publicly listed last 2011. So Sungrow is a public company, and we cannot, we only release, ano ba? We release information that are audited every time. So that are cross-checked every time. We don't release information na we just declare that we sold let's say 100 gigawatts last year. No. All of those information, since we are a public company, are cross-checked and audited by third parties. The business is steadily growing. In fact, we are the number one. Alam ko madami na kayo narinig na lahat number one. Pero as audited by third party, Sungrow is the number one inverter company in the world for 4 consecutive years already. So actually in the Philippines, our footprint is, our installed capacity now is at around 800 megawatts. Our contracted now is, I think, nasa 1.2 or 1.3 gigawatt na. That variance will be installed next year. Nawala. So actually we established the presence in the Philippines way back 2015. So if you observe noong 2017 and 19, walang solar power plant na natayo sa Pilipinas. But still, Sungrow is here. So hindi kami umalis sa Philippines kasi we're here for a long-term business. And as you know, actually the core product of Sungrow are central inverters. And yung central inverters are heavily service driven. Kasi you need, for example, nagkaroon ng problema, you need to replace the fuse or components of the inverters. That's why our service team is here. Nawala na yung... So yun, actually the first malaking project ni Sungrow is in 2015. It is a 40 megawatt rooftop in Cavite. So tingnan mo lang yung mapa ng Cavite, yung pinakamalaking solar rooftop doon, Sungrow inverters yung ginamit. And up to now, we are still servicing that client, even nasa 7 or 8 years na. And spare parts are still available. So we have plants in Pampanga, in Zambales, in Subic, we have in Laguna, we have in Batangas. So all throughout the Philippines, madami ng installed inverters si Sungrow. And as I always say sa mga, every time I do this speaking engagement, oftentimes na overlook yung halaga ng inverters sa solar. Kasi it is a very small part of the EPC cost or yung total capex ng system. Pero when you think of it, lahat ng requirements ng NEC, PEC, even Grid Code of the Philippines, lahat is about inverters. Walang requirements sa panels. So the inverters is very important part in terms of the technical aspect ng solar plant natin. And inverters yung generating unit natin sa mga solar plants. So yan, we have string inverters as discussed a while ago. We have for rooftop and for utility. Our largest string inverters are 350 kilowatt. Then we also have the central inverters. And for residential, we also have. Now, aside from the inverters, we also have our BESS or battery energy storage system. Now, what separates Sungrow to the other brands is that we manufacture our own product. So we have our own manufacturing. Later, may separate slide for that. So we also have yung floating solution. So we've been engaged with the, as you know naman, may mga potential sites for floating solar here. So we're engaged with the developers to study the area and provide solution for the floating solar. All throughout the world, nasa 260 gigawatts na. 260 gigawatts yung installed capacity ni SunGrow na inverters. So ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, we have our own facility, we have our own manufacturing, we have our own R&D, we have our own testing facility. And none of the other companies has this technical capability. So yun lang, thank you. Medyo madami lang technical difficulties sa presentation, pero I hope you bear with me and you learn something new from today's presentation. Thank you. And then later na yun, separate talaga. Pero mabilis lang.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines awards this Certificate of Appreciation to SunGrow Power for imparting invaluable insights as sponsored technical presenter during the simultaneous technical sessions in the 47th Annual National Convention. So everyone and people in the Zoom, we will resume our technical sessions. Okay. Sorry, there one last portion. We still have a quick topic about climate change. So, Sir Vic.
Magandang tanghali po sa lahat. Good afternoon. I promise to be really short. And I am really privileged to partner with SunGrow in the person of Engineer Calderon. My main thing right now is my advocacy of fighting climate change. I am very sad to say that my beginning remarks would be some kind of a bad news because we believe that our planet, this Earth, is dying. We are degenerating, and it has been so since the unrise of industrial revolution way back in the 1700s, and it is what we call anthropogenic, meaning it's caused by man. The problems that we see that seems to be unsurmountable are caused or are basically man-made. And as you can see, that the marks of the ongoing onslaughts of climate change are can no longer be denied. As we can see, it's only in the year 2016 when the warmest year in the history of the world was ever recorded. Globally, it was marginally warmer by about 1 degree Celsius, 1.78 degrees Fahrenheit, that the 20th century had recorded. So ang atin pong planeta ay umiinit, pero basically it's not just global warming, but it's everything seems to be gotten out of hold of a normal pattern because of the greenhouse gases that I think everybody is very familiar. We have agreed to the fact that yun pong ating mga nangyayari is because of all of these things. Now, there are some technologies that I would like to highlight very quickly. I will just mention them that I believe that it is you, the electrical and electronics engineers, that would be our hope in fighting climate change. Nandito ho ako para ibigay sa inyo ang challenge that our future of combating climate change is in your hands. You have the skills. You have this amazing ability of creativity. And I believe with all of my heart that the Filipino engineers will have the ability and capability of standing up to this challenge. Now, ubusan na tayo ng panahon. We're almost there in the tipping point of climate change where things can be irreversible. So, isa ho sa technology is the wind power. Nakita po natin how basically it's carbon dioxide free. But one thing that I would really encourage and challenge your group is to investigate more on the vertical axis wind turbine. Paano ma-play ito din? As you can see, nandyan po yan sa baler po, no? And it's about 10 feet tall. And that, what you call the turbine up there, is wala ho siyang exoskeleton, walang propeller, but it has a very uniquely designed vortex on the inside. So when the air passes by it, it is accelerated, and that right there, as you can see, walang hangin, no wind, but it's already producing a generated electricity. Yan po ay stackable, meaning imbis na palakihin natin yung space, it only needs about 10% of a normal solar farm area. So instead na napakalaking lawak po, one like this dahil it can be stacked up, it can be put on top of buildings, of homes. So I would like to challenge you all, let's continue to do investigation and research. How can we produce more of this kind? Of course, we're familiar with biomass. Yan po ay nasa Bohol. Isa pong private corporation na nagpo-produce ng maraming methane. And they have asked me to do a hybrid with solar. So I guess another thing that I am very, very interested in and hoping to get your attention is in the field of carbon sequestration. Marami na pong mga na-attain achievements ng mga scientists, and I guess I could pass on the challenge to you in this extended carbon sequestration when they're using the carbon itself to be reused and reutilized. So there are a lot of risk investments that are already being poured into the renewable energy. We have more than 10 technologies that are trying to save the planet, so to speak. And unfortunately, I would like to say that I could almost predict that some, if not most of these technologies will fail. But it has to fail. Whatever will succeed, yun po ay magiging pag-asa natin sa kinabukasan. So the company that I also am connected with, UGE, we have started to do collaboration with the academe. So I believe that we can strengthen our research, our abilities by coalescing or collaborating with existing institutions. So University of San Carlos and us will be joining forces together in an ongoing research for mitigating climate change. So I guess my end point in this whole discussion is it is inevitable, but we can win this battle. We can coalesce, we can collaborate with both the academe and the industry in fighting this ongoing climate crisis. So thank you very much in this short announcement I'm trying to give. Good night. Thank you.
So ayan, meron na tayong homework to improve ourselves, certification, training, and now, how can we contribute to save our planet? So, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers awards the certificate of appreciation to Sun Grow Power and Mr. Victor Labad, our climate change advocate, for imparting valuable insights as sponsored technical presenter during the simultaneous technical sessions in the 47th Annual National Convention. So, people in the Zoom call and everybody here, we will resume at 1:15 for our afternoon technical sessions. Thank you, everyone.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines 3E Expo exhibit opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years.
present to you our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as the guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, for their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's 3E Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world, it is with great honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022 situated in a small hotel and now boosting it to what is today. I am eternally grateful that we finally made this happen the last 2 years. Now, I can proudly say that IIE is finishing this year strong.
I'm honored to be here to introduce our guests from the Energy Regulatory Commission as we move forward with our continued partnership this year and the next.
Elated and honored with this invitation, and I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me and everyone for listening. I hope I have imparted some knowledge. Mabuhay ang IIEE, ang akademya, at ang mga individual na ating magiging kabalikat sa pagtugon sa mga hamon.
This is it. By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
never know who's waiting for you. You never know when love is coming your way. But if tonight I look again into your eyes, then it's you, then it's me, love. Then it's you, then it's me, love. You never know who's waiting for you. You never know when love is coming your way. But if tonight I look again into your eyes, then it's you, then it's me, love. Then it's you, then it's me, love. Ooh, yeah. I know who's waiting for you. You never know when love is coming your way. It's coming your way. But if tonight I look again into your eyes, then it's you, then it's me.
It is a great pleasure for me to welcome each and everyone to this year's Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Pre-Expo Exhibit Opening. I am very glad to acknowledge our high-level participants, exhibitors, and technical professionals being able to join us physically again for the first time in 2 years.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our guest of honor, the President of the Institution of Engineers Malaysia, Professor Dr. Norlida Buniyamin.
My sincere gratitude to the organizing committee of the annual National Convention and Tree Expo 2022 for inviting me as a guest of honor for this very prestigious event. My sincere congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers, IEE of the Philippines, on their success in organizing this annual convention and expo. It gives me a great pleasure to extend an invitation to all of you present here today. Thank you very, very much.
Today, as IIEE's 3E Expo 2022 makes its big comeback in the new normal world, it is with great honor and pride to congratulate the 3E Expo 2022, situated in a small hotel, and now boosting it to what is today. I am eternally grateful that we finally made this happen the last 2 years. Now, I can proudly say that IIE is finishing this year strong.
I'm honored to be here to introduce our guests from the Energy Regulatory Commission as we move forward with our continued partnership this year and the next.
Invitation, and I sincerely thank the organizers for inviting me and everyone for listening. I hope I have imparted some knowledge. Mabuhay ang IIEE, ang akademya, at ang mga individual na ating magiging kabalikat sa pagtugon sa mga hamon.
This is it. By the power vested upon me by the leadership and organization of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare the IIEE 3E Expo 2022 open.
Tech booth, we can play the intro to Engineer Guevara after I leave the stage. Please cue it. We'll be swapping the afternoon topics. So once again, please compress. And tech booth to cue the intro to Engineer Guevara.
And it's you, and it's me, love. Ooh, yeah, 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 yeah,
Good afternoon, everyone. Our technical speaker this afternoon finished his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering in University of Mapua Institute of Technology in 1969 and experiences in the specialized in hospital engineering and got major achievements, citations, recognitions, and awards. Is the most outstanding regional governor in the year 2022 and the most outstanding employee in the year 1998. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our technical speaker this afternoon, Engineer Antonio Guevara. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon nga pala. Thank you for the nice introduction. Pasensya na kayo Nadidinig niyo ba ako dyan? Ito yung summary nung ginawa namin. Dapat kasi si Mama Marites ang magpipresent dito. Kanya nga lang, medyo meron nagka-problema. So very sorry din dahil ako nakaranas ng mild stroke after nung vaccination ko. Pero I'll try everything para ma-presento ng maganda. Ito kasi yung NFPA 99 noong 2017, yung Healthcare Facilities Code ng United States. Ito yung offshoot noong 2012, ginamit ng PEC, ginamit sa Article 5.17. Itong dalawa na to, cover these topics in great details, and the preparation of design should be carefully reviewed. Ang information that will be presented natin dito is summary of much of those details. Magkukonsentrate tayo sa hospital dito dahil yun yung pinakamalaki. Yung healthcare facilities kasi covers hospital, nursing homes, medical clinic, medical and dental clinics, and other offices ng mga doctors na merong nagpiperform ng healthcare. Next slide, please. We will concentrate on the essential electrical system of a hospital. Ang essential electrical system consists of the alternate power supply or supplies, transfer equipment, distribution equipment, and the circuits required to assure continuity of electrical service. Yung essential electrical system is composed of the equipment branch and the emergency branch. Yung emergency branch is composed of the life safety branch and the critical branch. Yung emergency system is a system of circuits and equipment intended to supply the alternate power to a limited number of prescribed functions. Electrical life support equipment are the electrically powered equipment whose continuous operation is necessary to maintain a patient's life. In the life safety branch is a system of feeder and branch circuits supplying power for lightings, receptacle, and equipment essential for this life safety that is automatically connected to the alternate power source. Yung alternate power source natin dito, yung sinasabing generator or your UPS or group of batteries na nagamit. Yan yung mga definition of terms. Yan yung mga definition of terms natin. Yung arrangement yan is pwedeng automatic. Yung sa equipment branch, pwedeng automatic yan. Pwede rin yung manual yung transfer system. Yung emergency system natin is a system of circuits. Yung sinasabi kong electric. Life safety branch. Life safety branch naman, yun ang importante para sa patients. Yun yung mga fire exit natin, yung mga fire trap door, yung ilaw sa generating sets, yun sa life safety branch. Yung critical branch natin is a system of feeders. Yeah, critical. Yeah. A system of feeder and branch circuits. Supplying power for lighting equipment. Yung importante lang dyan, yung mga emergency exit, yung mga hallway, yung mga exit points, yan yung nakakabit doon sa life safety brands. Ngayon, yan, naka-automatic din. Normally, 3 seconds before, yung critical brands, yun yung feeder naman doon sa may patient's head, na head side. Kailangan yun, yung para sa mga yun yung nagsusupply ng normal power, nagsusupply ng alternate power, that could be normally UPS, para hindi namamatay yung power. Pareho nun sa operating room or ICU, hindi mo pwedeng papatya ng power yon. So normally, ginagamit namin dyan UPS. Yung isolated power system naman ginagamit dyan sa mga operating room. Yung isolated power system is composed of the concentrate tayo ngayon sa type of loads. Umpisahan natin sa lighting loads. Yung lighting loads sa patient's room. Ang dapat sa patient's room, mayroon general lightings. Yung makikita natin normally sa may hallway. Kasi yung ginagamit din, kailangan nila may night light. Night light para alam niya paano makapasok sa CR yung pasyente. And compose also yung reading light, merong reading light doon sa patient bed. Pero yung reading light naman, dapat reading lights control shall be accessible to the patients without the patient having to get out of bed. Flexible lights naman, dapat yung arm niyan is dapat talagang hindi kagad magtatas doon sa linen. Dapat yung arm niyan yung matibay. Hindi dapat mag-touch sa linens. Kasi baka mamaya masunog yung pasyente. Tapos yung incandescent and halogen lights should not be avoided in healthcare facilities. Hindi dapat yung gamitin dahil baka makasunog ng pasyente yan o makasunog ng beddings. Cause pa ng fire. Yung typical na patient bedroom or yung tinatawag nating ward beds. Ito yung typical naman na patient's room na yung private room. Makita mo yung reading light nandun sa headboard. Tapos yung mga outlets nasa headside ng pasyente. Yung operating and delivery rooms naman shall have their general lightings. Makikita niyo yung hospital design. Normally sa electrical, nire-request namin at 12 feet yung height from floor to ceiling dahil kailangan niya. Yung makikita niyo dyan, yung ilaw sa emergency operating room, nakikita niyo naka-recess yan dapat. Dapat kasi to avoid yung mga dust, accumulation of dust, tsaka Kita niyo yung general lightings. Marami yan. So, importante niya, mataas yung ceiling height. So, almost 10 feet yung ceiling height niyan, or 3 meters. Kasi merong yung mga outlet, nakita niyo yung mga outlet, nakalagay doon sa taas, nakahang. Walang istorbo sa ilalim, sa traffic sa ibaba. Yung nursing unit corridors naman, shall have general illumination with provision for reducing light levels at night. Portable or fixed examination light shall be provided for examination treatment intraocular. Yung egress tsaka yung exit lights shall comply with the NFPA 101 or the Life Safety Code. Yung Life Safety Code kasi kailangan sundin din natin yan paglalagay ng mga emergency exit lights. Yung typical na nurse station, tapos typical na corridor sa hospital. Nakita niyo yung ilaw sa hospital, sa gilid yan. Para kung tumatakbo yung stretcher, nakahiga kasi yung pasyente, ngayon hindi siya masisilawan. Kasi hindi diretso sa kanya yung ilaw. Dapat kasi yung mga ilaw na yan, nasa gilid. Yung illumination level. Yung pinaka-importante sa hospital, yung color rendition index should not be less than 80%. Hindi na natin pag-uusapan tong illumination design. Kasi ito yung unang-unang sa nasa presentation naman yan eh. Kung gusto nyo hingin yan, pwedeng mahingi yan. Yung illumination design, pati nung stairways, saka yung corridor at night. Kung umaga, kung ano yung sa corridor, kung yung night lights sa corridor. Yung mga power loads naman, we go to the power loads. Yung mga power loads natin, yung auxiliary pump, yung pneumatic tube. Yung pneumatic tube, yun yung modern na nagdi-distribute ng mga medicines sa bawat nurse station. It's through a pneumatic tube normally. Yung hospital normally merong kinakabit na pneumatic tube galing sa bodega ng pharmaceutical bodega. From the pharmaceutical bodega, diretso na sa nurse station yung mga gamot na kailangan ng mga nurses para sa mga pasyente. Yung mga functional equipment naman, yung mga kitchen equipment, yung data processing, yung communication systems, business machines, tapos laundry. Yung hospital equipment, the most important is the X-ray, the imaging systems, radiation therapy. Radiation therapy, ginagamit dyan. Normally ngayon yung nuclear medicine. Nakaseparate na yun yung nuclear medicine na building. Laboratory, surgery, intensive care recovery. Ito yung material management kasama na sa medical equipment yan. Yung material management system. Ang pinaka-importante dyan yung vendors specification, especially with pareho ng CT scan. Yung CT scan kasi, dapat maka 5,000 shots ka para maka-recover yung cost ng bumbilya. Ngayon, pag marumi yung power supply mo, kung may mga spike yan, hindi magtatagal yung bumbilya. And it costs you 2 million to buy one bulb. So, kailangan mo maka 5,000 shots ka po para maka-break even ka dun sa cost ng bulb. Pagka marami yung power supply mo, or may mga spikes, or may harmonic generation. Kasi sa hospital, ang harmonic generated is malaki yung harmonic generation ng hospital eh. Taas yung generation yan. Kanya marami yung power supply. Ngayon, pag marami yung power supply mo, mabilis mapupundi yung instead na maka 5,000 shots ka, mga 3,200 lang normally. Tapos tataas yung maintenance cost mo ng hospital. So, yun yung mga cost. Kailangan yung sa x-ray machine naman, yung x-ray machine normally, nire-request nung supplier na ka-separate siya na power distribution. Kasi yung mataas yung power factor ng x-ray machine. Tapos yung momentary niya na circuit, mataas masyado. So, kailangan mo dun at least 3 100 kVA na transformer. Tapos sa power generation naman, kailangan mo malaki yung makina. Kasi yung effect nung momentary generate nung momentary ang effect nun nasa generator sa engine. Pagka maliit yung engine mo, possibly bibigay yun. Yung mga data processing system naman, yung mga computer maliliit yan. At least mga 1 kVA yung pero doon sa workstation, normally maliliit yan. Hindi mag-exceed ng 1 kVA yung sa workstation mo. Sa communication system, ganun din, maliit yung demand. Ang malaking demand dyan, yung sa copying machine, yung mga malalaking copying machine, normally it's from 3 to 6 kVA yung demand mo. Kasi yung normally, yung data processing machine, normally nasa mga nurse station yun. Bawat nurse station meron. That is to ginagamit yung para sa mga laboratory. Tapos yung before i-discharge yung pasyente, yung patient's record niya. Saka yung medical record, including yung financial record na nagastos niya sa hospital. Doon nakikita yan. yung patient's bill, dyan din nakalagay sa, normally diyan nakikita sa workstation, sa nurse station. Ito yung demand factor na ginamit namin dito. Pero ito is based on the Veterans Affairs of the USA and the Hospital Corporation of America. Pagka 500 beds, kung titingnan nyo, it's only 31,040 square meter. Pero kung 600 beds, 63,000 or almost 6 hectares na yan eh. Yung kilowatt requirement mo per square meter, sa design naman, ito yung magagamit natin sa design. Number 1 dyan yung safety. Kasi yung medical personnel and the maintenance personnel, maski yung mga engineers, normally pumapasok yan dun sa likod ng main distribution panel board. Nag-check normally. Kasi hindi, sa hospital, wala kasing holiday eh. Maski pa Biyernes Santo yan, merong pasyente. Hindi mo pwedeng patayan ng power yung hospital. Kanya kailangan dyan yung maintainability. Tapos ang hospital, normally kailangan mo, pero may nag-expand yan eh. Pero may mga dagdag ng dagdag. Hindi pwede kasi yung hospital na every now and then, pirming bago yung equipment. So may kailangan silang yung economics, isa pa rin yan. Yung ginamit natin sa demand factor doon sa sizing ng system. Makikita niyo yung lighting demand factor is 1 sa distribution panel board, it's 0.5. Kung 50,000 or less. All over 50,000 watts, 0.4. Sa remaining component niya, 0.4 pa rin. So minimum natin dyan is 0.4. Pag-gather ng data ng design sa hospital naman, kailangan mong kausap doon yung administrator una. Tapos yung gumagamit, pareho niya kung sino yung sa dialysis na nurse. Nung kakausapin mo, hindi yung doktor. Pag nakipag-usap ka kasi sa doktor, wala kang makukuha. Puro ano yun eh. Yung architectural plan kasi kailangan yung architectural plan before ma-conceptualize. Tapos na yung electrical. Kasi yung requirement mo dun sa communication room, dun sa data processing room, yung electrical room mo, baka mamaya hindi makapasok yung substation mo, yung transformer mo. Or baka mamaya yung itaas nun pala, CR. Hindi pwede yun. So kailangan yun before yung mag-conceptualize pa lang ng architectural, ginagawa na yung electrical. yung mga possibilities na baka mawala yung inadequate space, having significant electrical equipment such as yung radiology suits mo, baka hindi makapasok yung x-ray machine mo dun sa pintuan. Or baka yung height level niya masyadong baba, hindi na makatwist yung table. Pagkatapos, the most important pa rin yung ventilation mo. Kasi yung transformers natin, normally umiinit yan. Saka yung mga panel boards natin. Ngayon, kailangan yung maganda yung ventilation ng lugar na paglalagyan ng electrical room mo. Tapos yung yung sinasabi ko, the facility function. Kung saan ba gagamitin yun. Kung hemodialysis yan, kailangan mo meron kang magandang electrical room. Kasi yung hemodialysis machine, diretso yung power supply nun doon sa main nurse station. Ngayon, yung meron pa yung dalawang emergency outlets in between sa beds or yung upuan ginagamit sa hemodialysis. Pagkatapos yung budget, yun yung number one yung budget. Kasi ang hospital normally, pareho ngayon, gumawa kami ng 600 beds. Yung cost namin is 3.7 billion pesos sa 600 beds na hospital. Tapos yung normally, yung owner, merong preferences ng equipment ginagamit. Pareho niyang kuminsan, sabihin nila yung hemodialysis machine ko is Hitachi. Hitachi, yung iba naman, sabihin Travnol. Ngayon, yung power supply mo, kailangan pareho sa Travnol, yung power supply nun is 380 volts. Yung Hitachi naman is 240. So kailangan alam mo yung yung preference ng owner. Hindi natin alam kung bakit may mga preferences sila. Kung minsan sabihin mo, papabid mo pa. Hindi ka na pala makapagpabid kasi na-award na nila. Na-order na pala nila yung machine. Tapos yung personnel na 24 hours na naka-duty, importante rin yun. Dapat alam mo yung capacity nila. Pagkatapos yung limitation ng size utility, pare sa Katbalogan, Samar, pinadesign kami ng hospital doon na 100 beds. Humihingi ako ng 500 kVA. Mabibigay lang pala kaya lang pala ng substation nila is up to 30 kVA na lang yung natitira. So, kailangan, before ka mag-design, alam mo na yung limitation ng utility. Kung hanggang saan lang ba yung capacity nila. Yung kailangan din malaman mo kung makapag-supply ba sila ng 3-phase or kasi siyempre magsi 600 beds ka or pa nga 100 beds lang. Kailangan mo 3-phase na linya eh. Yung voltage level. Kaya ba niyang magbigay ng voltage level na 380 volts or 400 volts or 480 volts? Tapos yung metering requirements nila, kung saan ba sila naglalagay ng metro. Pinaka-importante din yung brownout. Ilang beses ba sila mamatay yung supply voltage nila or supply ng utility? Kasi merong utility pareho sa Tagbilaran, sa Bohol. 10 kV lang yung substation nila. Pero may pang nagtitrip. Yan yung mga requirement na kailangan mo malaman before ka mag-design. Kailangan ba nila yung meron kang concrete pad, tapos ang metering nila kung paano? Siyempre yung surge arrestor, yan. Sa owner side yan, OFM, owner furnace man, materials yan. Ang problema dyan yung environmental impact. Ano ba yung, paano mo ba i-discharge yung mga wastage mo pareho ng mag-change oil ka ng generator, magpapalit ka ng oil ng transformer, saan mo itatapon yan? Yung environmental protection. Yung billing rates, ano-ano ba yung penalties nila? Meron bang penalties sa low power factor? Yung mataas ang harmonics, kasi ang hospital normally mataas ang power factor, pero mataas naman ang harmonics. Yung multiple service, meron bang penalty doon? Yung voltage flicker limits, yung ibig sabihin yun, yung spikes. Hanggang saan yung kayang i-maintain ng utility company. Kung pwede ka bang mag-parallel doon sa utility company. Pero kung pwede ka mag-parallel sa kanila, ano naman kailangan mong relaying yung control system, saka yung communication system nung paralleling equipment nyo. Yung mga single phase to ground fault, kailangan din yun. Yung XR ratio. Ito yung sa article 2.50.6.9 naman. Ito yung yung isa rin sa pinaka-importante, sinali ko na lang to. Kailangan to, yung equipment, yung linya mo should be in metal conduit. Continuous yan. Kasi gagamitin mong return path yun. Yung ano yun yung grounding return path. Pero that should be in accordance with Article 2.50.6.9 ng Philippine Electrical Code. Tapos yung banding. Lahat ng equipment, panel boards na related sa isang circuit, dapat nakaband together hanggang dun sa ATS, hanggang dun sa automatic transfer switch. Kung tatlo yung automatic transfer switch na nakalagay doon, tatlo rin yung ibaband nyo. Kailangan nun, yung copper conductor mo is not less than 5.5 mm squared. Tapos continuous. Pwede mo lang siyang i-break yung grounding conductor mo doon sa termination mismo ng panel board. Doon lang pwedeng putulan yung alambre. Tapos yung matagal na pag wala ng power dyan sa hospital is normally 10 seconds lang. Pinakamatagal na yung 10 seconds. Ito yung nakasulat sa Philippine Electrical Code, Article 5.17.310 is the equipment branch. Point 3.8, the life safety branch and the critical branches. Point 3.9 is the critical branch. Yun. Ito yung pinaprotect ng life safety branch. Yung elimination of means of regress. Sinasabi ko kanina, yung mga illumination ng mga corridors. Kasi may mga emergency lights lang dyan. Dapat nun, nakakabit yan doon sa life safety branch. Ito naman yung pinaprotect ng critical branch. Yung sa critical branch naman, pati yung ilaw. Makikita niyo pati yung ilaw ng sa patient's room. Yung design na ginawa namin sa aming hospital sa Riverside. Yung dalawang substation, 2.5 MVA. Meron tiebreaker. Ngayon yung tiebreaker na yan is either automatically or manually interlocks doon sa main circuit breaker. Kung mamawala yung isang transformer, pwede mong i-load yung ibang load mo, ilagay mo doon sa kabilang transformer. Tapos yung ibang load mo, kasi ang hospital normally, pareho sa amin sa 600 beds yung hospital namin sa Riverside. Yung normally, yung required power namin kung umaga, from 6 to 4 o'clock or 5 p.m. hanggang 2.5 to 5 MVA. Pero pagkagabi, 260 kilowatts lang ang requirement mo. Halos kung gabi, halos wala na kang Kanya dapat pag 750 kVA yung substation mo, hatiin mo na dahil para mas maliit yung short pole current mo. Kasi kung maliit yung substation mo, lilit din yung pole current niya. Yun yung benefit ng double-ended substation. The lower pole current than with a single larger transformer. Yung definition ng category 2 ng general care na patient's room. Kailangan yan, at least 2 branch circuits yung gagamitin mo dyan. Yan yung violation ng PEC sa part 2 ng PEC. Yan yun eh. Nakita nyo yung critical branch, tapos yung normal branch. Yan yung sa general care facilities ng hospital. Kailangan yung ano mo, kita mo yung A, B, kag C. Yung C, yun yung emergency panel. Yung emergency, galing sa emergency circuit yung outlet. Yung critical care spaces naman. Yun yung mga ICU, angiography lab, cardiac catheterization laboratories, delivery rooms, operating rooms. Kailangan dyan, meron kang 7 duplex receptacle or 14 outlets. Yun sa critical care na category 1 spaces. Yan, mababasa nyo dyan yung pinaka-importante sa operating room, yung traffic control. Kailangan walang obstruction yung sahig. Kanya yung positioning ng mga outlet mo. Yung requirement no, dun sa operating room shall have 36 receptacles or 18 duplex receptacles divided between at least 2 branch circuits on the emergency isolated power system. Kailangan pa rin yung outlet na special outlet para sa X-ray, sa laser. Pag-iban pa nga equipment requiring special electrical configuration. Yung iba-iba ba yung configuration ng outlet kasi yung atin parallel lang normally. Dapat dyan yung outlet mo is categorized under class 1 group C of the hazardous locations. Kasi merong accumulation ng dyan, anesthesia sa loob ng operating room. So kailangan mo yung Maraming equipment sa operating room na ganyan. Ito yung typical na isolation transformer. Ito pinagawa ko sa power box. Pero yung A, yung isolated power supply, or yung transformer mismo, sa K-rated yan na K-rated na 10 kVA na transformer, isolated transformer. Ay shielded yan. Kailangan mo kasi K-rated kasi maraming, yun nga, mataas ang harmonic sa hospital. So, kailangan mo K-rated yung transformer mo para minimize mo yung heating, yung heat dissipation ng coil. Yung naman, yung B, makikita mo yung B, yun yung line isolation monitoring system. Nakakabit yan dyan kasi yung line isolation monitor system mo naman, very limited yung length ng alambre. Hindi mo pwedeng galawin dyan yan. Kasi yung alambre niyan, eksakto lang to monitor dun sa ground, sa outside the ground system. Tapos makikita mo dyan yung sa kanan, yan yung grounding equipment na kinakabit doon sa doktor, sa pasyente. Yan pinaplug yung ground. Yung ground na yan, naka-common ground. Yan yung tinatawag na malinis, clean ground. Yung clean ground is normally attached to your grounding bus. Pero linis na siya nga. Kasi isolate siya yung buong operating room kasi nakamat ground yun eh. Para minimize mo yung maski yung sa tsinelas, yung static electricity, yung tsinelas ng ginagamit ng mga doktor at ng nurses. Kanya clean ground yung kailangan dyan. Doon nakakabit yung grounding system na yan. Kasi normally pareho ng cautery machine. 10,000 volts high frequency na machine. Yun yung pinang-welding pagka naputulan ng vein yung pasyente. Yan yung temporary, yung pinang-close ng vein. Kanya yung pasyente naka-ground dahil doon. Kasi pagka nag-leak yung transformer doon sa 10,000 volts na high frequency na yun, yung high frequency mo, bali wala na yun. Makukuryente ka na rin talaga. Dapat yung isolated power circuit mo, meron sariling circuit breaker yan. Yung main, dun sa primary, saka dun sa secondary. Dapat ma-isolate sila. Diyan dinipay natin kung ano yung requirement ng ka ng isolation transformer. Paano wiring yan? Yung wiring system yan should be in accordance with Class 1 Division 1 ng hazardous location. Nursery naman, kailangan mo is 2 grounded receptacle for its bassinet. Sa critical areas ng nursery, at least 7 duplex outlets. yung sa nursery, tsaka sa pediatrics, tsaka sa psychiatric ward, kailangan normally yung requirement yan is according to the categories presented. Pero that is kailangan sa nurse, sa pediatrics, tsaka psychiatric ward, tamper resistant yung ano mo, yung outlet. Baka tusukin ng karayom yung outlet eh. Yung sa hemodialysis. Yung hemodialysis machine, diretso yung power supply niyan. Yung sa main nurses station. Meron sariling power supply yan. Galing sa nurses station. Pero maglalagay ka pa rin ng dalawang outlet for each side of the bed. Isa galing sa emergency branch, isa galing sa normal branch. Yung puti, normal branch circuit. Sa mga corridor, kailangan yung sa patient's corridor, yung corridor na sa patient's beds, yung loob sa patient's bed, patient's corridor, ibig sabihin, kailangan mo, ito yung spacing na kung paano install yung mga outlet. It's 15.24 meters apart. And 7.62 meters from the end of the corridor. Tapos wala pera pa yun, kailangan sa corridor mo, merong x-ray na outlet na makakaabot ng yung cord, makakaabot ng 15 meters hanggang doon sa dulong, pinakadulong patient's room hanggang makapasok ng machine. So, yun ang susukatin mo. Ito yung paano dinidesign yung emergency power supply. May pangalan yan, yung EML1 number 2, panel board number 1, circuit number 2. Yan. Emergency panel number 1, circuit number 2. Tapos ito yung sa kilid niya, yung x-ray outlet. Dapat ito pangalanan yung bawat emergency outlet mo. Thank you nga pala and good afternoon. Are there any questions? Pwede niyong mahingi yung kopya niyan sa sa technical. Binigay ko na sa kanila yung kopya. Especially doon sa illumination design.
Hello, pwede bang kumuha ng questions? Bibigay na lang namin yung mic na cordless. May questions ba from the audience? Hindi ko kayo masyadong makita. Pero, questions? Sige po. May mic ba dito or dito? Hindi ko kasi nakikita. Pahingi na lang ho ng isa pang wireless para sa question. Tapos babalik po kay sir. Sige. Yun po. Orange.
isang tanong lang po para mabilis. Ano po yung masasabi nyo kung yung buong hospital lagyan ng naka-emergency lahat ng loads? Doon lang sa main para... So ano pong masasabi niyo pag yung buong hospital nilagyan ng emergency na po lahat?
Ano po yun? Ano po yun?
Kung yung buong hospital po gagawing emergency na lang. Kasi normally yung mga small hospitals saka yung medium hospital up to 300 beds. Normally hindi naman ganun kalakihan ng loads. What if kung isang generator na po sa lahat ng loads para lahat naka-emergency na? May violation po ba doon or pwede rin po 'yon?
Actually, depende sa designer yun eh. Depende sa pag-design mo. Kasi yung sa amin, normally, yung pinresent natin dito is not less than 100 beds. Or, kasi yung hospital, normally, pagka nag-design ka ng hospital, kasi yung hospital building masyado magastos ka niya, kailangan magmi-minimum ka ng at least 75 or 100 beds eh. Kanya yung sinasabing, actually, yung hindi naman violation yung kagad yung pero sa ngayon, kasi yung NFPA 2012, talagang rinibump yun eh, tinanggal talaga yun eh. Pinalitan ng 2017. Ang NFPA 99 2017, yung 2012 kasi maraming hindi nasama sa requirement. Yun yung tinatanong mo, yung sa 2017, kung sa 2017, violation na yun. Kasi sa PEC 5.17, may requirement yung yung emergency circuits. Kailangan nga doon yung pareho sa design mo. At least hindi ka lang sobra sa 10 seconds, pero kailangan kasi yung communication mo is normally requirement sa communication is 3 seconds eh. Yung transfer. Pero mahirap naman yung i-transfer mo ng 3 seconds yung generator mo, parang ginising mo yun tsaka sinipa eh. Pag umandar yung makina mo. Kanya pag de-design mo, depende sa iyo. If you have your UPS, the better. Para sa amin, may 300 beds namin is 300 kVA yung UPS system para sigurado ka. Wala kang interruption. Kasi sa hospital mahirap yung may interruption eh. Pag pareho niya nag-o-opera ng nangyari sa amin yan eh. Nag-o-opera ng heart transplant. Nasira yung breaker ng operating room. Wala kang magagawa, maglalagay ka na lang ventilador. Lahat ng magagawa mo pa kasi pag pinahinto mo yung power mo doon, mamamatay din yung pasyente, gagawan mo lang lahat ng paraan. So yung generation mo is important. Talagang importante yung power generation sa hospital.
Hospital to put another source such as battery energy storage system.
Ulit nga po.
It is suggested po ba na to increase the electrical system reliability ng isang hospital to put ang battery energy storage system?
Pwede rin. Yun nga, UPS nga ginagamit namin Normally UPS sa mga ICU yung NICU rooms, yung operating rooms, saka yung ICU recovery rooms, normally naka-UPS na yun. Tama ka, battery. Battery yung ginagamit namin. Pero yung battery, yung charger nun, nakakonect doon sa ATS generator. That is, ATS namin is 5 seconds. Does that answer your question, sir? Mas maganda nga yun yung battery gamitin eh. Kasi permanente yung load mo, yung power mo eh. Kasi mas mahirap mag-parallel sa utility.
The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Antonio Guevara during the simultaneous technical sessions of the 4th Annual National Convention. Thank you very much, sir. And our next speaker will be introduced via our video.
Good afternoon, everyone. Our technical speaker is a professional electrical engineer and the CEO managing partner of RA Mujica and Partners, which specializes in design, consultation, inspection, appraisal, and construction coordination for a wide range of projects, small, medium, or large scale of both private enterprises and public agencies. For over 3 decades, his experience in electrical audit, schematic and feasibility studies, review and evaluation of existing and proposed distribution system, preparation of estimates and quotations, technical specifications, and contract documents for bid purposes. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering at the Mapua Institute of Technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome our technical speaker this afternoon, no other than Engineer Roladin Mujica. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, our colleagues in the industry. Well, I'm Lad Mojica. Normally, they call me Lad instead of my full name, Raladin A. Mojica. Okay. For this afternoon's discussion, we'll be focusing our role as an electrical engineer and how to complement it in doing the design together with other project proponents, the architects, the developers, and the other co-engineers in the industry, how to optimize to attain a better or a best result. Okay? Well, as introduced earlier, I'm a graduate of Mapua way back 1975. I became an engineer when IIEE was born. So it means to say, my practice since then, for 4 to 7 years, I'm very active in electrical engineering services. So I'm running the office together with other engineers, and we founded it March 9 of 1987. After working several years with other companies, first was the DCCD Engineering Company, a consulting company up to now, which is our friendly competitor. Then I worked to the architectural firm of architect Roberto C. Caite. Then I spent 9 years in the EEI, the Engineering Equipment Incorporated, being assigned here in the domestic construction. So, okay. What's the meaning of the definition of complementarity? As you can see here, in a Chinese philosophy, it is like the yin and yang. In psychology, the quality of relationship between two people, objects, or situations, such that the qualities of one supplement or enhance the different qualities of the others. And in the Webster Dictionary, it's a relation between the two opposite states of principles that together exhaust the possibilities, whereby one thing supplements or depends on the other. Okay? So, meaning to say, these are working usefully together to have a deeper collaboration, complementing each other. In the construction business or in the design business, we have an architect, we have the developers, we have the structural engineers, mechanical engineers, plumbing engineers, fire protection engineers. We have quantity surveyors or project management teams. And ultimately, the one that will implement will be the contractors. Okay, what's the role of the developer, the architect, and the engineer? Well, the developer, as you all know, they're the owner of the project, might be the client, and the project financiers. Then they do define the terms and conditions and the basis of the design. Well, they do monitors the numbers, the project schedules, the bottom line, and the return of investment, or what we call normally the ROI. Then the developer also validates the economics of the design against their benchmark project or the projects undertaken before. And they do check and they do expect the efficiency and effectiveness of the design against their terms of references. Okay? The architect, they are the principal designer, they're the space planner, the artist, and the visionary. They develop the creative designs for buildings and structures per building code. They are more concerned on the look or aesthetic appearance in the inside and exterior of the building. And the architect provides the architectural floor plans, reflected ceiling plans, the elevations, the details, and the finishes, and the like. Now, we, the engineers, we have in the other industry, the civil, the structural, mechanical, plumbing, sanitary. And our main purpose in developing a project, okay, primarily we use mathematics and science for the technical design for the buildings, all in accordance to the prescribed codes. Okay? We are very concerned about the design for safety and functionality of the structures. That's the role of the engineers. And we do provide schematic diagrams, engineering plans, and construction details. Then, as we progresses, we do make the engineering design analysis and calculations. Nowadays, in electrical engineering, is already a requirement, mandatory requirement, to submit in securing building permit, short circuit analysis, load flow, voltage drop calculations. Now, in short, the developer will be they're more concerned on the economics and efficiency, while the architect is into the aesthetics and the form of the project. While we, the engineers, we're focused on the function and safety. Okay? Now, here, as an engineer, I think we are all, during my time, engineering is a 5-year course. The electrical, the civil, the mechanical, the structural. The architects or the architecture is also a 5-year course. What I'm saying, in doing a design, we'll have to have an equal standing in developing a design. Okay? And most often, well, with my colleagues here in the industry, doing a coordination in a project, the electrical spaces or the locations of the equipment is more important. I mean, the parking spaces are more important than the locations of our equipment, from our experience. But nevertheless, progressively, we have to justify our intent in the design to come up with a very systematic and cost-effective solutions. So in the design parameters, we try to analyze the terms and references or the basis of design by the client. Then we have to do the coordination together with other disciplines or together with other team players in the design. Then progressively, we have to do the concepts, location of the equipment and functionality schemes. We have to integrate the services of other trades in our design and taking into consideration primarily the costs of our scheme. Okay. In the design considerations, we have to consider health and safety, code compliance, functionality, and usability. Then another thing, we have to have a branding, quality, and customer experience. Well, at the end of the day, our design should be efficient and cost-effective. Okay? So, Manny, pakibalik lang. Previous slide, Manny. So at the same time, the electrical system should be environmental friendly, future-proof in the Internet of Things. So being an electrical engineer, our participation in developing plans, we really have to focus that in doing so, we can attain a cost-effective solutions, efficient and cost-effective, aside from innovative solutions. That's the role of primarily we electrical engineers we have to assert ourselves in doing so. Another consideration in doing the design electrically, you got to have, configuration and the sources of power supply. Earlier, as discussed by Engineer Antonio Guevara, on the design of hospital care facilities, we got to make a thorough coordination with the distribution utility companies, the DUs. Earlier, he made mention the requirement is 300 kVA, but the utility can only supply, I think, 30, as mentioned, 30 or 50 kVA. So again, it's a must for the engineers to do work hand in hand with the local utility service providers. Aside from the capacity, we got to know what will be the system voltage that they will be delivering to the premises. My colleagues overseas are just wondering how come in the Philippines we have several distribution voltages. Okay, in Metro Manila, Meralco is giving us a 34.5 kV. In the Visayas, under VECO, they're giving us a 24 kV. Davao Electric, Davao Light, I think it's 13.8. And the rest of the electric cooperatives, they're giving us a 13.2, right? And one thing nice, all of these voltages is running on a 60 hertz frequency. So got to know which area we're doing a planning. So the primary voltage is a function of the area of the utility companies. MECO, I think, is a 13.2, the Mactan Electric. But Cepalco in Mindanao, again, de Oro, their distribution voltage is the same as that of Meralco at 34.5. Now, next is we have to have a good analysis of the architectural plans. So we can plan our equipment, the power center, the location of the switch gears, transformers, the generators. Then we have to have the electrical risers. All of these things has to be positioned properly well. Now, in doing the selection of the spaces, we got to understand from the previous experience then also, like for example, there is an existing facility, we have to give due respect to the operation and maintenance personnel. What were the problems that they have been encountering in their facility? So most often, the ventilation of the equipment is an issue. Ventilation, the ingress, and the egress. So we have to consider all of these things. Then, knowing all these problems encountered, especially when we're doing an expansion in the facility, it is a must to coordinate and to talk to the maintenance people. And that's a good idea, getting information from them. Then let's put it in our design considerations. Having validated the locations of the equipment, then we have to understand how we're going to run our power distribution systems. Not only the normal power, the emergency, as well as the redundancy. During my time, when I became an engineer, we haven't heard of redundancies. We only heard of about standby power or emergency power. But now, especially the 24/7 facilities, aside from a backup, they have a redundant power supply. Not only a redundant equipment, but also a redundant riser to the point of delivery to the premises of the locator. And that redundancy has to be routed on a different area. Because if we're going to put the redundant riser, same way with a normal riser, and something happens in that compartment, then we lose that reliability. Even though they're on a separate circuit, but they got to be routed on a separate chamber or a separate riser room. So in this case, we are eating an area in a building, but we have to be ready and justify it to the architects as well as to the developers. Because for any development, they're so particular to the area allocation and the efficiency of the building. So how much area we have to give or we have to ask and where to locate it. Okay? So meaning to say, everything should be addressed. There are times that, the owner or sometimes the architect won't allow us to have our space over there. But be, I would say, alert to justify why we're asking for such an area on that level, and we have to justify it to everybody. That's the importance, primarily the reliability of the system, not only for a 24/7 structures, but all in the facilities. Just like in the hospital care facilities, as discussed earlier again, you'll see they have a separate critical and non-essential loads, different circuitry. So all of these things, we really have to coordinate. And that's the role of the electrical engineers. We have to position ourselves to be as even or equal to that of the structural engineers, to the mechanical, to the architects. Okay? Now, another thing in a project, maybe you're familiar when there's a new project to be launched, there's what we call groundbreaking, right? Then after the groundbreaking, the second milestone there will be first pouring. After the first pouring comes the topping off. Then after the topping off, what comes next? The opening, correct? But we electrical engineers, as also a weight in the project, as equal as them. That's why I'm asking the project management team to have in their milestone an energization event in the building. Sabi ko nga, let there be light. When I was assigned way back the 70s in an electrification program, okay, when we are going to energize a town, first time to get the power, oh boy, it's like a fiesta to them. When they saw where they're erecting poles, doing stringing and putting up the transformers, everybody are so excited that they start buying refrigerators. Then when we switch off and energize the line, switch on the line, they don't want it to be switched off anymore. So they call it, NEA normally says it, let there be light. Same way with the building. We got to have that recognition, correct? Who among you in your projects that have this milestone on about energization of your projects? We have to have an equal footing with that of other trades, correct? So these are the things that, as an electrical engineer, we have to position ourselves in such a way to properly recognize our effort. So those who are in the project management team, let's put a milestone on the energization of your project. So the schedule is another thing. Everybody would say, we need it yesterday. So without the proper scheduling and planning, we will never be successful. Maring yung system natin will be half-baked. And there, once it becomes operational, we'll have a lot of deficiencies. And who's to be blamed? Definitely, any electrical problems, they will never call the project managers, the architects. Any electrical failures, we are being recognized. They know already to call the electrical engineers of the project. I think that's not the role of the electrical when there is only a problem, and they should appreciate us being part of the team. Okay? So with this, okay, on the citing the locations of the powerhouse, when we do design in the office, we always consider it already as a value engineered analysis, considering the economics. So for the location of the powerhouse, we have to consider how to bring in the equipment, transformers, generators, and switchgears. Now, at the same time, we have to consider the security of our equipment, especially on a 24/7. These are the requirements of our locators. The equipment should be securely secured, properly secured, because their business is dependent to power. Okay? Then the rest will just be down the line, evaluating the cost of the conductor, whether it's copper, aluminum, whether we're gonna be using a bus duct or copper wires or other type of wiring methods. Just to make sure we don't have any conflict with other trades, our electrical system. So this is what we call complementarity, complementing our function in a project to that of the owner, to the architects, and to the rest of the project team members. Now, we have a slide here. I hope there are some Meralco guys here inside. Normally, in Meralco policy, they do allow their transformers to be located up to the second floor. Well, in a high-rise building, say 50 stories and above, the podium will be very vital for them because normally it's the retail area, and above the podium are parking slots, parking levels. Now, if we consider only the second floor, the location of the transformers, as well as the main equipment, generators and the switchgear, we are penalizing the developer because the loads will be top of the parking levels. So we try to work it out that our equipment can be located even beyond second floor, maybe in the last parking floor, on the 7th, on the 8th. Okay, and the issue there is who will handle the lifting of the equipment. And in case there will be a breakdown or utility has to replace the transformer, it's an issue. Okay, what we have developed, and I think there's a lot of engineers here coming from the Visayas, primarily in the Beco area. Beco allowed us to bring their transformers in the level where we want to locate it, considering the economics. But as long as in our discussions with VECO, they will deliver their transformers on the ground floor, on the ground level. And the developer or the contractor will be responsible for bringing in these transformers to the respective location where we want it to happen. Then once we have already the transformers in that level, that's the time they're gonna do the banking. Now what happens then when there's a problem that they have to replace the transformers? Well, the arrangement that we have agreed upon with VECO and Double Light, it will be the building or the maintenance or the building per se will be the one to bring down again this damaged equipment, the respective location in the ground floor. And from there, it will be taken again by the utility company. And normally, we bring our equipment, and there's a parking level in the last parking floor, there is a ramp. So if you're talking of cylindrical transformers, max of 500 kVA, single phase, it's about 2.1 tons. And we can do it through the ramp, okay? Same way when we're gonna bring it down again. If in case it's a customer-owned substation, then either we have to have a lifting facilities. Okay, but most often the utility, they're into cylindrical transformers. And easy to bring it up using either you have to have a pallet truck or a, call it a truck, a small one that can bring a 2-tonner transformers. So we were successful many years ago in dealing this kind of situation in VECO and in Davao Light. And they understand the economics and the cost of the savings of copper to bring power all the way up to where the loads are. Okay? So same way, in one of the projects we have done, here, the transformers, these are transformers of the cylindrical type. Okay, I don't know. Oh, cannot be seen here. Anyway, look at the diagram. We have the transformers distribution type. We have multiple gensets. Then we have these low voltage switch gears, then the risers. And this sets of equipment is located, I think it's on the 8th floor, 8th or 9th floor of the building, and it is about 45-story high. So there's no issue when it comes to this, especially the ventilation of the gensets, the intake air, and the exhaust. So, medyo sabi nga nila matigas ang ulo ng RA Moica and Partners because we are trying to insist where is the most logical, cost-effective location of the equipment. Well, we have considered the ingress, how to bring in the equipment, how to bring it down, and at the same time, we try to consider primarily the clearances and the intake air and the exhaust air for our generators. And this project is already been energized years ago. Now, as I've said earlier, we have a code, prescribe the clearances. I've seen a lot of projects that we have a very, very tight clearances, less than prescribed by the code. And it's so difficult for the maintenance guys to do maintenance work, inspection, thermal scanning, or adding additional feeders. So we try really to be code compliant, to make sure the personnel working in our equipment will be safe. So again, to my colleagues in the industry, let's respect the clearance access prescribed by our code. I hope we will not be seeing installations non-complying to the code. We've done a lot of audit, and we have informed the clients of the building what are the non-conformity to the code. Okay? So all of this, we have descriptions in the code how to understand the clearances. So with this, we can work properly with the owner, the architects, bringing up a code-compliant installations. So a sample of the works that we have done, okay, then we have the prescribed clearances, the minimum. But sometimes we're able to generate, we're quite lucky to gain an extra millimeters or inches of clearances, but not below the prescribed code. Again, earlier I've been saying about the ventilation of the equipment, which is so vital, especially for the generators. You might have an exhaust, but if you don't have an intake air, it's no good. So we try to consider where to locate the gensets. Just like in the previous slide, Manny, where the equipment location is. Can you come back? Go back, Manny. The other one. This one. Here is the parking. If you can take a look in the parking level, they take care of the gensets coming from the car park. And that's the one, the perimeter of the building where the exhaust will be thrown out. The hot air from the radiator and from that of the muffler. I know there's so many developers, including the architects, and us being positioned our sets of equipment in an, how would they say it, in an assigned spaces. We do accept it. Why not? But we have to take a look. How will be the efficiency of the equipment? Whether we have to have a good ventilation for the intake and the exhaust, and at the same time, we have the clearances, in getting into the equipment. So with that, again, these are the factors that we have to consider with the electrical industry, the electrical engineers. So once the building has been turned over to the maintenance, to the property managers, then I'm pretty sure they will be happy maintaining their equipment. Okay? At the same time now, we have to have, as I said earlier, coordination with the utility companies, so the DUs. Yep. Primarily, the concern of the DU is the location of their cash register, the metering. So we do respect them as much as possible. They have to have an access for their metering outfit, whether it's a primary metered or secondary metered. Okay. So this has been second, again, from the policies of the utility companies, we do make some adjustments, and we ask them for their considerations, just like having an exhaust hood inside the transformer vault. And in a cable trench. Manny, on this next slide, Manny. Here, cable trench for the secondary cable and the primary. I think the slide on the left is a lot practical in doing so rather than the slide on the right. Would you agree on this? When you remove the transformers, easy for you to remove it. Then when you check the cables, it's a lot easier. Inside the vault, you can see the status of your secondary cables. If you have that one in the trench, oh, it's so nice. But how will you maintain and clean the trench? Structurally, that's so difficult to handle, especially if the transformer will be on above ground on a higher elevation. It's so difficult, how to do the formworks, concrete pouring and everything. Once it's already covered, how to clean it up. We do not know because the vault is locked and only to be accessed by the DUs. Okay? So here, I think we were lucky in our discussions with the utility companies to take out the hood on top of the transformers. Instead, we size up an exhaust fan resting on the wall. So the heat that be emanated will just be taken out. Because that hood is a metal one. We do not know when it will get rusted. Okay? So these were, projects that, small things, but at the end, in years to come, will create problems in the facility. And we were lucky we got an acceptance and approval to our request. Now, we did some innovative solution. Maybe a lot of you guys knows already this dual source metering, where that meter can register the normal consumption and at the same time, the consumption when it's running from a generator or on-site generator or another source of. So meaning to say it's a very cost-effective solution that you'll have one riser system. Then you'll just have to have a control wire to sense whether the voltage is coming from a source 1 or source 2. And by the way, these meters is already available many years ago in Meralco, in all the utility companies. Double Light, VECO are using this already. So it saves a space. Rather than you have two riser system, separating the normal riser and the emergency riser. You know how much the cost, assuming it's a bus duct. This one is already been accepted years ago by all the DUs. So we're, again, happy to tell you that our this scheme was approved by the utility company. Here's the sample of the installation of a dual source meter. It's just like the same kilowatt-hour meter, the ordinary one on a meter base, socket type meter base. Another thing that we have shared to the owner is the use of this, what we call a prefabricated branch cable, wherein in a typical, say, a hotel and a studio unit residential condo, we do insert this branch cable inside the plumbing case. Okay. In other DUs, it's already accepted. Double Light, and Beko. And we have a mock-up or a slide how we have installed this branch cable inside the chase together with the plumbing, the seaware, Manik, next slide, please. Here is a mock-up sample and has been followed in our projects. We just aligned all the utility lines, the plumbing, the seaware, the fresh water. Look at that meter we had there and the branch cable, including the auxiliary systems. We don't need any more electrical room in any floor. Like the conventional before, years ago, we have multi-metering setup in every floor. Then you'll have a horizontal distribution going to the unit. While this one, if you look at the layout, out of the 5 chase, it will gonna go to the panel board. By the way, try to notice where we put the panel board. Before, the architect or everybody, they want the panel boards to be put in a cupboard, in a kitchen, which is so very hard to access. I have experienced it so many times on all the structures, locating where the panel boards is located. Now, we're able to get an acceptance that the panel board will just be at the back of the main door. So regarding the splices and the taps, we are code compliant. The 1/3 tap rule or the 3-meter tap rule. Right? And this will be very cost-effective solution. Rather than you will require an electrical room for the meter center, and how much area you'll be asking from the project in every floor for the meter center. Assuming you have 22 units in the floor, oh boy, easily you'll be looking at about 60 square meter or 80 square meter for the meter center in every floor. While this one will just make it, arranged properly. The utilities and the electrical and the auxiliary cabinets in one chase location. In the beginning, when we introduced this kind of wiring method, there's a big resistance to the OBO, to the LGU, and to the other engineers. But this branch cable is a watertight connection. It's a prefabricated, molded in such a way water cannot penetrate. And they're saying, we cannot combine water and electricity in the same compartment. But our meter is a socket type meter, which you are all familiar that these meters are just installed outside. Ulanin, arawin, continuous service natin, di ba? And this one is a normally dry chase. In case magkaroon ng leak, then easy to check and validate because there's an opening inside this chase on the pipe chase. So every month, when you do meter reading, be it power or water, they can check the integrity of the leaks of the pipes, if there's some leaking. So it has been approved again, accepted by all the utilities and the OBO. A lot of our clients were happy with this kind of innovation because they translate the floors, no more electrical room, no more meter center in every floor. So we're just sharing this to all my colleagues in the industry. Then, like this, the classes and everything can be determined. When we did this kind of installation to fully understand What we did is a 1:1 mock-up. The real size of the chase, the real size of the pipes, the cables and everything, as well as the meter. Just like on the previous slide, is the real mock-up 1:1. By then, it has been, well appreciated by the project team, including the owner themselves. So with that, means complementarity, complementing our services with that of the owner, the architects, and the developers. Now, there are other items that, it's based on the code, especially the use of fire stops and the rest. These are to be code compliant. Do we still have time? I think wala nagsasabi kung over na ako. So, again, in a pump room, we have seen a lot of installations also. That the electrical panels is in the deeper area of the pump room, away from the front access. Before you reach the panel, you're gonna be crossing to the pipes. So it is not accessible as I realize it. And it's on a wet area. Okay, what we want to happen in the room, let's have some sort of an ante-room, which is a dry place. And once you get inside the room, you have already access to the electrical controls, rather than bringing in the panel in the deeper area. These are the common practices that we have seen a lot. And when we saw this kind of installation, the maintenance guy would say, who is the engineer who approved it? Because it's an electrical panels, they need the consent of the electrical engineer. So to solve it, we do place it just immediately in the dry area from the door. And we do create what we call an ante room, where there is a dry location. Okay. Okay. You can see some of the text that we have prepared. Okay, next. Now, in the case of the panel board, actually this is our office. There's a panel board and there's the main door. What we did, we put our permit, we put a frame, then hang it. Then we know at the back of that frame, kasi sabi nila pangit daw eh. Pagka nilagyan mo na ngayon yan ng naka-frame, then you won't see the panel board anymore. But it is accessible because nakahang lang naman yung frame. Ayun, merong hook. In some of the projects we have done, they said it's an eyesore, having seen the panel boards at the entrance. But we come up with the solution and we are not violating the code. Then we put our, frame, artworks, or whatever it is, hang, but not permanently fastened to the wall. So this is the case in our office. Now another thing, if you look at the slide on the right, you see a condensing units outdoor. A lot of us, they use, very common to hear it in the site, they need an ECB, enclosed circuit breaker, for the condensing units. We tried to take it out because we have a dedicated feeder protection per condensing unit. And what we do, replace that of an ECB we do have industrial plugs and socket to disconnect or to isolate the condensing unit when we do servicing. Try to take a look, an ECB installed maybe 3 or 5 years from now, 5 years ago. How do you see the enclosures? It's already corroded. But these industrial plugs and sockets, kung sino man ang naging seaman sa inyo, very common ito sa barko. And that is a polarized plug that you cannot be wrong when it comes to phase rotation. Then naka-twist lock pa yan. And it is made of polycarbonate. So it's, with a third-party certification. The cost nowadays, sabi nila mahal. But mahal, after 5 years, you're gonna replace the enclosed ECB, or the ECB, because it's rotten already. And this one, we have a project. We've done it in Marco Polo Hotel in Cebu. I think it's already 15 years ago. And that ECB is still working up to now. There was another project, same year, when we did the Marco Polo, other projects, but we were not the one who did it. After 7 or 6 years, the ECB is already, the enclosure is already corroded. And that exposes the maintenance people, or even in a residential application, in the outdoor units, possibly like this, we cannot refrain our children to be running around. If it is rotten and exposed, the wiring is already exposed, are we happy that there will be some sort of an accident possibly to happen? And we do not know how much is our cost of our life against the cost of an industrial plugs and socket compared to the cost of the ECB. Right? So these are the things. In summary, well, as we have said, the developer wants to have the project economical and efficient to have an early return of investment. To the architect, we have to satisfy the aesthetics and the form of the structure. And to the engineers, we are after the function and safety. So all of this to complement, for the success of the project. Yeah, earlier, this I have discussed it. When we have the groundbreaking, it's the affair of the developer and the architect. When there is a first pouring, it's the affair of the developer, the architect, and the structural engineer. Tell me if I'm wrong, huh? This is our experience. When there's a tapping up, again, an affair of the developer and the structural engineer. I hope we electrical engineers would have a milestone in our undertaking. So let there be light. No matter how good and how nice the building, the facade is, at night without power, oh, it's dull. Nobody would appreciate it. Okay? So all of this is our presentation for today. Mani, do we have still? Okay. As what the group, actually, this is a group effort of RA Moica and partners. And we say it's the RAMP's way to make the system reliable with all the redundancies. We are available to the projects, to any problems, and make sure that our product is maintainable and sustainable as well, and properly coordinated with other trades and safe to operate. With this, RA Moica and partners, me representing, being the managing partner, would like to say many, many thanks, for listening and watching our presentation. Have a nice day and happy weekend, everybody.
Hello. Questions from the audience? We'll take three. Three questions for Sir Lad. No question. Wala po.
Okay, they're asking if there's some questions and we're ready to answer here. I have my staff, not only myself, but let me do it the other way around. And I ask the questions to the participants. Okay? Well, Alvin is taking a photo, and I want to ask questions to Alvin Wagan here. Being, into maintenance of Mega World, how is our presentation relates to his job?
Actually, Sherlad, yeah, I do agree, dun sa milestone, in the projects. If you will notice, yung effort talaga ng electrical engineers, hindi nakakasama dun sa milestone, dun sa declaration namin. From the planning up to the completion of the project. I do agree we should include the electrical accomplishments as for the milestone. So perhaps we will invite our consultants to check everything as part of the milestone. Thank you, sir. Actually, that's a good information.
Okay, thanks, Alvin. What about the others? Anybody here from the utility companies? Can you raise up your hand, please? Anybody from the DU? Or they don't want to be recognized? Anybody from the DU here? Be it Meralco, Double Light, Beco, Cepalco? Or no representatives from DU? Come on, guys, speak up. Raise up your hand. Anybody from any of the DUs here? Wow. Wala pala tayong representative from any distribution utility companies. So the one that I have presented, walang comments coming from the DU. Anybody else? Oh, who worked with the DU before? Anybody? Okay. Nevertheless, you can send an email to us if you have some concern. What about to the project managers? Anybody working in a PM? Who? Okay.
Good afternoon. For the explanation of Sir Lord Mohoyka, is very specific talaga and applicable to our practice today, because in the project management team, pag nagkakaroon ng ang hirap kasi magkaroon ng mga clashes kapag hindi nagkaroon ng coordination from the start of a project. So we suggest during the paggawa pa ng terms of reference of the project and other things during the start of the project, na-address na yung mga clashes. In order, pagdating ng for construction, diretso na and smooth na yung construction until the turnover of the project. And looking forward, yung mga less than RFI, kasi minsan kung maganda naman yung pagka-implement ng project, nagkakaroon tayo ng less RFI, unless the more the RFI, the more nagiging nagkakaroon ng complementary during construction phase. Thank you, sir.
I'll just go at the back, I'll just tap a guy there. I want to ask what they have understand on our presentation. Okay? Maghanap lang ako kung sino. Okay, ma'am. Have you listened to my presentation? Why so? Why so? Now, can you share whatever learnings you have learned from the presentation? And what company do you work with?
Thank you. I am an engineer, Christine Pangan from the Armed Forces of the Philippines, a civilian employee of the Procurement Service. Yes, sir.
Speak up louder, please.
Okay, thank you. So my take on the two-day face-to-face national convention, it's not, I, I cannot apply all of those with the current job I had, because currently what matters to the armed forces is the procurement for the modernization of the organization, the agency. So what can I share from the organization when I get back to work is the the items to look forward and check when we are building new facilities for the soldiers and its equipments, to be able to perform the mandate to serve and protect the people of the state. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, any other questions, guys? Okay, someone is raising a hand here.
Good afternoon. I was once employed in a DO, distribution utility. Then I was employed in the big commercial building, the mall. Then I was, I have work abroad as QA superintendent in the oil drilling rigs, and now practicing consultancy endeavors. And one of the items that I found mostly taken for granted is the grounding system design. So in this aspect, I just want to know what is the basis for the grounding system, because this is this is the first stage of electrical works, so it must be properly designed and arranged accordingly. So what is the basis for the installation of ground rods, and how many in a certain building, and number of lightning rods needed?
Okay, I can easily answer your question, but you have to pay for my services, okay? Okay, grounding. Well, there's so many types of grounding. We have what we call equipment grounding and system grounding, right? So in a way, in the utility, they do require a maximum of 5 ohm ground resistance. Now, it depends on the soil resistivity, how many ground rods do we have to employ. And normally, the more ground rods to be connected in parallel, it's a basic Ohm's law, what will be the grounding resistance total. If you have resistances in parallel, your ultimate, summation will be lesser, right? Because of 1 over R plus 1 over R, the total resistance. So it's how we gotta do it. Then we have an earth resistance test to validate prior to energization to make sure, let's not make dia on a dry location. We have to make sure we're getting a 5 ohm ground resistance. So that's the way to do it. Then on the lightning protection, we do make sure, that we have to have a good grounding conductor, down conductor properly installed. We have an experience, in fact, tataka kami, how come na-chip off yung parapet wall in a building na in spite of the fact, meron kaming lightning protection. And we did route the grounding conductor, because it's an existing building, the fastest way to have it is, as fast as to drain it. We run it, firmly inside the elevator cab, in the elevator chase. And what happened then, when we make an analysis, an inspection, the grounding wire, the copper was stolen. Okay? So, it's a problem again. Right? So we make sure, and who are the property and maintenance people in the project, who knows where the installation of these ground rods are happening. I think it should be an effort between the grounding with the engineer who did the design, the contractor who installed it, and everybody involved in the project. Same way as discussed earlier by Engineer Tony Gutierrez, Guevara, grounding is so important in the healthcare facilities. You have to have your equipotential grounding value to be as close as possible to zero. Now, the potential difference should be zero. So there will be no circulating current in the healthcare facilities. Okay? So any other questions, or do you want me to ask questions to the audience? If not, then that ends the day of our presentation. Meron pa? Boss, lapit ka naman dito. Papagod na ako, matanda na tayo. Hindi, bale, walang problema, nag-golf pa naman tayo. So keep on walking.
Kunin ko na sir yung opportunity na to kasi nga, designer ka, so marami akong matututunan sa'yo. No? Actually, listener mo ako since 1995. Nung nag-speech ka doon sa, bata pa ako nun, sir. Sige, sir. Number one, sir, yung sinabi niyong 2 meters dun sa generator at sa normal, with 1 feeder, paano isinesence ng ng meter, kung generator siya o normal? You said a while, you discussed that you only use 1 meter, only 1 feeder for 2 meters. So, paano niyo malalaman kung ano siya, kung generator siya or normal, sir?
Okay, that's a very simple question. I think everybody knows there is a dual SIM card mobile phone, right? So this meter, because of the digital technology, they can sense where the voltage is coming from, whether it's coming from source 1, possibly the utility company designated as source 1, and the other source 2 will be coming from an on-site generator. Then they can quantify because of the voltage where it's coming from. Yeah. Yes, it's already wired, sensing voltage na lang kailangan to differentiate where it's coming from, the current. So yung registration niya, it has 2 registration, one for the normal source 1 and one for the emergency. It's just like dual SIM card.
In that case, I have to find this sensor, no? So that I can also use your system. Another one, you said, you discussed a while ago about this pie chase system, no? Wherein you will have an saving on the space for the meters, for the metering centers, and also for the space for the panel boards, no? But as I look at the pictures, the termination done on this so-called 5J system is open, and also the wire is open. Is this acceptable, sir?
Okay. Actually, we have a slide, the mock-up that we have done. Actually, that mock-up is in the office of Visayan Electric, FECO in Cebu. And I'm happy Beko was the first utility company who accepted this type of wiring method. Actually, it's not. If we can, retrieve back our slide, we can dissect the details of that connection. We can enlarge it and magnify it. Okay. If you are from Cebu, I'll invite you in our office. Then we'll have to take a look on the existing installation.
That is something new for us. That system of yours, no. And also, is it they, quite dangerous or a risk, more risk, no? If you put the panel board, at the back of the door, wherein people who are not in this room would not know the place of the breaker, because it's also already common that the breaker is inside the cabinet of the kitchen. So what can you say about this?
Okay. The one in our presentation where the panel board is at the back swing of the door, there's a door cover and there is a, what you call, dead front, right?
Yes, sir.
So, just the same panel board used to be located in the cabinet in the kitchen. So,
But
whether
it
you
is-
touch the
yes, sir, okay.
surface of the panel, it's zero potential.
Oh, yes, sir, I understand.
So, there's no harm.
But during emergency, sir, during emergency where no one of the people in that room are present, and only those who were new, like the fire fighters are there. So how could they know that the breaker is at the back of the let's say this frame?
Okay. Okay, it's a good question. Well, so multiple dwellings, okay, it's a typical installation, and the property manager should educate all the residential unit owners that the panel board is here for easy access, okay? And it's dead front, you can have a cover, then when you open the cover, then you can operate the breakers. So there's no issue.
Okay. Kasi as a designer too, I always care about the accessibility of this of the breaker at all times. Whoever will find this breaker. So the most common, of course, is the kitchen, because it always people is always present there. That's the reason why it is placed inside the cabinet, sir.
If I'm gonna ask you, between a panel at the back of the swing of the door, compare the panel installed in the kitchen in a cabinet, where will you be happy in accessing it?
Yes, the accessibility is
And
easier
that's
there,
in the
but
code.
you put
It
up
must be
the
accessible.
but you put up the cover, so it's not accessible if somebody do not know that's at the back of the door. It's like putting a cash inside the display or frame. So that's my point.
Well, these are just for residential
sir.
application, the small size. But
okay.
if you are talking of a big cabinet, then we have to ask for a room for your electrical cabinets. But not in the kitchen. Now, sa kitchen kasi, marami na ako nakita, bago ma-access yung panel board, alis mo yung toyo, suka, patis, asin. Di ba? So, even the owner of the house, we have a project, I asked the owner, where's your panel board? You know what the owner says? Ask the maid. And I asked the maid, we do not know, but there's a small cabinet in that cabinet. See? So in case of emergency, how can you access it? Even the owner himself doesn't know where is that panel board for his house. But if it is, every day, every morning, in and out siya, makita niya na nandoon, then in his mind, he knows where to in case of to isolate. If in case he will be out in the unit for a long term for vacation, he can isolate it easily.
Yes, I think
Okay,
I
that's
think
the benefit.
yes, I think that. But for most of the designers like me, sir, no, the reason why we put the breaker or the panel board in the cabinet because of the kitchen, the presence of the people or the people or somebody in the house is always there. So that's why there's always someone who can take the or check the panel board. Anyway, maybe it just depends on
You know,
my different
to
perception.
mind you, why it was been put in the cabinet, in the kitchen, because of aesthetic. Years ago, in the 60s, they used fuse boxes. The appearance is not as good,
Yes,
not
yes, yes,
pleasing.
yes, that's another
So they
thing.
put
Thank you,
it
sir.
and hide it, but they forgot that it's not accessible anymore.
Okay,
It's
sir.
the architect's wish.
This maybe for the aesthetic look, sir. I think
Yeah.
I understood. Another thing, sir.
Daming question ito. Talagay ko, sisingilin na natin to.
This is this is the last time, sir. This is the common problem of the designer is to put the breaker or the ECB inside beside the converter type of the air conditioning. In your recommendation is just to put a plug-in type there.
Yeah.
Okay. What is this plug-in type? Is it safe for the arcing or?
Definitely, it is. Tried and tested and certified by a third party.
So if you work on this converter or ACCU, just pull this out. Let's say for maintenance reason.
Well, okay, it will be lasting. It's a polycarbonate, just like in mga cargo ships, sa mga reefer van,
Yes.
yung mga reefer outlets.
Okay.
If you're familiar, you go to mga vessels, yung mga ocean freight vessel, and they have this reefer van, and they are using this. And it's polarized. With a twist lock, you'll never get wrong the phase rotation, especially when it's three-phase. The ground, the phases are properly determined.
Okay, if I use this plug-in type, do I need to use a breaker for the converter? That's my question, sir.
Well, you have a breaker already in your cabinet.
Oh yes, that's too
that
far.
protects already that's a
Okay,
single
that's
circuit servicing the ACCU. What we
Mm.
need is just an isolator to isolate for maintenance. But in case of overcurrent or whatever, that breaker, there will be no two series breakers in connection.
Okay, because for us we use ECB with
Now, refrain from using ECB.
stainless.
Now you try to
hopefully
convince
the-
your client
Okay.
to use an industrial plugs and socket. You'll be better off. Tell it to your clients,
Yes,
okay?
yes, it will save a lot, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir Lad, thank you. Thank you for answering all the questions. Thank you for asking the audience the questions. And now, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines awards this Certificate of Appreciation to Engineer Raladin Mojica.
Okay, may I request my staff who is here and my former staff to join with me because this presentation was developed by them. I'm just, the one who illustrated it. Okay? So, may I request
Join all the staff
our
of
colleagues,
Sir.
Manny, who are
Please
this,
join him
to
on
be here.
stage.
Come on, guys, be here in the stage. The former staff of R.A. Mojica and Partners. Come on, James, Ace. Any other who used to be with R.A. Mojica before? I'm inviting you to be here. It's a group effort. That's why we call it R.A. Mojica and Partners. Okay? Wait. Thank you very much. Happy weekend, everybody.
Once again, thank you, Sir Lad and Miss Steve. So now we will proceed to the closing ceremonies of our National Annual Convention, but we will take a break. The ceremony will start at 5 p.m. Okay. So you can take a break, visit our booths, exhibit booths downstairs, and come back for our closing ceremonies. Ayun na? Ay, wait, may raffle pala. Tech booth, raffle tayo. Alam ko sila. Sila. Yung tech booth natin.
Ready na ba yung natin?
Oh, parang pinapaskill na lang nila yung nabunot. Okay, so for our mini raffle, you have to be physically present here for you to win the prize. And tech booth, let's do our raffle and pick the winner. Our raffle is automated. So please check the screen. If your name appears, you are a winner.
Cuentan que un día un ángel que volaba al mirarlo se dejó caer y disfrazado jugando a su lado esperaba a verle nacer. Pasó el verano, los mares se agitaron y en su fondo comenzó a crecer. Con las tormentas, las olas, las corrientes lo arrastraron una don't come down, and don't come down. Push yourself far over the limit. Push your mind ahead with your spirit. Push it where you never thought you could. Alright, and never come down. And never come down. Rainy days, it's only scary if it gets down to you. Gets down to, gets down to. Rainy days, it's only scary if it gets down to you. Gets down to, gets down to. Sweet, sweet love. Rainy days, it's only scary if it gets down to you. Gets down to, gets down to. Rainy days, it's only scary if it gets down to you. Gets down to, gets down to. Sweet, sweet love. Sweet, sweet gets down to you, gets down to, gets down to rainy days. It's only scary if it gets down to you. You know what to say. There's one way. Feel the rhythm, have a taste of some sweet, sweet love.
No matter the weather, it doesn't matter.
the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world. You can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up. You can beat the clock. You can move a mountain. You can break rocks. You can be a master. Don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. 'Cause you burn with the brightest flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance. You can run the mile. while. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you could get the gold. Breaking all the records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. Cause you burn with the burst flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. Be a champion. On the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Cause you burn with the bright flame. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be the greatest, you can be the best. You can be a king, come hanging on your chest. You can be a girl, you can be the world. You can be a giant hanging on the wall. You can throw your hands up, you can be the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself to your body for the standing in the Hall of Fame.
The IIE mission to enhance the competencies of electrical practitioners to make positive contribution towards new trends and technologies. To be an authority of electrical engineering services that results to safe, reliable, and efficient systems. To consistently deliver high-quality products and services duly recognized by international organizations and institutions. To promote awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs. IIE Vision, to be the leading electrical professional organization globally. With 3 Moapo trophies tucked under our belts, it's an ambitious vision, but guys, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you everyone for
gracing IIEE's momentous event as we cross the annals of history. Mabuhay ang IIEE! Mabuhay!
I'm truly delighted and beaming with so much pride and joy seeing everyone physically present today at SMX, as well as those virtually present via Zoom, as we make this big comeback of this much awaited event. The best is yet to come. Mabuhay ang IIEE.
By the power vested on me by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, I now declare this 47th Annual National Convention officially open. Chapter officers, my beloved members, guests, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So, I take immense pleasure in welcoming you all in this momentous opening ceremonies of IIEE 47th Annual National Convention in the new normal. My heartfelt gratitude goes to everyone for making history unfold as it takes IIEE its comeback. Yes, the best is yet to come. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Maraming salamat po. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning to all of us. I am very honored to be a part of your 47th Annual National Convention and 3E Expo 2022. The DOE is more than ready to collaborate and forge strategic partnership with our stakeholders to improve the quality of life of the Filipinos, especially in ensuring sustainable, stable, secure, sufficient, accessible, and reasonably priced energy. On behalf of the Department of Energy and Secretary Popo Retilla, as he is fondly known, I hope for the success of this productive and fruitful convention. Thank you very much. Congratulations, IIEE, and stay safe po tayong lahat.
Few days, we have witnessed and experienced different activities
that has surely made an impression to our profession. We had a lot of technical presentations by distinguished speakers, virtual plant tours to various industrial and power plants, and many more. And now, we cap it off with our closing ceremonies.
And in an organization like the IIEE, leaders play a vital role in fulfilling the vision of the organization. Now, may we call on the chairman of the IIEE's Commission on Elections, Engineer Arthur N. Escalante, to announce to us the organization's new set of leaders, the 2023 Board of Governors.
Thank you. This is the third year that IIE has been conducting online voting. In 2020, we had 9,503 members voted in the online. Last year, 2021, we have 12,111. And this year, 15,843 members voted or participated in these elections. And observing the rules of election, IAE has conducted elections with the Board of Canvassers headed by Chairman, former President Amador Calado, former President Arthur Lupez, former President Leo Cabasag, and members from the regions, Engineer Juan Agtarap, Felipe Regulado, Robert Mabulay, and Victorino Abahero. Of course, with the observers during the canvassing. So I'd like to thank the members of the committee, former President Armando Diaz, former President Alex Cabugao, and members Felipe Neliana, Denny Ornia, Geno Macapayag, Jeffred Acop, and former President Larry Cruz. And after the proceedings of the canvassing, the following are hereby declared as winners or as officers of the organization for the year 2023. Our national president will be Baggy Lyndon Rances. Vice President for Internal Affairs, Lorigo Capidos Barona. Vice President for External Affairs, Esperanza Agarao Collado. Vice President for External Affairs, Catalino Estela Rania. Our National Secretary, Alberto Reyes Herrera Jr. Our Treasurer, Virgilio Sanchez Losares. And our auditor, Jedper Nerona Di Castro. And representing our regions are our regional governors. For Northern Luzon, we have Leonard Licubin Atam. For Central Luzon, we have Albin Espino Stanislao. Metro Manila, Arwin Mendoza de Jesus. Southern Luzon, Eric de Misa Tamundong. For Bicol, Edgardo Omeris Aragon. Western Visayas, Jalsin Hasildo Dumangkas. Northern Mindanao, Remigio Butawan Gonzales. Absent. Southern Mindanao, Rolly Pontilio Clamor. Western Mindanao, Richard Ordona Lizardo. And for foreign region, Renerio Kakdak Subsub. Sorry, I missed one. From Eastern Central Visayas, Brian Antiga Pasilan. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, these are the leaders of the Institute for the year 2023. They will be properly inducted by Vice Governor of Camarines Sur, Camarines Norte, Honorable Joseph Astucia, who is incidentally also an electrical engineer.
Congratulations to the officers of IIEE for the year 2023. Please raise our right hand and repeat after me. I, please state your name. After having been elected to the position of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines for the year 2023, do hereby solemnly swear that I will faithfully do and discharge to the best of my ability the duties and responsibilities incumbent upon this office. That I will abide by the Articles of Incorporation and bylaws of the Institute, that I will abide by the Code of Ethics and the Manual for Professional Practice, that I will do my duty towards God, my country, and my fellow men, and lastly, that I will impose upon myself the aforementioned duties and obligations voluntarily and without reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Congratulations po ulit.
You can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold, breaking all the records things I never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name, 'cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name.
May we request all newly elected officers to have a picture taking?
Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Yeah. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers,
May I request our regional governor to please come up on stage for our photo op. Our regional governor, sir, may please come up on stage for our photo op.
Yeah, you can be the greatest, you can be the best, you can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world, you can beat the war, you can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up, you can beat the clock, you can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a master, don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you can find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. 'Cause you fell with the first flame, yeah. And the world's gonna know your name, yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile, you can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold, breaking know the legacies are never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. You're never gonna know if you never even try. Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the cross flame. And the world's gonna know your name.
Thank you very much, Engineer Escalante and the rest of the electoral group. Congratulations also to the new set of officers of IIEE Board of Governors for 2023, and may the Lord bless your leadership. Engineers, we have in our midst a very accomplished lady in a very masculine dominant world. May we call on Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., the IIE Vice President for External Affairs, to introduce to us our special guest.
So good afternoon. I'm very sorry. I need to take a very quick. So we'd like to introduce our guest speaker. She is the current Executive Director of the Philippine Overseas and Domestic Construction Board, and in concurrent capacity, the Executive Director in charge of the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, or CIAP, an agency attached to the Department of Trade and Industry mandated to promote, accelerate, and regulate the construction industry's growth and development through regulation, human capacity building, dispute resolution, and domestic and overseas program development. She has the extensive experience in strategic linkages and networking, program and development and management, corporate communications, and providing support to the top company executive with focus on communications, organization, and coordination of management committee meetings. She has vast experience in analyzing and preparing industry and market situational reports, including market studies and research, including gathering and monitoring of developments in the local and international trading environment to support management in crafting policies and assist trade association and government agencies to stay relevant. Her excellent communication skills enable her to handle various clients, from public to private sector partners in the country to international counterpart organization, for relationship building and for funding of programs and projects and other partnerships. As the former officer in charge, department manager of the services Business Department, and Chief of Buyer and Exhibitor Services Client Management, Department of the Center for International Trade Exposition and Mission, or CITEM, C conceptualized, managed, and coordinated client management initiative of the Manila FAME International, a premier trade event of the Philippines enjoying positive results both for exhibitors and buyers. She led the successful participation of the Philippines in the China Asian Expo from 2013 as the country of honor, and in 2014 to 2015 for a sustained trade, investment, and tourism promotion. An economist and a master in government management graduate, she conceptualized and led business development initiative, including partnership initiative to develop new revenue stream. Without further ado, we would like to welcome Doris Yu Gacho.
Our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I would like to acknowledge the presence of Camarines Norte Vice Governor Honorable Joseph Ascutia, IIEE National President Engineer Feliciano Padua III, and the newly inducted IIEE Board of Governors and Chapter Officers. My special greeting to our PICAB board member, Engineer Art Escalante. Good afternoon, sir. It is my pleasure once again to see government and private sector getting together and showing its unwavering commitment to the growth of the construction industry. It is such an honor to be invited and be part of the closing event of this convention. On behalf of our DTI Secretary, Alfredo E. Pascual, our Vice CIAP Alternate Chairman, Undersecretary Irineo Vismonte, we would like to extend our warm congratulations to the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines 47th Annual National Convention, a 3-day event that empowers the nation builders in our country. I would like to acknowledge all the electrical engineers, practitioners, and participants who share their time and join this event. All your hard work and contributions in nation building support the success of the construction industry. Under Presidential Decree 1746, the Construction Industry Authority of the Philippines, or CIAP, was created by then President Ferdinand E. Marcos to promote, accelerate, and regulate the growth and development of the construction industry in conformity with national goals. CIAP has 5 implementing boards: the Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, or PICAB, Philippine Overseas Construction Board, or POCB, Philippine Domestic Construction Board, or PDCB, the Construction Manpower Development Foundation, CMDF, and the Construction Industry Arbitration Commission, or CIAC. CIAP, together with its implementing boards, championed the construction industry by formulating and implementing policies and programs to support its growth and development. The construction industry continues to occupy a compelling role in the course of national infrastructure development and is at the forefront of building the infrastructure needed to instigate growth in the various sectors of the economy. It is heartwarming to attend conventions organized by professionals of the industry which not just forge linkages and networks that build on your strengths, but are likewise capability and capacity building events that further drive our goal of addressing the challenge of revitalizing the industry after the devastating effects of the global pandemic, and now further aggravated by the ongoing geopolitical tensions in Europe, fueling supply chain challenges and worldwide inflation. We encourage stakeholders to continue to work together to achieve the vision of the Philippine Construction Industry Roadmap 2020 to 2030, a modern, efficient, forward-looking, and globally competitive construction industry. On this note, I commend the IIEE for being a private industry player who shares the government's vision and mission. IIEE being the country's only accredited professional organization of electrical engineers or practitioners by the Professional Regulation Commission or PRC, represents more than 47,000 members of electrical practitioners. We are hopeful and delighted to work closely with the organization in the development of the Philippine construction industry. We remain steadfast in our commitment to revitalize and modernize the Philippine construction industry for us to become a global partner in building nations by 2030. IIE's vision to be known globally and your mission to make positive contributions to new technologies and to promote the awareness on the use of environmentally friendly electrical products, services, and resources, as well as your active participation on disaster preparedness and recovery programs are all very much aligned with the roadmap and its battle cry, tatag at tapat, or simply building with integrity. You are truly the powerhouse of the industry. To conclude, we hope everyone here will continue working with us in shaping a Philippine construction industry that embodies integrity or tatag at tapat. Let us continue to work hand in hand and support each other as the fate of our country depends on our contributions. May your organization continue with more years of success. Once again, maraming salamat at mabuhay.
Thank you, Ms. Gacho. Ma'am, may I request for you to stay at the center stage? Ms. Gacho, please stay at the center stage po. Thank you, Ms. Gacho. At this point, as our token of appreciation, we would like to request our National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, and our Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, to present to our special guest the plaque of appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated presents this plaque of appreciation to Ms. Doris U. Gacho in grateful acknowledgement of her time in imparting valuable insights and experience as the special guest during the closing ceremonies of the 47th Annual National Convention. Given this 12th of November 2022 at the SMX Convention Center, Pasay City, Philippines. Signed, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, Vice President for Internal Affairs and Director, Convention Bureau, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, our National President. Once again, our special guest, Miss Doris U. Gacho.
We are very fortunate today to have with us as our guest of honor a man who has always given his time to serving the general public to provide us some inspiration. May we call on the IAE's National Secretary, Engineer Esperanza E. Collado, to introduce to us our keynote speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening na yata. Ang ating punong pandangal ay isang lisensyadong inhinyero. Nagsikap at pinatunayan na hindi hadlang ang kahirapan upang makapagtapos ng pag-aaral at makamit ang pangarap sa buhay. Mulat sa payak na pamumuhay at edukasyon ang naging sandigan upang makaahon sa buhay. Bago pa man pasukin ang pagiging lingkod bayan, pinamunuan niya ang Rotary Club of Kamuning Central mula taong 2006 hanggang 2007 at kasalukuyang miyembro ng Rotary Club of Balintawak, Quezon City at JCI Labon, Nyogan, Philippines na nakatuon sa mga community services. Kaya naman hindi na bago sa kanya ang paglilingkod. 3 terminong naging punong bayan ng Labo, kung saan ipinakita isang panggobyernong mas malapit sa tama kaysa malapit sa mali. Dahilan upang maging multi-awarded municipal mayor sa kanyang termino sa panahon ng kanyang panunungkulan. Natamo niya ang Seal of Child Friendly Local Government Holder, national level taong 2014. Top performing local government unit in the Bicol region in the implementation of health-related programs, projects, and activities ng Department of Health, Bicol Region, taong 2015. One of the 10 most outstanding local chief executive in community-driven development, implementation ng Department of Interior and Local Government, Kalahi, CIDDS Regional Office, taong 2016. Naging tampok sa League of Municipalities of the Philippines magazine bilang Humble Mayor taong 2018. Nagkaroon ng Special Recognition Award, Best Practice in Retooled Community Support Program, Barangayan Implementation ng Department of Interior and Local Government, Region 5 taong 2020. Gawad Brigada Diamond Award mula sa Department of Education, Financial Housekeeping Region 5, passer ng DILG Region 5 taong 2021. Naging Pangulo rin ng mga punong bayan sa lalawigan ng Camarines Norte taong 2019 hanggang 2021 o ang League of the Municipalities of the Philippines Camarines Norte Chapter at ang kasalukuyang pangalawang amo ng lalawigan ng Camarines Norte. Mga kapatid, mga colleagues, i-welcome natin ngayon ang ating punong pandangal na isa nating kabaro, si Vice Governor Honorable Joseph Ascucha.
Maraming salamat po. Pwede na po tayong umupo. Maraming salamat. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Ang pangalan ko po ay Joseph Ascucha. Ako po ang kasalukuyang Vice-Gobernador ng probinsya ng Camarines Norte. Ang probinsya po ng Camarines Norte, 350 kilometers coming from Manila. It will take you 7 to 8 hours to be there, going to the south. Ito po ang aking first term bilang Vice-Gobernador ng amin pong probinsya. I started as a mayor noong taong 2013. Hindi po ako nagkapitan, hindi po ako nagkonsihal, hindi rin po ako nag-vice mayor. Tumakbo agad ako na mayor. Nanalo po ako ng taong 2013. Naging 3 terms na mayor po ako. Ito po ay nagpinaglingkod ko doon po sa aming bayan. Doon po sa aming bayan, ang bayan ng pangalan ng bayan namin, Bayan ng Labo. Doon ako lumaki. Ako po ay pang-sampu sa anak ng aking mga magulang. I am the youngest. I was able to see real poverty right in front of my face kasi ang Bicol region po known sa isang bayan kung saan may hirap ang mga mamamayan. Isa po ako doon, isa ang pamilya namin. Nag-aral po ako pagiging ininyero. Nandito po ako sa inyong harapan, nagpapakilala. Ako po, 3 terms na mayor sa bayan namin. Nanalo ako ng 2013, nanalo ako ng 2016, nanalo rin ako ng 2019. When I started as a mayor sa amin pong bayan, ang total asset lamang ng bayan namin is 289 million. After 7 years, taong 2020, based on COA Annual Financial Report, ang pera na po ng bayan namin, 1.3 billion pesos. Kami po ang pangalawa sa pinakamayamang bayan sa buong Bicol region. When I started as a mayor, noong 2013, ang local income lamang po ng aming munisipyo, 14 million. After 5 years na ako po ay nanunungkulan sa bayan namin, ang local income na po ng bayan namin is 42 million. I was able to increase ang local income ng aming munisipyo in a matter of 5 years by almost 300%. Naglingkod po ako sa bayan namin bilang isang local chief executive at nakikipakita ko po sa aming mga mamamayan kung ano ang klase ng aking paglilingkuran. Ang bayan po ng Labo, meron po kaming populasyon, 100,000 population. Ang amin pong land area, meron po kaming 65,000 hectares na area. And based po sa aking panunungkulan bilang mayor, I was able to naipakita ko po sa aking mga mamamayan kung ano ng klase ng aking panunungkulan. Ang dahilan po kung bakit sinasabi ko sa inyo, kung bakit ganito, ako po isang electrical engineer. Ibig sabihin, hindi po monopoly ng mga abogado ang politika. Pwede rin po ang electrical engineers. Well, bago po ako magpatuloy, I'd like to introduce po ang presidente ng aming Vice Governors League of the Philippines, si Attorney Karen Agara. Siya po ang aming presidente ng Vice Governors League all over the Philippines. Siya po ay Vice Governor ng probinsya ng Laguna. The reason why sinasabi ko po ito sa inyo, tayo pong mga electrical engineers, pwede rin tayong magpolitiko. At pwede rin tayong maging successful bilang isang political leader sa atin pong lugar. Pag tinitingnan ko ang mukha ng mga electrical engineers ngayon, bumilog ang inyong mga mata at sinabi ninyo sa inyong sarili, di Monggol ka, kandidato rin ako pagdating ng susunod na eleksyon. Katulad po ng aking sinasabi, there is an opportunity for all of us. The good thing with an engineer as a local chief executive, tayo po problem solvers, di ba? Ang mga abogado po, they put the problems in jail. Tayo, sinosolve natin ang mga problema. Yun ang ating ginagawa. And that's the reason why we need more electrical engineers sa atin pong political system. Kailangan natin ng mas maraming electrical engineers, not as a nagserbisyo, but as a political leader. We are contributing to the development of our nation. Electrical engineers are the pillars of electrical engineering in our country. The country relies for us para sa mga tema na may kinalaman sa electrical engineering. And that is the reason why, palagi kong sinasabi, we need more engineers na maging politiko. Ako, I was able to see only a few electrical engineers na naging politiko. Katulad ng aking sinasabi, when I finished in 1986 ng aking board exam, natapos po ako, nag-graduate ako ng pagiging engineer taong 1986. I took the board exam 1986. Ako po, graduate ako ng Far Eastern University. 1986 ako graduate, and then I passed the board exam in 1987. And mind you, when I took the board exam, number 5 po ako. Ang number 1 po namin, Abaw. Pangalawa, Abalos. Abarientos. Ascucha po ang number ko. Number 5 ako sa board exam. Kanina, nung hindi ko pa sinasabi, parang bilib na bilib kayo sa akin. Nung malaman ninyo, parang nawala na ang pagkakilala niyo sa akin. Whatever it is, importante, tayo ay naging inhinyero. Tayo ay nakapag-contribute sa development ng ating nation. And katulad po ng aking sinasabi, galing ako sa mahirap na pamilya, but I was able to develop yun pong aking pagkatao. Nag-develop ko ang aking pagkasarili purely because of engineering. And I'm proud na ako ay isang electrical engineer. Taong 1987, I passed the board exam. And then, nakapagtrabaho po ako. Nagtrabaho ako for 7 years. Isa po akong sales engineer. And that's the reason why magaling ako magbenta ng sarili ko. And then, pagkatapos ng 7 years na ako yung nagtrabaho, I was able to set up my own company. I am selling equipment coming from Europe and then sell it to companies that we have here. And then, I was able to reach the peak of my career as a businessman. Meron akong sira sa ulo, kumandidato ako, unfortunately, ako ay nanalo. And that's the reason why until today, I am serving as the Vice Governor of the province of Camarines Norte. And I'm proud that I am serving my country. First and foremost, for all of us, dapat we differ in a lot of ways. We differ in religion, we differ in our political beliefs, but at the end of the day, there is one common denominator that binds us, which is love for our country. Lahat tayo, leaders. We are leaders in our own right. Lahat kayo, lahat tayo na andito, we are leaders. We are professional. But palagi po nating iisipin, people rely on us. We just came from pandemic. Dapat po ang taas isipin natin, how can we help others para po maging maganda ang kanilang kabuhayan? We are privileged. All of us here are privileged purely because we are able to finish our studies. Naging inhinyero tayo, hindi po lahat nakakarating sa ganitong estado. Pero dumating tayo sa stage na naging successful tayo sa ating buhay. We were able to set up our own company. We are successful in our career. At the end of the day, wag po nating kalilimutan ang mga taong nakapaligid sa atin. Kung gusto talaga nating makatulong sa ating bansa, we should take care of the people that surrounds us. Kasi if you only think kung paano ang para sa iyo, it will bring us nowhere. Dapat po, being a Filipino, we should help the nation develop ang atin pong economy, and we can only develop the economy if the distribution of wealth of this country, mas maraming tao ang mabibigyan. The gap between the rich and the poor is getting bigger and bigger purely because the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. So sana po sa pamamagitan ng mga electrical engineers na nandito, we can reduce the gap between the rich and the poor. Dapat po, hindi lamang dito sa ating isipan, isa puso din natin, natutulong tayo sa ating mga taong nakapaligid sa atin, para maging maganda ang ating kapaligiran. Ako po, politiko. I could have stayed as a businessman. No need for me to join politics. But sumali po ako sa politika purely because gusto kong makatulong sa ating bansa. Tatanungin ninyo ako, ano ang dahilan kung bakit pumasok ka sa politika samantalang successful ka ng negosyante? Habang ako ang negosyo ko, nag-i-import ako ng mga equipment galing sa ibang bansa. I usually go to Europe, I usually go to Switzerland, I go to Japan, nakikipag-deal, I go to the States. Palagi kong tinatanong sa akin sarili pag naandun ako sa bansa, bakit ang bansang ito hindi katulad ng bansang Pilipinas? Habang 17 taon na ako ay nagtra-travel, palagi kong nakikita the state of the Philippines compared sa ibang bansa. I keep, tagatingin lang ako, hindi ako nagpa-participate. Pero after a certain period of time, sinabi ko sa akin sarili, now is the time for me to join politics so that I can make a difference sa buhay ng aking mga taong nakapaligid sa akin. And that's the reason why sumali po ako sa politika. Huwag po kayong magsisisi pag kayo ay sumali sa politika because joining politics is a noble act on your part if you are going to help others. Kung ang gusto nyo lang magnakaw sa politika, di Monggol, wag na kayong pumunta dito. Papasok tayo sa politika purely because gusto nating tumulong sa ibang tao. Gusto nating tumulong sa mga taong nakapaligid sa atin. Remember, life is not a matter of how happy we are, but how happy others because of us. Yun po ang dapat nating gagawin, yun ang dapat nating isa sa puso, ilalagay natin sa ating isipan. Tayo mga Pilipino, we keep on asking, ano ba ang makukuha ko sa gobyerno? Ano ba ang ibibigay sa akin ng gobyerno? If this is the attitude of a common Filipino, it will bring us nowhere again. Pero kung sinasabi nga ng presidente ng Amerika, do not ask what you can do for your country. Do not ask what the country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Kung ang mga Pilipino, gano'n na ang magiging attitude, magiging maayos, tahimik ang atin pong bansa. I challenge all the electrical engineers that are here today. I hope isa puso po ninyo na sana tumulong kayo sa ating bansa para sa atin pong nation building. Ako po isang ehemplo, electrical engineer, naging politiko. I hope you're going to join politics and you're not going to regret it. Before I end, I'm going to tell you a story. Sa amin pong probinsya, sa aming bayan, nang ako'y lumaban bilang mayor, ang usapan namin, ang huling magsasalita, kandidatong mayor, ako yun. Magsasalita, kandidatong konsihal, alas 11 na ng gabi. Magsasalita ang board member, kandidatong board member, alas 12 na. Nagsalita ang kandidatong congressman, vice governor, alauna na. Nagsalita ang kandidatong mayor, governor, alas 2 na. Ako na lang ang magsasalita. At 3 tao na lang nakikinig sa akin. Sabi ko sa akin sarili, paano ko mananalo? Isang matandang babae dito, isang lalaki dyan, at isang lalaki dito. Tinanong ko yung matandang babae, Nay, bakit gano'n na lang ang paghanga mo kay Engineer Ascucha? Alas 2 na ng madaling araw, andito ka pa. Sabi sa akin ng matandang babae, Engineer, meron baga niya akong ibinigay na sobre sa iyo, hanggang ngayon ay hindi po mapinabalik sa akin. Hinahanap ko po yung sobre, nilagyan ko ng palaman, binigay ko kay nanay. Di Monggol, dadalawa na lang ang butante kong ina-expect. Tinanong ko po ang isang lalaki na nandito sa gitna, bakit ka ako alas 12 ng madaling araw, gano'n na lang ang paghanga mo kay Engineer Ascutia? Sabi niya sa akin, Engineer, ako ang may-ari ng sound system na yan, pagkatapos mo maalis na rin ako. Iisa na lang ang boboto sa akin. Nandito sa kabila, medyo madilim-dilim. Tinanong ko siya, bakit gano'n na lang ang paghanga mo sa akin? Nandito ka pa, alas 12 ng madaling araw. Sabi niya sa akin, Kuya, ako si Obet, ako yung driver mo, pagkatapos mo, maalis na rin tayo. Pero nakatapos po ako ng 3 terms na maging mayor, I was able to win as a vice governor of the province of Camarines Norte. Maybe sometime I can be the president of the Republic of the Philippines. Binabati ko po ang lahat ng mga electrical engineers. Binabati ko rin po ang ating presidente, si June Padua, sa very successful na annual national convention ng electrical engineers. Binabati ko rin po ang ating incoming president, kay President Lyndon Bague sa kanyang grupo. At binabati ko rin po ang aming presidente ng Vice Governors League, si Attorney Karen Agapay. Siya po ang aming presidente. And before I end, I challenge all of you. I challenge all the engineers that are here, including the lawyer, Attorney Karen Agapay. I challenge everybody that are here today. Let us make this country a better place to live in. Maraming salamat po. Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat.
That is truly an inspiring message, Honorable Joseph Ascutia. We are very grateful for your presence today, sir. At this point, may I request the presence of our National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, our Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyndon Bago, to present to our keynote speaker the token and plaque of appreciation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated presents this plaque of appreciation to Honorable Joseph V. Ascutia in grateful acknowledgement of his time in imparting valuable insights and experience as the keynote speaker during the closing ceremony of the 47th Annual National Convention. Given this 12th of November 2022, at the SMX Convention Center, Pasay City, Philippines, signed Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, Vice President, Internal Affairs and Director, Convention Bureau, and of course, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, National President. Once again, our keynote speaker, Honorable Joseph B. Ascutia. Since our new Board of Governors have already been inducted, I think it is just fitting to also induct the 2023 chapter officers who are here today joining us in the event. May we request our incumbent National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua, to administer the oath of office for the 2023 chapter officers. To every chapter officers here today at the venue, kindly stand up. But please, since there are a lot of you here, just stay where you are. Sir, please stand up. And to those who are present virtually, kindly turn on your video camera so you can join those physically present here as Engineer Padua administers the induction ceremony.
(2023) chapter officers, please stand.
lakas nung ilaw. Hindi ko makita. Ayan. Okay, so dito na lang. Sarapan na. Sarapan na sila. Press. Tayo. Alex, bata lang sila. Magbata lang sila doon. Dito na sila, oh. Okay na? Na-arrange na ba per chapter? Ito na lang, sir. May I request all the chapter presidents who are here to come on the stage, please. Yung mga chapter president, kasi hindi kakasya po yung ating stage, sorry po. Pero pwede na kayong mag-arrange by chapter.
To all chapter presidents, may I request you to please come up on stage. To all our chapter presidents, please come up on stage.
Okay, are we ready? So, we need to charge you first before the oath of office. I may call our incoming national president to charge the 2023 chapter officers.
Since because of the lack of time, we will have a one charging activity for all officers of the chapters. Charging of the officers of the chapter. The Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, an esteemed organization which you will be a part of from this day forward, enshrine its professional integrity and service to its member and society. With your acceptance as officers of the chapter, you are expected to assume the responsibility of safeguarding the electrical profession, the ideals and principles of service of the organization. You are then hereby charged with the duty of upholding the objective of the IIEE by the power vested by the Constitution and bylaws and its allied policies, decrees, resolutions, and manual, serving as a guide in exercising your duty and responsibility as officers of the chapter. As an officer of the chapter, you are hereby undertake to represent and serve your chapter, cultivate its program and activity, participate in its meeting, voicing out the exchange of professional views for the furtherance of IIEE objectives. To the inductees, do you accept this charge? Do you accept this charge? Thank you very much. Now the President will take your oath of office.
Buhay na buhay. So thank you very much, Vice President for Internal Affairs. So to all the officers, please raise your right hand and follow after me. So I state your name. After having been elected to the position of, state your position. Of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated. State your chapter. For the year 2023, do hereby solemnly swear that I will faithfully do and discharge to the best of my ability the duties and responsibilities incumbent upon this office. That I will abide by the articles of incorporation and bylaws of the Institute. That I will abide by the Code of Ethics and the Manual for Professional Practice. That I will do my duty towards God, my country, and my fellow men. And lastly, that I impose upon myself the aforementioned duties and obligations. Voluntarily and without reservation or purpose of evasion. So help me God. Congratulations, everyone. And good luck for our 2023.
Once again, thank you, Engineer Padua III, and congratulations to the newly inducted 2023 chapter officers.
Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers. Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions, be truth seekers. Be students, be teachers, be politicians, be preachers, Be believers, be leaders, be astronauts, be champions. Standing in the Hall of Fame. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you burn with the bright flame. And the world's gonna know your name. You never be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. Be a great, you can be the best. You can be the champion hanging on your chest. You can be a drum, you can be the wall. You can throw your giant hanging on the wall. You can throw your hands up, you can be the clock. You can move a mountain, you can break rocks. You can be a chance, never go wait the luck. Dedicate your champion body for the standing in the Hall of Fame.
Picture taking can be done on the left and right side. Here at IIEE, we always appreciate all the support and help.
Check.
Here at IIEE, we always appreciate all the support and help from all sectors in the advancement of the electrical engineering profession. We would like to request all officers, the newly inducted officers, you can now please settle down. May we request to say a short background of what Vice Governor Karen Agapay has accomplished for the profession. We would like to request our National Secretary, Esperanza A. Collado, to do the honor.
Requesting everyone to please settle down as we will be continuing with our program. Please, officers, please settle down. Once again, I am requesting everyone to please settle down and be seated. Officers, as we will continue with our program.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please sit down so that we may continue with our program. Hi, guys. Ang babait talaga ng electrical engineers, di ba, Vice Gov? Is everybody settled now? So we have an awardee today. Gugulat siguro kayo. Okay. The recipient of the award is a three-termer Vice Governor of the Province of Laguna, currently the National President of the League of Vice Governors of the Philippines. And if you remember during our RA 7920 webinars, di ba meron kaming mini-mention doon that if you cannot implement 7920 in your area as per RA 7920, you could use as an pilot ordinance in your provinces or in your cities. The only city na nagkaroon ng ordinance regarding RA 7920 Section 33, siya din ang author. Nung siya pa ay councilor ng City of San Pablo, Laguna. During the term of Sir Art Escalante, ang ordinance na to. So isipin nyo na lang ilang taon na si Sir Art. Ilang taon na siya nung nagpresidente. And the president then, I think was Efren Marwal, sir, if I'm not mistaken, yung palagi kong kasama sa RA 7920 webinars. Okay? So she was the one who sponsored the city ordinance for the implementation of RA 7920 Section 33 in their city. On process also, still currently working on it. She is the author of increasing the validity of PRC licenses, including ours, from 3 years to 5 years. Yan. So maybe you're surprised why is she here with us. We just wanted to share to you so that ang nangyari sa province of Laguna, it can be duplicated by other provinces if we cannot implement fully RA 7920. And to give us the background of this specific award for our recipient, Honorable Attorney Catherine Karen Cartabio Agapay. Yan. Yung laging pinapatamaan ni Vice Gov kanina na attorney. Yan. Yan sila. Dalawang Vice Gov ang ating bisita ngayon. I would like to call the Governor of Southern Luzon Region to give us a background of this award.
Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. With our commitment and continuous effort in serving our members to provide better service through the implementation of RA 7920, the IIEE Southern Luzon region, with the initiative of our IIE Southern Laguna chapter and IIEE East Laguna chapter, would like to inform the general membership about one of the most important update for this year. Because September this year, our good governor from Laguna, Vice Governor from Laguna, authored and sponsored a provincial ordinance that will strengthen the implementation of RA 7920. And as mentioned by our National Secretary, she also authored and passed the resolution for San Pablo City year 2004. Mula po noon hanggang ngayon, ang atin pong Vice Governor Karen Agapay ay tumutulong na po sa ating propesyon. Mula po sa San Pablo City hanggang sa entire province po ng Laguna, at atin pong pinagdadasal na matulungan niya tayo para po sa implementation ng RA 7920 sa buong Southern Luzon region at sa buong Pilipinas. Kaya po ating siyang inimbitahan ngayong gabi upang bigyan ng parangal. So akin pong mga kasama, my fellow practitioners, officers, members of the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated, bigyan po natin siya ng masigabong palakpakan.
Let me read the citation of the flag.
As our token of appreciation, we would like to request, of course, our National Secretary, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, our Vice President for Internal Affairs, Engineer Lyndon Bague, and our National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, to present the IIEE's plaque of appreciation to Honorable Karen Agapay, Vice Governor of the Province of Laguna.
IIEE National Office Plaque of Appreciation is given to Honorable Attorney Karen G. Agapay, the Vice Governor of the Province of Laguna, in grateful recognition of her support to the electrical engineering profession by sponsoring a provincial ordinance that would enforce and implement pertinent provisions of RA 7920, otherwise known as the new Electrical Engineering Law, and its implementing rules and regulations, given this 12th day of November 2022.
So we are hoping that the good Vice Governor of Camarines Norte will also implement this resolution on his area of responsibility. Maraming salamat, Vice Gov. Joseph Aslusya.
At this point, we will now proceed to the awarding of the sports competition. Let me call on the chairman of the sports committee, Engineer Arwin D. Jesus, to announce the winners of the different sports activities during the ANC.
Sa kabila. Okay, anong oras na ba? Good evening. Teka lang, masisira yung nakakasilaw. So okay, start since October 20, kailan tayo nag-elimination? Okay. October 28, meron tayong mga activities, sports activities in conjunction sa ANC. So we have an elimination sa basketball hosted by Pangasinan Chapter. Palakpakan naman natin si Pangasinan Chapter. Elimination between Central Luzon and Northern Luzon. And sa Manila leg for the basketball competition, it was hosted by MMR between Southern Luzon and Metro Manila region. And to announce the winners, so sa mga sports event, sa bowling, ang grand champion natin, three-peat State of Qatar chapter. So, Hall of Famer na sila. So, meron po bang taga-Qatar? So, wala, no? Kasi nagkaroon na rin po ng nabigay na yung sa kanila, yung award, yung trophy. Sa basketball, we have 2 categories, Millennial and Gen X. For the Millennial, we have MMR as the champion. For Gen X 40 pataas. Kasama ako doon, tsaka si Sir Bunny. May MMR din yung nag-champion. Pero it's a good fight. So, sa golf, we have, wait lang Kunyari lang po, may binabasa ko pero talaga wala talaga. So, sa golf, we have also a team competition, and the winner for the team competition is Metro East. Okay. Sa tennis, we had our first tennis tournament, and the result is very encouraging kasi almost 20 participants from different chapters ang nag-participate. Our grand winner is from Cebu. Team ng Cebu chapter. Mactan chapter. So they flew from Cebu to Manila to compete and to play with us. Go basketball, bowling. Sa chess, Sir Alan, sa chess hindi po ako Sino po yung grand winner natin, Sir Alan? Sa chess po?
Bali sa chess, we have the chapters competition. So it was won by ito yung mga certificate Sorry, nasan certificate ng chess natin? Yan.
So ganun ka-competitive ang ating mga chapters. So,
we have actually done the open competition last November 8 dyan sa may SM MOA. So the overall champion was International Master Rolando Nolte. And then sa IIE, it is Rolly Guanzon. For the team, for the regional team, so we have the foreign chapter, and then followed by the Northern Mindanao, and then the MMR. So for the chapter, 30 chapters we started August 26, online chess. Ang overall winner natin is Cagayan de Oro. Then the second place is Quezon chapter, and the third place is Bataan.
Sir, thank you. So that's all for our ANC Sports Committee. And we hope next year will be bigger. Mas maraming team ang mag-participate. More sports to be added. So see you next year.
Thank you, Engineer De Jesus. Since the beginning of the year, we had chapters who were proactively conducting activities that benefits the chapter members. Now we will announce the winners for the chapter who helped their communities through the Upland Digitab project. Let us call on Engineer Vincent Pelago, the chairman of the Upland Digitab Committee, to announce the winners.
So again po, good evening to everyone and to all the members of IEE and to our guests. So for the Upland Dagitab as our major corporate social responsibility of our institute. But before, I would like to recognize all the members of the committee. We Mr. Melchor De Roma as our Vice Chairman, Sir Roger Chua, Sir Frank Hui, Sir Mark Riveralio, Sir Christopher Cadiente, Christian Malegro, Aris Giangiani, Alejo Raquel Jr., Brian Palustre, George Alonso, and Noel Olea. With our champion, 2014 National President, Alex C. Cabugao, and our advisor, Esperanza Collado. So for our reading the Certificate of Appreciation, the Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines presents the Certificate of Appreciation to the chapter's name for active participation to Upland Dagitab projects given this 12th day of November 2022 during the 47th Annual National Convention with the theme Leadership Rising Above Adversity Through Passion and Commitment, Leading on the Road to Recovery, held on November 11 and 12, 2022 at SMX Convention Center, Mall of Asia Complex, Pasay City, Metro Manila, signed by yours truly, Engineer Vincent F. Pelago, 2022 Chairman of Upland Dagitab Committee, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr., 2022 IEE VP External Affairs, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague, 2022 IEE VP Internal Affairs, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IEE National Secretary, and Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 National President. So for the first chapter to receive the Certificate of Appreciation given to Central Region Chapter, Saudi Arabia. So may we ask all the representative for the Saudi Arabia and as well as to the foreign region governor, si Engineer Jeren Talang, to come forward to receive for the Certificate of Appreciation. Next chapter po, please be ready po sa side po ng ating stage para pamabilis po tayo is Agusan del Sur chapter. So congratulations po again sa ating pong Central Region Chapter, Saudi Arabia. Next po, yung Agusan del Sur Chapter po, and we ask po yung kanilang Regional Governor for the Southern Mindanao, Engineer Edgar Ebuen, to come forward. Next chapter po is Northern Davao Chapter. Please come forward po sa ating stage para po sa next po natin. Congratulations po again to Agusan del Sur chapter. Next po is the Northern Davao chapter. Next chapter po is also from Southern Mindanao, South Cotabato chapter. Please come forward po and be ready. So thank you po again to Northern Davao chapter. So for South Cotabato chapter, please come on stage po with our Governor Engineer Edgar Ibuento. Next chapter po is Sultan Kudarat chapter. Please come forward po sa ating stage. Thank you po sa ating South Cotabato chapter. So Sultan Kudarat po, please come on stage. Kayo pa rin po, sir. Ito na po yata. So next chapter po is Soc Sergeant chapter. So please na po, come sa ating pong stage sa gilid po para mabilis po yung ating transition. Kasi marami po tayong chapters to be given an award. So thank you po sa inyong participation sa ating Oplan Dagitab. Sultan Kudarat, representative po. So next po is Soc Sergeant chapter. So after po ng Soc Sergeant chapter, we ask po yung presence po ng Batangas chapter. Dito po sa side po ng ating stage, and also our Governor, Southern Luzon, Engineer So Batangas chapter po, to please come on stage po with our Governor po, Adrian Ray. Batangas chapter representatives, officers. Next on stage po is Central Laguna chapter. Central Laguna chapter, CLC chapter po. Followed by Northern Batangas chapter. So CLC, Central Laguna chapter, any representatives po from the chapter to receive the award, the certificate. Northern Batangas chapter po, please come sa harap po ng stage. Followed by Northern Laguna chapter, NLC. Ito po. Next po sa Northern Quezon chapter. After po ng ating Northern Laguna chapter. Ito po yung Batangas, oh. Next po is Northern Quezon chapter. Northern Quezon chapter po, followed by Palawan chapter. Next po is yung ating pong Quezon chapter. Please come on stage na po, and followed by Southern Palawan chapter. Next po is Western Batangas chapter and Western Cavite chapter. Western Batangas and Western Cavite chapter po. And as well as Quezon chapter. Next po is Cebu chapter. So please come on stage po, Cebu chapter with our Governor, Engineer Brian Pasilan. Cebu chapter po with Engineer Brian Pasilan. Next po is the Iloilo chapter for the plaque of appreciation with our Regional Governor, Engineer Neil D. Guzman. Iloilo chapter. Followed by Kidapawan chapter for the plaque of appreciation. So, Iloilo chapter po first. Next po is Kidapawan chapter. Please ready na po sa ating side ng stage po. So, Kidapawan chapter and Engineer Edgar Ibuen, followed by La Union chapter. Please come sa ating pong stage with our Governor Francisco Fontanilla III. So, Kidapawan chapter. La Union chapter po, please come on front na po. After po ng ating La Union chapter, we call the Metro Central chapter with Governor Orville Jan Borrega after po ng ating La Union chapter. Metro Central po, please prepare na po Metro Central, followed by Metro West chapter. So, Metro Central chapter. And then Metro West chapter po, please prepare na po sa ating pong stage. After po ng Metro West chapter, Ormoc chapter, please come on stage na po. Ormoc chapter with Engineer Brian Pasilan. chapter po ng Ormoc, Quezon chapter, please come on stage na po. Quezon chapter. This one is Metro West chapter. Ormoc chapter. Quezon chapter po, please come on stage na po sa gilid. Quezon chapter, followed by Southern Cavite chapter. Southern Cavite, dito na po tayo sa gitang stage. Followed by State of Qatar chapter. So Quezon chapter po muna and then Southern Cavite chapter sunod. And followed by State of Qatar. So Southern Cavite chapter, please come on stage na. And then State of Qatar, please prepare na po sa ating stage sa gilid, followed by Surigao del Norte. Surigao del Norte po, dito po sa gilid. And then followed by Abu Dhabi chapter. So, State of Qatar po muna. Next is Surigao del Norte, followed by Abu Dhabi chapter. Thank you, State of Qatar. Now, Surigao del Norte. With Governor Sandro Villarosa. Gov Sandro. Ganito si Gov Sandro. Wait lang, wait. Si Gov Sandro muna. After po ng Abu Dhabi chapter, it will be Cagayan, Kalinga, Apayao, Batanes or SICAB chapter. Abu Dhabi chapter. Go. Next is the SICAB chapter, followed by Iloilo chapter. And then SICAB chapter. This one is for the Oplan Dagita Brigada Escuela. Followed by Iloilo chapter. So, SICAB chapter po muna. And then Iloilo chapter, please come na po ulit sa side ng ating stage with Governor Neil de Guzman. After po ng Iloilo chapter, that is Negros Occidental chapter for the conduct of Oplan Dagita Brigada Escuela. Thank you to SICAB chapter, Iloilo chapter. Next ang Iloilo is the Negros Occidental. Saka mga Ilonggo. After po ng Negros is Kidapawan chapter for the conduct of Oplan Dagita Brigada Eskwela. Kidapawan chapter, please come po sa side ng stage po natin. Thank you, Iloilo chapter. Now, Negros Occidental, please occupy the stage. Kidapawan chapter po sunod ng Negros, followed by Kidapawan po, please prepare na from Kidapawan, followed by Metro Central chapter for the conduct of Oplan Dagita Brigada Eskwela. Kidapawan. Next is Metro Central Chapter after po ng Kidapawan. Metro Central Chapter. Kidapawan. Oh, Kidapawan, sir. Kidapawan. After po ng Metro Central, Metro West Chapter. Ito pong Kidapawan. Kasi iba kasi ano, iba kasi yung certificate, iba yung So Metro Central, please come forward po for the conduct of Oplan Dagita Brigada Eskwela project, followed by Metro West chapter also for the conduct of Oplan Dagita Brigada Eskwela chapter. After po ng Metro West chapter, we again call the Ormoc chapter for the conduct of Oplan Dagita Brigada Eskwela. Thank you, Metro Central, Metro West chapter. Please occupy po yung stage. Prepare po yung Ormoc chapter. We also call the Sorsogon chapter for the conduct of Oplan Dagita Brigada Eskwela. Sorsogon po, please come sa ating side ng stage.
Back home to you.
Thank you, Metro West chapter. Now, Ormoc chapter, please occupy po yung ating stage for the conduct of Oplan Dagita Brigada Eskwela, followed by Sorsogon chapter. Sorsogon chapter, and then prepare po yung ating Surigao del Norte chapter for the Oplan Dagita Brigada Eskwela. Sorsogon, please come sa ating stage sa gilid, and then yung ating pong Surigao del Norte. Thank you, Ormoc. Sorsogon chapter, please come sa ating pong stage. And then Surigao del Norte sa gilid po. Followed by Sambasulta chapter. Surigao, Sambasulta, please po sa ating pong side ng stage.
Back home to you.
Thank you po, Sorsogon chapter. Surigao del Norte. Sorsogon po muna. Sorsogon chapter po. Tapos na po ang Surigao del Norte po, chapter. Surigao del Norte, Gobsandro, Gobsandro. After po ng Zampasulta, prepare po yung ating Negros Occidental chapter for the Balik Liwanag. Balik Liwanag project po. Negros Occidental chapter. Next po is Zampasulta chapter. Zampasulta with Governor Alexander Ko. Prepare po yung ating Negros Occidental chapter. Okay, Negros Occidental chapter. Okay, so yun po yung ating pong mga certificate and plaque of appreciation. Now we go to our plaque of recognition. So ito na po yung ating bibigay po sa na mga runner-up in preparation po sa ating Best Project Award. So for runner-up for Bigay Liwanag is for Metro East Chapter. Metro East Chapter po, please come sa stage po for the runner-up for Bigay Liwanag project po natin. Followed by Sambasulta Chapter again. Sambasulta chapter for the Bigay Liwanag project. Runner-up. So we have two runner-ups po sa ating pong Bigay Liwanag. That is the Metro East chapter and the Sambasulta chapter. So Bigay Liwanag po is the electrification ng ating pong mga community. Ito Zampasulta chapter. Zampasulta. Gov Alexander po. Next po is for the Brigada Eskwela runner-up. La Union chapter. La Union chapter for the Brigada Eskwela runner-up. Hold daw, hold. Yan si Go. Richard, yo. So after po ng Zampasulta, La Union chapter for the Brigada Eskwela, followed by State of Qatar chapter as runner-up for Brigada Eskwela. Thank you, Sambasulta. Now for the La Union chapter, for the runner-up for Brigada Eskwela, followed by State of Qatar chapter, and please prepare po Abu Dhabi chapter. La Union chapter. Si Pres. Pres. State of Qatar chapter, please prepare po, and as well as Abu Dhabi chapter for the runner-up for Balik Liwanag. Thank you once again, La Union chapter, for the runner-up for Brigada Escuela project. Now, State of Qatar, the last for the runner-up for Brigada Escuela project. Next po natin is for the Balik Liwanag project, runner-up Abu Dhabi chapter, followed by Ormoc chapter. Thank you, State of Qatar, Abu Dhabi. Please occupy the stage. Now, Ormoc chapter, please prepare po sa ating pong side ng stage for the runner-up for Balik Liwanag. Thank you, Abu Dhabi chapter. Now, Ormoc chapter for the runner-up for Balik Liwanag project. Go, go. We'll now next to our second runner-up for Bigay Liwanag project. So for second runner-up for Bigay Liwanag project is for Northern Cavite chapter. Northern Cavite, second runner-up for Bigay Liwanag project. Followed by Metro East chapter for second runner-up for Brigada Escuela project. So Northern Cavite, second runner-up for Bigay Liwanag. Prepare po Metro East chapter for the second runner-up for Brigada Escuela, and then Southern Cavite chapter for second runner-up Balik Liwanag. Thank you, Northern Cavite chapter, and now Metro East chapter for the second runner-up for Brigada Escuela. Sir Jun. Sir Jun. Oh, kasi meron pa. Thank you, Metro East chapter. And now for the second runner-up for Balik Liwanag Southern Cavite chapter, please occupy the stage. And then for the first runner-up for Bigay Liwanag project, United Arab Emirates chapter, please ready po sa ating side ng stage, UAE chapter for the first runner-up for Bigay Liwanag project. Thank you, Southern Cavite chapter for second runner-up for Balik Liwanag. And now, United Emirates chapter for the first runner-up for Bigay Liwanag chapter. And then followed by first runner-up for Brigada Escuela chapter. Project, Northern Cavite Chapter. Thank you, United Arab Emirates Chapter. Now is Northern Cavite Chapter for first runner-up for Brigada Eskwela. And prepare po yung ating first runner-up for Balik Liwanag Project, Metro East Chapter. Thank you, Northern Cavite Chapter. And now Metro East Chapter, first runner-up for Balik Liwanag. Thank you again, Metro East Chapter, first runner-up for Balik Liwanag Project. And now, here comes the best project for each category ng ating Oplan Nagitab. For the best project for Bigay Liwanag goes to East Laguna Chapter. Best project for Bigay Liwanag, East Laguna. East Laguna Chapter, Best Project for Bigay Liwanag, 2022 Oplan Nagitab. Thank you, East Laguna again for Best Project for Bigay Liwanag. Now for Best Project for Brigada Eskwela goes to Southern Cavite Chapter. So Southern Cavite Chapter, Best Project for Brigada Eskwela. So again po, thank you Southern Cavite Chapter for Best Project for Brigada Eskwela. Now for Best Project for Balik Liwanag for 2022 Oplan Nagitab Project goes to Northern Cavite Chapter. Northern Cavite Chapter, Best Project for Balik Liwanag. So again po, thank you po for the chapters who participated in support the Oplan Dagita projects, mandates, and as well as yung pagbigay po ng ating reports. Thank you po again.
Thank you very much, Engineer Pelago. Thank you, sir. And now, let us move on to recognize the efforts of the different professionals as we award the outstanding practitioners in the field. May we call on Engineer Elmer O. Casao, the chairman of the Selection and Awards Committee, to announce the winners. May I also request the members of the Selection and Awards Committee to join Engineer Elmer O. Casao to award. Rather, we will be giving the awards the different chapters who excelled and performed above and beyond despite the challenges we are facing. Once again, with us is Engineer Elmer O. Casao to announce the Chapter Excellence Awardee.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Edison. I think this is the most awaited part that all of the chapters have been waiting for. The awarding of the Chapter Excellence and the awarding of the Most Outstanding Chapter Award, of course. But before that, I would like to acknowledge and request the presence on stage of the following members of the Selection and Awards Committee. Of course, we have Engineer Ronaldo Ebrada, Vice Chairman, Engineer Maximo Adarlo, Secretary, Engineer Yolanda Posadas Hudan, Engineer Ramil L. Umbina, Engineer Denny Horneja, Engineer Jeffrey Tanhutko, Engineer Wilfredo Canizares, Engineer Alwin M. Lunas, and of course, we would like to acknowledge also our advisor in the committee, Engineer Joby Panhilason, and our overseer, Engineer Alberto Herrera Jr., our National Vice President for External Affairs. Now we shall proceed in the awarding of the Chapter Excellence. But before that, I would like to read the citation. The first to receive the Chapter Excellence Bronze is Camarines Norte Chapter or Camarines Chapter. Camarines Chapter, I would like to read the citation. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated presents this Chapter Excellence Award Bronze to Camarines Chapter for exemplary performance and for the faithful adherence to the IIE's valued tradition of excellence and dedicated service to the members. For outstanding performance, and for the active participation in the conduct of activities, plans and programs which brought honor and prestige to the Institute. 2022 theme leadership, rising above adversity through passion and commitment, leading on road to recovery. Again, Chapter Excellence Bronze Award is given to Camarines Sur Chapter. Okay, stand corrected, Camarines Chapter. Where is the plaque? The plaque.
May I request our audience to please settle down and be seated. Once again, may I request all our audience to please settle down and be seated. Again, to our audience, participants, may I request, please be seated so we can move to the next awardee. Everyone, please be seated po.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations again, Camarines Chapter. Now we will call on Metro East Chapter. Chapter Excellence Award, Silver. Metro East Chapter. Congratulations again, Metro East Chapter, Chapter Excellence Award, Silver. Now we will proceed to the next awardee, Chapter Excellence Award, Gold. May we call on stage Samba Sulta Chapter. Samba Sulta Chapter. Mamaya. We would like to request our National Vice President for Internal Affairs to please join on stage, and also our Overseer, National Vice President for External Affairs. Congratulations again, Samba Sulta Chapter, our recipient of Chapter Excellence Award, Gold. Now we will call on stage Western Region Chapter, Saudi Arabia. Western Region Chapter, Saudi Arabia. Chapter Excellence Award, Gold. Pwede pong pahinaan ng music. We shall now proceed in the awarding of the Chapter Excellence Award Gold to Metro South Chapter. Congratulations again to all the awardees.
Back home to you.
Siguro yung susunod na chapter, meron na ding naisip kung ano ang kanilang sign. Next awardee for the Chapter Excellence Gold is, if we have South, we have Metro Central Chapter. Back home to you. Congratulations again, Metro Central Chapter Excellence Award Gold. Now, we will call on stage Davao Chapter Excellence Award Gold. So, tingnan nyo naman kung gaano kadami yung mga taga Davao.
Back home to you.
Congratulations again, Davao Chapter Excellence Award Gold. And now we will proceed in giving the Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. To begin with may we call on stage Metro West Chapter. Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Thank you very much again, Metro West Chapter, our Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Now, we shall call on stage Central Region Chapter, Saudi Arabia, Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Congratulations again, Central Region Chapter, Saudi Arabia, Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Now may we call on stage Abu Dhabi Chapter, Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Congratulations again, Abu Dhabi Chapter, Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Now may we call on stage Northern Cavite Chapter, Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Siyempre, hindi sila prepared sa kanilang second Platinum Award. O, di ba? Hindi nila napaghandaan ito. Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations again, Northern Cavite Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Now, may we call on stage the United Arab Emirates Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. So thank you very much to all our Chapter Excellence awardees for the Chapter Excellence Bronze, Chapter Excellence Award Silver, Chapter Excellence Award Gold, and Chapter Excellence Award Platinum. Now, we will call on, of course, the most outstanding chapter in the local category. May we call on stage, again, Northern Cavite Chapter. Institute of Integrated Electrical Engineers of the Philippines Incorporated awards this 2022 Most Outstanding Chapter Local Category to Northern Cavite Chapter for exemplary performance and for the faithful adherence to the IIE's valued tradition of excellence and dedicated service to the members, for outstanding performance and for the active participation in the conduct of activities, plans, and programs which brought honor and prestige to the Institute. Signed, Engineer Elmer Casao, Chairman, Selection and Awards Committee. Signed, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIE National Secretary. Signed, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIE National President. Congratulations again, Northern Cavite Chapter 2022 Most Outstanding Chapter Local Category. And now for the 2022 Most Outstanding Chapter in the Foreign category, may we call on again on stage United Arab Emirates Chapter for exemplary performance and for the faithful adherence to the IIE's valued tradition of excellence and dedicated service to the members, for outstanding performance and for the active participation in the conduct of activities, plans, and programs which brought honor and prestige to the Institute. Signed, Engineer Elmer Casao, Chairman, Selection and Awards Committee. Signed, Engineer Esperanza A. Collado, 2022 IIE National Secretary. And signed, Engineer Feliciano F. Padua III, 2022 IIE National President. Thank you very much again to all the chapters. And congratulations to all the winners. May you continue to inspire the members, the community, and continue contributing to the nation building. Sabi nga kanina ng ating guest of honor and speaker. Congratulations again. Selection and Awards Committee signing off.
Thank you, Engineer Casao. Thank you, sir. And now, we move on to the glitz and glamour as we present the awards and recognition for Best Regional Conference. May we request our National President, Engineer Feliciano Padua III, to announce the Best Conference.
May we request Engineer Lyndon Arbage? Engineer Lyndon Arbage? We would like to thank all the chapters who participated. The regional conference for this year. Once again, we would like to thank all the chapters who hosted the regional conference for this year. We would like to call on Engineer Lyndon Arbage to award the best regional conference for this year. As well as Engineer Florigo Barona on stage.
Okay, hindi pa ba nila alam kung sino? Okay, for the 2022 Best Regional Conference, second runner-up presented to Palawan Chapter.
This year's Best Regional Conference second runner-up, Palawan Chapter.
For the next awardee,
Okay, for the 2022 Best Regional Conference, first runner-up presented to Samba Sulta Chapter.
This year's Best Regional Conference first runner-up, Zambasuta Chapter.
Okay, meron pa ba? Ito na yata yung huli, ano? Nagsiuwi na lahat eh. So kung sinong natira, malamang para sa kanya to. So 2022 Best Regional Conference presented to La Union Chapter.
Congratulations, La Union Chapter.
Back home to you.
Once again, this year's Best Regional Conference, La Union Chapter.
Congratulations, La Union Chapter. Best Regional Conference of the Year 2022. This event will not be as successful as it is if not for the support of our partners in the industry. And to recognize their support, we will now announce the Best Booth Award of Exhibition. May we call on our Vice President for External Affairs and the Chairman of the Exhibit Bureau, Engineer Alberto R. Herrera Jr. to announce the winner.
Good evening. So, I guess lahat ng exhibitors natin baka wala na, pero maraming salamat sa kanila for the successful Exhibit 3 Expo. So, for the small category, ang first runner-up natin is si PAMAB Training Institute and Technology Center Incorporated. Okay? I know, wala na sila rito eh. So, ibibigay na lang to ng marketing department. For the second runner-up, it's Phelps Dodge Philippines Energy Products. And for the small category, winner is the first Multi-Tech Industrial and Development Corporation as champion. Sige. Thank you. So, PAMAP. So, first runner-up is PAMAP Training Institute and Technology Center. Thank you, ma'am. At nagantay po. Yung award. Pa-picture na lang, pa-picture. So, that's the first runner-up. And for the second runner-up is Phelps Dodge. Nandito po ba yung Phelps Dodge? Okay. Phelps Dodge Philippines Energy Product Corporation. And for the small category winners, First Multitech and Development Corporation as champion.
Ano sir, closing, tapos yun na yun.
Can we call on again, Pamap? Pamap for the first runner-up.
Back home to you.
Props Dutch, pakikuha na lang po yung trophy natin. And for the winners for the 3E Expo 2023, for the first runner-up, Wesco Electrical and Equipment Corporation. Wesco, sabihin na. Wesco, tsaka ano? Wesco Electrical.
Back home to you.
Second runner-up for the big category, Coten Enterprises Company. Coten, any representative from Coten? And of course, for the champion, kitang-kita naman natin to, Asia Phil.
Try to find my way back
Congratulations to all the winners of the Best Booth Award of the exhibition. We are now nearing the end of our convention. To give us the closing remarks, may we call on the Vice President for Internal Affairs and the man who orchestrated this event behind the scenes, Engineer Lyndon R. Bague.
Actually, meron pa sana tayong speech pero dahil gabi na. So maraming salamat sa lahat ng nag-participate, lalo na yung nasa Zoom, kung meron pang Zoom presentation. Ay, meron pa raw. So maraming salamat po dun sa nasa Zoom at saka yung nag-stay dito. And we look forward for the next convention, the 48th Annual National Convention. With that, maraming salamat in behalf of the BOG 2022. See you next year.
Thank you very much, Engineer Bague. Our one-week event now comes to an end, and to officially close the 47th Virtual Annual National Convention, may we call on Engineer Feliciano Epadua III to do the honor.
O yung mga regional governors, upo tayo rito. Hindi mag-close to pag nakatayo kayo. Wala akong kasama. Okay, salamat. Yung mga malalayo, nandito pa. Yung mga malalapit, nakauwi na. Okay. So, okay. By the power vested on me, by the Constitution and bylaws of the Institute of Electrical Engineers of the Philippines, I now declare this 47th Annual National Convention closed. Congratulations, everyone! Maraming salamat sa support.
All governors and your fellow officers to the IIE Secretariat, congratulations for a successful conduct of the 47th Annual National Convention. I am your host, Monica CB, and my partner is Edison Moica, saying good night and God bless everyone. Stay safe, guys.
You can be the best. You can be the King Kong banging on your chest. You can beat the world. You can beat the war. You can talk to God, go banging on his door. You can throw your hands up. You can beat the clock. You can move a mountain. You can break rocks. You can be a master. Don't wait for luck. Dedicate yourself and you go find yourself. Standing in the Hall of Fame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Cause you're better with the first flame. Yeah. And the world's gonna know your name. Yeah. And you'll be on the walls of the Hall of Fame. You can go the distance, you can run the mile. You can walk straight through hell with a smile. You could be the hero, you can get the gold. Breaking over records they thought never could be broke. Yeah, do it for your people, do it for your pride. Are you ever gonna know if you never even try? Do it for your country, do it for your name. Cause there's gonna be a day when you're standing in the Hall of Fame.
Hello? Sa mga members na nandito pa na nagbayad, meron kayong mga UID dyan? Meron ako ditong isang cellphone, isang tablet, isang laptop. Raraffle natin sa swerte. Pakibigay sa akin yung UID nyo. Hindi, ano natin di sa karton. Yan. Ang mabunot na pangalan, nasasali